I gotta turn this around. Hmm, that hurt it. Yeah. What is up, y'all? I don't know this dude. If I can change this up. Yeah. Hey, where they at? Let's see if they show up.
All right. God dang. Well, the local Cairo digging the backyards are finding. Yeah, that's what should be happening over here in America.
Yep. I was just about to say that too.
It's all up under their house, backyard, restaurants, all types of shit. All we got over here is articles, and people got to go. Even people who say that they got real pictures and shit like last night, they still got to go get them. This stuff ain't real. They just be like, bro, let me turn my camera on. That's what you should say. I got a relic right here. They always got to go
All
get it.
right. Debunk the shit out of them, but that ain't gonna happen. They know it. Yeah, I wanted to talk because it just hit me like they used this human genome project, right? To try to say that there are 15 genome sequence. How? I'm because I don't want to get banned, so I'm gonna keep it respectful. How are you 15 strand genome sequence if you're messing with genetics and you say you can't trace DNA because it's for entertainment purposes only? Can somebody please explain? Because it just hit me.
Please help.
It just hit me,
Right?
bro.
We can't use it. It's invalid. It's made up. It's fake. But this part right here is real.
Ah! I was like,
Boy, oh boy.
what was I doing? I was hold on, 'cause I pulled it up on my phone. Let me go back to Python. Where is it at? Yeah, it says scientists are studying Earth's trees. issue stark warning to humanity. And I was like, how the hell are you studying a tree? And then in him it's like, wait, you got they say 9, 12, and 15. How are we having this 15 strand genome if y'all saying that genetics is fake and y'all using it for entertainment purposes only? What up, Vanta?
Peace, peace, peace. Who said
Peace.
who said that? Wait. Let me make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Somebody said that human beings have a 15 strand genome.
Yeah, no, not human beings.
Six. I think it's go ahead, go ahead.
It was the human of black people in America.
So they're saying there are people walking around the planet with a 15 strand genome.
Yeah, I think six. Is it 6, 9, and 15? They doing?
I thought it
I
was
don't
6,
know,
9, and
bro.
12,
I
but
think yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
think
was. I think.
it was
I
12.
think they bumped it.
Okay, I've heard.
Yeah, it used to be 6, 9, and 12. I think they doing 15 now.
Now that it bumped it up. who, who said this, fam?
It's a lot of them saying it. You know, it's the Earth Speaks mainly pushing it because he got so many followers. But I done seen people who don't even know who he is saying it.
look, didn't I
Okay.
just get on here, Mo?
Oh my god. Um,
Yeah,
genetically speaking, there's no such thing as a 12 or 15 strand DNA strand as far as human beings, Homo sapiens, are concerned. I don't know where they get this shit. I really don't. But that that would make them like superhumans. You know what I'm saying? Like, so where I'm just trying to understand where they getting this. Where's the evidence? Where's the doctors that's saying this, or is it just some people on TikTok
I'm
spreading
about to tell
bullshit?
you.
and it
They're
don't say
trying
the
to.
word strand either. I don't think so. I don't think it's strand.
He say genome sequence.
Right.
That's what he said.
Genome sequence, DNA strand, however they want to say it, we talking about the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just people trying to sound smart when they don't know what they talking about. So, in my personal opinion, it's just people trying to sound smart when they don't know what they talking about. So they saying it's a, I'll use their words. There's a 12 genome sequence and there's a
Mhm.
15 genome sequence among Homo sapiens sapiens.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That would make them a different evolutionary branch, like to have a 12 or a 15 when the greatest known genome sequence, if that's the words you wanted to use, is the 9 on this planet.
Yeah, but they're just looking at that many different sequences. It's a group of different populations that they're looking at, and they're
Okay,
correlating
are
them.
we talk
They're not saying that one DNA. They're not saying that these people have 12 DNA strands.
mhm. Are
You
we
see what I'm
talking
saying? That's what they're
about
trying to
junk
twist it to make
DNA?
it mean.
Are we talking
No,
about
no,
junk
no,
DNA or they
no.
talking about
Nope.
active genome sequences?
The active genome sequence that they can observe, and they already got the code to it and everything. They just looking at it to try to see what
These would
happened
be
as things changed over time.
these would be indigo children. These would be fucking superhumans. They we wouldn't even be able to relate with a 12 DNA sequence. Think about that, bro. If if your normal Homo sapien sapien has a 6 DNA sequence, and the only people who have the 9 genomes, let's use their words, the only people who have the 9 genome sequence are Africans and African descendants. For somebody to have a 12 and 15, that would make them fucking bruh. It would be obvious that they are superior to the rest of us to have an extra. I mean, that would be double what a napkin person have. That
You
would
know, I'm
be
about to
double
say
what a
about the
white person has.
pharmaceutical.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they said
If we
they
talking
created
12,
the
that would be
Amazon.
dope. I'm
They think they superhuman. They said they created the Amazon through they made the Milpa system, and that's what created the Amazon millions of years ago.
wow.
So they think they superhumans.
How many millions of years ago? Are these the same people that saying humans existed during Pangea?
No, he don't say
Yeah,
that.
What they would have to
I mean, if we that's
if
what I'm
they were
saying. If
here
we
and all the
talking
land was connected.
millions, if we talking
Yeah, I don't know
millions,
if I
then we
ever
talking
heard
about people
Speak
who
say
was here
that
doing
though.
Pangea.
Yeah, I don't think I ever heard Earth say anything about Pangea, but most of them do believe it. But he's
Human
saying,
beings did not exist during Pangea. If we existed during Pangea, the earthquakes and the volcanic eruptions alone that it would take for the tectonic plates to separate the way they did would have wiped us out. You know what I'm saying? Some people think that's what wiped out the dinosaurs. So, like, how could we possibly have been here during that time and still be here today to talk about it? It don't make sense.
because they're superhumans. And if they were here 10 million years, look, if the Amazon is 10 million years, Susan, 10 million,
Yeah,
about 10
it's
It's,
million,
older than
okay.
that.
one of the oldest. Yeah.
Yeah, and they planted that. They were here before 10 million years. So, uh,
Yeah, I'm trying to find it so I can show y'all that shit.
but
I'm
see,
just trying to
dating
figure out
methods
who
are
said
fake. So I
this.
don't know how they.
I'm just trying to figure out who said this, and I want to know what the hell they sources are.
Day. We got a whole, but this time I'm putting this whole thing to sleep. This is
This
the Human
dude.
Genome Project. I pulled up a nice little graph with nice little colors, and now talk slowly.
Okay,
All
bring me
right,
your
maybe
old
not that
ass.
slow. But as you can see here, the colors depict the certain different groups. The purple is South Asian. The red is the mixed group, or who they would call the African Americans. As you can see here, the yellow is the African group, the blue is the European, and the green is the East Asian. Certainly not to be confused with the South Asian, because as you can see here, it is the highest genome, the 15 DNA sequence. After that, you have the 12 genome sequence. The yellow is the 9 genome sequence. The blue and the green are the 6 DNA sequence. Now, let's look for the highest genome. You see it here, here, and here. I know what you're thinking. How do we know that they ain't from right here? You know, because if you look around the rest of the world, there are no red 12 DNA sequences where the genome drops. Then you have the migration to Africa, the 9 genome sequence.
The migration to Africa. Oh my God.
Then you have European.
Yeah, bro, that's what he's saying. I'll be back. I gotta go in my son's room real quick.
Did you hear this, Mo?
Yeah. That boy's a wizard.
I, I was reading the comments too. He absolutely is a wizard with it. And anybody who don't study history will not know that he's speaking absolute bullshit. That's this. He the reason I get so many people on my videos when I'm talking about the African people were the first people to migrate to every other landmass and to populate those land masses. Nobody else existed during that. He the reason I get so many people on in my comments talking about nope, bro, it's the other way around. Life started in America. He the reason. Him, Dane Calloway, and a couple others. I swear. I don't know where, but you notice, do you notice that they never source any doctors? They never source any anthropologists. They never source any geneticists. They just find something on Google, run with it, you know what I'm saying, and don't put it in the proper chronological order, so then they have everything backwards. And that'd be
And
my
you said he
issue.
the source.
He the source. He the
Yeah.
source. Okay, okay. As far as we standing today, if you want to look for the absolute supreme source on these issues, there's one man who holds a degree in African history and African American history, and that would be Dr. David Imhotep. He's the only one today still living who holds a PhD in these subjects. I think he would be the authority on these issues, and I feel like we should go listen to what he has to say. That's just personally how I feel. He's the only one who hold a PhD in the subject, so why don't we go listen to him? because this bullshit that they teaching got our people running around here blind, dumb, crippled, crazy, and straight up backwards, and it don't make no damn sense. I've been asking him, and I've been asking these so-called Native Americans, please give me one doctor that agree with your thesis. Please give me one doctor that agrees with your theory. Please give me one person who actually then put their hands in the dirt and dug up, you know what I'm saying, the artifacts, who agrees with what you're saying, and can't none of them produce anybody who agrees with what they're saying who actually has a PhD, who actually has done the studies, who actually has put time and effort into studying these issues. Can't none of them produce one doctor, and it's driving me crazy at this point because the miseducation and the pseudoscience is just I don't even know the word to use. Infuriating, and it's just it's not even frustrating. I kind of pity them. I don't even know how to express it, fam. I really, really don't. But it's not that hard to find out. It really ain't. They make it harder than it has to be.
Can I
Go
ask
to
an
the doctor and
honest
see what.
question?
Oh
Right?
damn! A whole bunch of people just jumped in. What's up, y'all?
Hey, no, what's up, African? What's wrong with you?
Peace, peace.
What's wrong with who?
Nah, I'm just messing with you, man. You know it's all good. You know what time it is over here, bro.
Hey man, I'm on
You know
the
what
same
time it
thing.
is,
I'm
my
always
boy.
on, family. What's good with you?
I hear you. I hear you, bro. I hear you. No, your phenotype tell us who you are, so I understand where you coming from with it, bro.
Hey man, the science say one thing: life started in Africa. Those people
Who science say
transmigrated the
that?
whole
Who
planet.
science say that? Who science say
All
that?
science, all
All
science.
right.
Ain't no scientist worth
Yeah,
his metal that say anything different.
your science, your Europeanized science, right?
No, I'm talking about those ones they call Afrocentric too.
hmm All of them is learning from the same basis, bro. Same foundation, and
Man,
then you
I
So
keep
disagree.
and y'all irritate,
why do they
y'all
debate each other?
irritate me. Yeah, y'all hear? I mean, hey, that's for a show, just like we do now. Waste a lot of
Oh, for
time
sure.
and energy on things ain't gonna change nothing.
They kicked them out of universities and everything. Avoid
Yeah,
putting their stuff in curriculums because
I
they're in
yeah.
mean,
agreement.
White
they don't
man
even
too.
allow them to go dig in the ground. All these bones and stuff that y'all talking about, bro. These are bones that's supposed to be discovered by Europeanized people, bro. And they doing the study. They created anthropology and all that type of stuff. And y'all really irritate me because it's really disrespectful at this point. Y'all just
What is
discount the
disrespectful?
fact that when they find bones and artifacts here in this on this continent, they destroy it, it disappear. All type of things happen to it. So then you come to
No, they
then you
didn't.
come in the conversation and say what those bones are. That's
Hold
disrespectful,
on,
bro. That's
hold
just like
on,
I'm
hold
coming to
on,
your
hold on,
house.
bro.
That's just like
They didn't
you
get
got
destroyed and
information.
they didn't
That's
disappear
just,
because Lucia was found in
hold on,
Brazil.
Jay. Hold on, Jess. That's just like you got a house that's
Hmm.
yours.
That's
The
not true
government
though,
come in and
fam. You
take it
can't just
from
skip
you.
past
They
that.
come
You
they
can't
come
just
in and
say that
take it
like it's
from you.
true.
They come in and take your house from you,
Right, right.
destroy it, and then somebody come back later on and ask you, where's your house at? Where's your evidence of your house? Come on, man. What's the evidence you used to live there? That's foolish, bro.
But
I mean
check
y'all
it out, Godly. Check it out, Godly. You just said something that I need to address real quick
Wait,
before
wait,
we
wait, wait.
move
Hold on.
on. You
Real quick, real quick. This is for quality. Make sure everybody gets to be heard so that when we post it up, people can hear what you're saying. You feel what
oh,
I'm saying?
okay? Respect,
All right.
respect
Y'all
for
good.
sure.
Good.
You just said something that I need to address though, real quick. You just said that they when they ask for the bones and stuff that's here, you know what I'm saying? They destroy them, but they don't. That's the thing, Lucia. One of the oldest skulls found, period, that they want to relate our history to was found in Brazil. She wasn't found in Africa. She was found in Brazil. You know what I'm saying? They used the testing and the measurements and stuff to determine where she came from, but her skull was found in Brazil, fam. So we can't act like they just taking everything that was found in America and destroying it because that's not true. You know what I'm saying? They all they saying is these people were related to the people who were from Australia, and they related to the people who was from sub-Saharan Africa and South Africa. They you know what I'm saying? Genetically, they're the same people. That's all they saying. But we can't discount that.
so,
You feel
so
me? But we can't just act like they
for the
just taking
betterment for
everything
your answer to
that's
my
found in
question, bro.
America and just
Right. Right. For the betterment of what I'm saying to you, bro. I'm talking about North America. I'm talking about this continent. I'm talking about the things that's been found here, the discoveries that's been found here. They always find some type of way for these things to disappear, and then they come back later on and try to discount that they found that they were found here, or the I'm kind of lost for the words, or how authentic these things are. My bad.
I got you.
They they
I
they they
understand what you're
con-
saying. It always disappears into one of the basements of their
they
museums
constantly
and
do that.
shit.
But this is the thing that irritates me with you, just when we have these conversations. You got part of your family that you say has passed down your American indigenous history, right? You got a
Absolutely.
part of your family, and you got a
Absolutely.
part of your family that speaks about your that speaks about your African heritage, right?
Not
But
really.
you would
Most of my
validate that part that you would validate that part that the African side of your family is speaking on. But then you find all these type of things to try to invalidate the part of your Native American side, and it
see that's the
clashes with me.
thing.
It
Oh,
clash.
go
Well,
ahead, go
not
ahead.
Native. I apologize.
That
Indigenous
sounds
American.
like trying to give credit to people who were not originally in the specific parts of the globe
Hold on.
before others. I don't know. Like so if you were, let's say, okay, so what are you? What are you? Are you African? Are you what are you?
For me,
Speaking to me, Queen.
I'm talking to Godly. Sorry, Menji,
Okay.
okay.
yeah.
What's your question?
Uh Godly, what are you?
My people are indigenous to this land. I'm American.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so you're indigenous, but so would you call yourself then like Indian, Black Indian?
I mean, I would say that's the term that they lumped on us first.
He's
Is
Aboriginal.
Indian.
Okay, so do you hear? I don't know if you heard Menchu, right?
That's
When
right.
he said that we literally like populated the globe, right, as African people. Because if we want to speak about the first landmass that erupted from the waters, it was in Africa, right? Okay, so let's say
Okay.
we populated the earth. So a lot of us were in these specific regions way before any other race. So would then you try to give credit to a race that is younger than the race that populated the specific area of America that you originally come from? Or would you rather give credit to the ones who could have bred out the
This
people of your people who
this this
actually.
this. I got that foundational part of it because I hear that from him all the time, and that's the whole statement and movement of the Pan African thing over here.
That's my whole
I'm I'm
stance,
It's
I'm
bro.
not
I'm
Pan
some I'm
African.
some
It's
I'm,
not. It's hold on, hold
hold,
on, hold on. It's
hold
not
on. I know
Pan
you're not Pan
African.
African, mom. I'm just trying to point out the fact that I'm familiar with the
But I'm
point
trying
that
to
you're
say
making.
that's not a Pan African point of view because it's actually the truth. I don't know if you know that, but it's literally
It's
the
not.
truth. It's not Pan African.
It's actually not. It's actually not the truth. We can't prove that to be true. All we can do is go
So,
off.
so
Go
are
off.
you trying to
Go
If
say
off.
you
like
let me
you
go,
believe in
Indigo, I
Pan
got
healing?
this.
No, but in
If you
Indigo, to respond to what you're saying over there, you're from Africa. You are an African, so you are supposed to uphold and that belief that life originated from where you are.
mhm.
I'm from this continent.
I know it
My
did.
people don't
I know
speak of
it did.
any. My
Indigo,
people don't speak. My people don't. Well, that's fine. But my people don't speak of any African existence in our bloodline or our history. So
Oh,
logically, all this
man,
other stuff that you add on
let
there
me address
is
him,
something
Queen.
that's been added
Let
on
him
through
finish.
something that I have to make up or
so
connect dots that
Let
Australians.
him
don't even
finish,
So
Queen.
exist.
let me
Hold on,
be
So
Queen. Let
what
him
I'm
finish.
saying is
Queen,
I'm not
Indigo.
talking
Let
I'm
him
not
finish,
talking
Queen.
about
Please,
Australia.
let him finish. Let him
Wait, wait,
finish,
wait.
please.
I
Yeah.
wanna try and
I'm
get this
I'm
because
not
I literally
I,
have people
I'm
in
not
every region. So
I've
Australians
I've heard
can accept
I
that
heard
they're
enough. I've
originally
heard
from.
enough, sister.
Hold on.
I
So
got on here, sister.
Australians can
I've
accept
heard
that
enough
they're
about the
originally
African
from
origin
Africa.
thing. I'm
Asians
tired of
can
it
accept that they're originally from Africa. Black Europeans can accept that they're originally from Africa, but Americans cannot. And
because
Some, some
literally
Americans
North
Americans.
America. Let's say North, because I've spoken to South Americans who
it
literally say they're from
it
Africa,
doesn't
even
matter
though
Some
how
they're
North
you
in
put it.
Europe.
Americans.
This is the point that I'm trying to get across to you, Indigo. There is no foundational proof. You can't see people writing and said, "Hey, we came from Africa and we here. This, this is what's going on over here." You don't see that.
Yes, you can,
Everything else
because I'm sitting right here saying that exact
after you
thing.
get through, hold on, bro. I'm not talking about what you making up and what you adding on. I'm
I'm not
talking
making
about through
anything up. I can
He's
prove
not
it to
our
making
you.
up
foundational
anything.
sources in history.
That's the
I can
truth.
When
prove it
all
to
the
you.
Africans that I met that came over here through all of the Africans that I've met, truly met, that have proof that they descend from that slave trade, they talk about that they people and their ancestors told them when they got here there were Americans of a same skin complexion that they was when they got here. So when all this other
Can I?
stuff is subjective, we're making it up.
You
You
gonna
got to make these things up to make them seem logical
That
because this is
is
what the
you're
you
Europeans
gonna
been
let me
literally
teaching us.
respond,
lying.
Dolly?
They
You
lied
gonna let
about
me
Lying.
respond,
everything
or
they
You're
taught us
you gonna
except
lying.
for the
bogart the
fact
whole
that we had an
conversation? You gonna let me
You're
respond, or you gonna
lying.
bogart the whole conversation, family?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, go ahead,
I heard
go
what
ahead.
you saying. I heard what you saying, and I can respect it to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying? You trying to hold on to your American heritage, and I respect it. But I'm the type of person that I want to know the whole science. I want to know all of it. You know what I'm saying?
I
I
don't
don't
give a
just
damn
take.
about science.
Hold on, just let me
That's you
finish.
waste your
Just let
time
me.
with the
I'll let
science
you
with me.
talk,
You
fam.
waste
Please
your
don't
time with
cut
the
me off.
science
I'm
with me,
trying to
bro.
be respectful. I'll let you talk. Please
I,
don't
I
cut
mean,
me
No,
I'm
he
off.
letting you
gonna
talk.
keep, he
I'm
gonna
letting you talk,
continue to
but
cut you
you
off
wasting your
after
time
I'll
with
you
let you
science with
finish.
me. I'm the
I
wrong
even
person to
asked the
bring
queen to
science
let
to,
you
bro.
finish. Can
Look,
you
like
please
I
let
told
me
I
finish?
told y'all, bro.
You
If you
asking for
want
the
somebody
evidence,
to
I'm trying
hear,
to give it to you.
if
You
you
asking
want
for the
people
evidence,
to
I'm trying to give it to you.
listen,
What's
if
up,
y'all
Mo?
Go
My
want
ahead,
fault.
go.
if y'all want people to hear what you're saying, you gotta let the other person finish, even if they get an extra minute or something. Just get a pencil and write it down so that you don't have to cut them
Yeah,
off. Just get back to
I
the
ain't got no
point when
that's
you're
a
problem
done.
with that.
that's a good
I ain't
point,
got
Mo
no
Fast,
problem
because I
with
need
that,
to do
family.
that
I
because
let him
I
finish.
can't hold out
I
with you
even asked the
talking
queen to
about.
let him finish. May I rebuttal? Okay. I'm the type of person that, yes, I cling to my native heritage, even though the tribe tries to deny my native heritage. I know what my people told me. I know where my family comes from. I know what my bloodline is. And I'm not even talking about my phenotype. People talk about my phenotype all the time, but I'm not even talking about my phenotype. They don't even come into the conversation. You know what I'm saying? I have pictures of my grandmother. I know who she was. I have pictures of my great grandmother and great grandfather who made her. I know who they were. You know what I'm saying? So yes, I claim my indigenous heritage to this land because I know my people were here before slavery, before the Mongolians showed up. I know my people were here before all of that. First off, let me say that so you understand. Secondly, I also believe in science. You would have to show me early man in America before early man in Africa. Okay? People didn't just pop up all over the damn planet simultaneously. That's not how it happened. It started somewhere. Symbiosis, just like everything else starts. Everything has a genesis, fam. We don't just pop up out of the blue. Everything has a genesis. So I believe in science, okay? And the science says that life started in Africa and all melanated people started in Africa and they migrated the planet and populated all the land masses of this planet before anybody else showed up on the landmass. That's what the science says. So I'm not going to get in my feelings, and that's what, and matter of fact, that's not just what the science says. That's what every scientist, anthropologist, geneticist, even the ones who are racist and don't want to admit that life started in Africa, they have to admit it once they get done analyzing their data. So let's stop sitting here acting like we didn't all come from one place. Okay, the first people on this planet were Africans. The first people to America were the Twa and Booty people. Okay, that's just a
Uh,
fact. And until you can show me some evidence that says otherwise, I'm going to go with that. I don't do feelings. I only do facts and evidence. All I've seen is
You're
evidence that backs up my theory. You call it a theory all you want. And until somebody proves me wrong, yes, it may still be a theory, but until somebody proves me wrong, it's the reigning theory. You have not shown any
okay.
type of evidence that proves life started in America or that you developed independently of the rest of the human family. It does not make any sense. You develop your people just developed independently of the rest of the human family. That's what you're trying to tell me when you say these type of things, bro. And I'm sorry,
Okay,
I'm not
okay,
unintelligent enough to just take that and run with it.
okay, okay,
All right, let him
okay.
rock.
Again, yeah, again, brother, you were good until you started saying science. The science that we use today, the information that we use today, is controlled by one facet, the European fashion of government, and it's fit the narrative. If you
So
don't,
you trying to tell me that the
if you're
only
not, if
geneticists
you
and
say
scientists
if
on
you
this
Wait, hold
say
planet
on.
are
if
white?
you, hey, bro, If you say it's unintelligent for a
Bruh.
person to question everything that these people are teaching you when you know throughout your history they went out their way to change your identity, change
Mm-hmm.
the origin story, change
Fact.
everything on this planet to benefit them. And the greatest thing that they did is to maneuver a set group of people from being identified of who they are in this country to the point that they've
Mm-hmm.
lifted another group of people to be classified as who they are.
I
And you
just,
don't
I just,
question these things.
I just
But
want to
So
know when y'all say
hold on,
that, for instance, there's someone
hold on, sis. 'Cause- go ahead,
there's
Go
someone who's
ahead.
co-signing everything that you're saying called Aboriginal Real React News or whatever, and that you guys are Aboriginal. First of all, the word
Okay,
Aboriginal
well,
does
you
not
got people in
mean.
there. You
Hold
got
on.
people in there co-sign. You stop me
There's
to address
hold
somebody
on. There's no
co-signing what I'm
telling
saying.
me.
But people, but
I'm going to
he's
talk
saying the
about what
only
they
scientist
said.
is white
I'm
though.
going to talk about what
Like,
they
stop
said.
it,
no,
bro.
that's
The
not what I'm
first
saying.
thing
That's
is
not what I'm
that
saying at all.
Aboriginal literally means not original of the land that they're in. That's what Aboriginal means. So that's already a contradiction on its own. Number two, to
Okay.
say that us as Africans have African American food or American food in general, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my
You
life.
know what? Hey,
You guys don't have
You
quanga.
know what?
You guys no.
You know what?
You guys don't have quanga. You guys don't have sorghum. You
I
guys
like to be
don't have
respectful, sister.
mabele.
But that's
You
funny
guys
to me.
don't have specific things, and you guys want to claim
Oh,
somehow
I like
that you guys actually
it's
gave us
funny to me,
food.
but I remember as early as the
Indigo.
'90s, we were
Oh man,
actually I
let's
remember
not
as
do
early as
that,
the '90s, we was actually sending money over to feed Africans. All of a sudden, they
bro.
the
How?
progenitor of
No,
How?
life and
no,
Wait,
no.
everything
Don't
else.
Oh,
do that,
wait,
damn.
bro.
wait,
Dude,
Come
are you
on now.
fucking
This is
serious?
crazy,
I
wait.
man.
thought we was
Not to
having an
do is
intellectual
disrespect Africa.
conversation. Come on, man.
Hey, she just made the statement that she made. She came off disrespectful, trying to say
Hey,
all
keep it on
foods that we
topic.
sent over
That's
there
one of the
don't
Dominic,
exist,
queens,
all that
though.
type
We
keep
of
it on
stuff.
men.
topic
But
We
one
don't do
at a
that shit.
time.
You guys are
We
making
men. We
Okay, but
don't
my
do
Aboriginal.
that,
question is,
bro.
Don't
What are
let
you?
me
Europeans.
ask
Don't
you
give us
guys
Uh-uh.
a
food.
question. Let me ask you guys a
Americans
question.
didn't give us
Nah,
food.
Was
nah,
there
nah,
not
bro.
a move in
Mm-mm.
America and the entire world to feed Africans because they were starving in the 90s?
Oh, I
No.
forgot. We talking.
Don't
Hold on, y'all.
lie.
I
You're
forgot. We talking to
lying.
one of those
You're
brothers who don't believe
lying.
in white supremacy. So he wouldn't understand why Africa
Hey
is in
man.
the position that they in
Hey
right
bro.
now. We
But
talking to one of those brothers who
you can
don't
say what
believe in
you
white
want to say
supremacy. See, I
about
was
it, bro.
no,
That's
no,
fine.
no. I
That's
was
fine.
gonna keep it respectful for a
I
second.
just want
Y'all
Y'all
done
don't
doubled
hey
even
down
know
to
man.
a
the food
five,
that
but
we
now
eat.
you
Y'all
being
Let
keep
me
asking
disrespectful.
Mo,
So
teach
keep
I'm
you
gonna
cutting
the
me
down
off,
it
food
up
keep
to
that
a
cutting me off.
ten.
our
Let me
What are
make
you
food
my
talking
statement
about
whether
actually
you
right
like it or
now?
eat.
not.
Are you
Mo,
serious?
Look,
can you straighten the
everybody
floor, bro?
can't
You're
Can
gonna
you
tell
straighten
me
the
agree.
about
floor?
food that you guys research on
Can
Google?
y'all
You
straighten the
don't know
floor
what
down? Because
food
I
we
mean,
Get the
eat.
they
fuck
cut me
out of
off
here,
as soon as I
bro.
started. I understand y'all emotionally attached to y'all beliefs. I understand it. I understand it, but we're gonna talk reality here. We
No,
ain't gonna
it
talk
ain't
about what these
emotionally
It's
attached to
Europeans
not
my
trying to
beliefs.
tell
I
us.
was
reality.
Though.
It's
being
a
cool till
We
you
gonna
lie.
said
talk
that
You're
fuck
reality
shit.
here.
lying.
Okay, but hold
Let's
on for the
talk
sake
reality here.
the sake of quality. Come on, just let him get it off.
One at
Let
a
him get it
time,
off.
Yeah,
please.
I was
yeah,
cool
One
till he
at a
yeah,
said
time.
y'all.
that bullshit. Fuck,
It's just
man.
me on here.
What you
Y'all gonna
talking
have
about?
y'all time to kill what I say. You got your fan
Yeah,
base down
because
there. I'm up
we
here.
don't want people to only hear one side of it. You know what I'm saying? He ain't here by
And,
himself, so
and Mo,
we gotta let him get his shit off.
Give me
He ain't here
sources.
by
and I
himself because the rest of
and
his
I
homies are
respect that.
scared to
I
come up
respect that,
there and
Mo.
fuck with us.
And
Let's
stuff.
keep it 100.
Let them talk, but give me some
No,
sources.
no,
I don't want to just hear your feelings
I
no
actually
more. Give me
came up
some
here for
sources.
some dialogue, I actually
Who
came up
agrees
here
with
for
what
some
you talking
dialogue.
about? Who agrees with your theory, Mo? Give me the doctors who agree with your theory.
What you talking
Who,
about?
me?
Just
Mo. I mean, not Mo. Godly.
Godly?
My fault, fam. I'm a little
bro,
fired up right now after that bullshit he just said. I
God damn.
apologize, Mo. I
You
apologize.
swing
I
that shit this
apologize.
way.
Godly.
hey,
Give me
Mo,
the
but
doctors. Give me the
I
doctors
understand.
who
I
agree with the
understand it,
out
Mo.
of
I
America
understand.
theory.
Mo share
Man,
the
look,
same
give me the
One
doctors
at a
who
Mo
agree
time,
with
share
the
the
please.
out of
same
One at a
America
phenotype I
time.
theory,
got, so
godly.
I
Give me
can
your
see you getting this
sources.
mixed up.
My fault. My fault,
Hey,
fam. Give me your
just
sources,
be quiet,
godly.
bro. Don't ask me about no sources because all your
Give me
sources
your
is based on
no. Give me
people.
your
It's
sources,
based
bruh.
on Africans
Give me
and
your
Europeans,
sources.
dog. Africans and Europeans. I gave you my sources. My grandparents are
Who?
my sources. My family is my sources. But the governmental records are my sources, bro. They changed our identity for a reason, bro. They
So the
made us
same
become
government.
African American for a reason. They changed us
Give me
they
no, no,
changed us
no,
into
no, no,
African
no, no,
American
no,
for
no,
a
no, no,
reason.
no. You
Hey
saying
man,
that this out of
hey,
America theory is
just let me
backed
rock,
up
just,
by science, right?
just let me rock, just let me rock,
You
man.
saying
We heard
no,
you, bro.
no, no, no,
We
no,
know.
bruh.
We can
Don't
look at
talk
your
to me in
picture
a
and
soft
tell.
voice
We
while
can
you
look at your
lying to
picture and
me.
tell
Give me
what
your
part of
source.
you is screaming. screaming.
Give me the
We can look
source.
at your picture and tell what part of you is screaming, dog. We know
Give
you're
me
African.
your
You are an
source,
African. I am
bruh.
not,
Give
bro.
me your source.
We have two different phenotypes. We
Okay,
have
look,
two
bro. Let's
different
stop.
historical.
Stop. You just got
Give
mad
me the
because
source.
you said she was taking a jab at you or something, and you just did it to him. Talking about we know
How am
what
I?
part of you
Hold on, hold
screaming
on, hold
right
on,
now.
son. I promise you, I ain't taking no jab. I'm spitting facts. His phenotype is different than
No, you
mine. If
took a
you look at
jab
his
when
No,
you
no,
phenotype,
no,
you
no.
did that
if
We
you
ain't
weather
look,
talking
we
about.
trying
We're
to
not
feed
talking. We're
Africa
not
shit.
playing games.
That was a
We're not
so
talking
it's
jab.
about
something
no
wrong with him or
phenotype.
something.
You said what part of him is screaming out
So,
right now is
so let's
African.
not talk about anthropology or science then. Let's not talk about anthropology or science then at
Hey, I
all.
got
Then
one
if
for you
that's
real
not a
quick,
facet of
brother.
science.
Hey, I got
If,
The
one.
hold
anthropology
on, bro,
don't
because
agree
I
with your
can't even get
theory.
the point across. Y'all got y'all chance, bro. I ain't got nothing else going on today. Y'all got y'all
Okay,
chance.
no, we can talk about
I'm gonna get
anthropology.
my
We
thoughts
can talk
out
about
there.
anthropology. We can talk
Wait,
about
listen.
Hey,
anthropology.
Hold
bro,
on,
Name the anthropologist that
there is
agrees with
no
the
everybody,
out of
greater
America theory.
information.
look.
Name the
There's no greater
anthropologist
information.
that agrees with the out of America theory. Name one.
They all European controlled theories, dog. Why would they want to tell us we out of America when they
You just
know
said
telling us and
no. You
teaching
just
us
said
that
we
we from?
can't talk
If
about
Justin, hold on,
why
bro.
anthropology.
would why
Hold on,
why
bro.
why
So
would
you ain't
they
got
why
one
would they
Bro,
agree with
anthropologist,
that
not
science?
one.
bro, you hold on
I
real
mean,
quick.
they've been analyzed and all
Listen,
type of stuff. The
Dolly,
ones that have.
Dolly, just shut down real quick. Listen, you cannot do this. We know this. We know that. You have to bring information to the table
No,
to
I'm not
stand
bringing. Hey,
on.
hey, son, that ain't what I do. As you see, we bring up so much evidence, they got to get rid of us off the
No, that's not
platform. That's
we.
how dangerous
We're
we
not
are.
doing that.
This
You
out of
not
African
dangerous.
thing
You
right
not
here,
able
Bro,
to
right in
you
prove
line with
gotta
their
let
nothing
me
you
right.
talking
talk.
about. How are you dangerous?
These, hey, man, won't you just shut the hell up, bro, and listen sometimes, Jesse? We know you proud
Something.
African, bro. Let
I will
somebody else
listen
speak.
when you show me some doctors
Hey,
who
bro,
say what you saying.
but don't listen. Put some cotton in your ear. Put some dirt in your ear, or something, bro.
No,
Let
no,
somebody
no,
else
no,
speak.
no, bro. You got
Okay,
to come
wait,
with facts
listen.
and evidence.
Chris,
You
Golly,
can't just say
golly,
shit
listen,
because you
bro.
Chris,
feel
Hey,
like it.
man.
Golly, listen.
Hey,
Where the
man.
facts? Where's the
If
evidence?
Jetson gives you
Hey, man,
doctors that's
evidence. I
backing
am the
up his,
evidence.
oh my fucking God, this is what I'm talking about, bro. You always want to come up here, but you don't let nobody else talk. If Jetson is
Me?
bringing, yes, you always cut everybody
I
off.
don't
Just
care about
listen.
that sign. Y'all
Just
care
shut
about that,
down.
bro.
Shut
Y'all
down
care
real
about
quick.
that.
I'm gonna give it back to you when I'm done.
Go
If
ahead. Go
Jetson
ahead, bro.
has doctors and people that are in the field of studying this stuff, backing up his statements, you have to do the same thing, bro. You can't just say,
No, I
"Oh,
don't. No, I
we
don't.
can't trust what the Europeans are saying." You have to bring information to refute what
No,
he's
I don't.
coming with you with, bro. That's how the game works. You can't say, "I don't believe it because my mama said." You can't do that.
Bro, bro, if y'all sitting up here on this platform and think that y'all are so intelligent because y'all speaking European words, talking about a European created science and Europeanized evidence to prove something
Europeans did
over here,
not
and that's
create
supposed to
Dr.
discount what
Renoka
science.
I'm
Rashid.
saying.
Hold
There's
on,
well,
no
hold
well,
on,
way.
some
fam.
of
Hey,
us are
hey,
Hold on.
just
there's
trying to
no way.
Please
accommodate
let
Listen
me
to it.
everyone
rebuttal
else.
back.
So
There's
speak to
I'm
me
gonna
in
let
my
Justin.
language.
I'm about
I'm
to
gonna shut
let
up.
there's
Justin
no
take the floor because you know what,
There-
Golly,
There's no
Justin,
now. Let me finish
bro,
my statement.
listen.
I'm gonna let y'all have the floor completely, bro. Just let me have my little say over here, bro. Because I'm tired. This what you call it, bro.
And then you gonna
Y'all the
run.
one that
Then you gonna
uphold
run when I'm trying to.
these
Then you gonna
Let
run.
Europeanized
us have the
ideas and
floor.
concepts.
Let us have the floor. How
No, I
you
said
let?
different. I said
Oh, all
different.
right.
I
My
said
bad.
what I
Okay, let
mean
me
is I'm gonna
address that.
remove
Let me
myself
address that before
from
you
your
run up out of the
platform. Ain't
conversation
nothing
like
to
you
address.
always do.
Bro,
Let me address
you
that
saying the
before you
same
run up out
thing.
of the conversation like you always
Everybody on
do.
this platform
Dr.
and heard
Renoko
everything you just
Rashidi
Hold
is
said.
not a
up.
Y'all talk about
European.
it every day.
Stop talking
You talk
Dr.
over
about it
him,
every
Renoko
day.
fam.
Rashidi is not a
But my
European.
point is,
And he went
guys,
all over
my
this
I
point is
planet
what
can't hear
everybody else
shit
saying.
documenting the
y'all
indigenous
saying.
people.
I
All
cannot
over
hear
the
what y'all
planet. He
saying,
went
bro.
to every country on this planet and
Oh,
documented who the
you've been in here
indigenous
the whole
people
time.
was.
You know who
He is
cut you
not a
off, man. You
European.
know who cut you off, man.
Dr. Ivan Van Sertima is not a European. Dr. John
I
Henry
just want
Clark is
everybody
not a
to take their
European.
pick and
Dr.
discriminate.
Jacob
Yo,
Golly,
Ben
you
Yakin
gotta
is
Can't
not a
shut
can't
up
yo,
and
remove
let
European.
it
him
Dr.
talk,
and take
David
bro.
that off
Imhotep is
speaker.
not a European, bruh.
Jetson, we gotta wait. Look, only talk when nobody else is talking. If somebody cut you off, just wait and start over because I can't hear what y'all saying.
Not at
I
all.
can't hear Golly when you cutting him. I can't hear Jetson when you cutting him. And
You right.
y'all got
My
to
fault.
start
My
off.
fault.
One person has to stop cutting the other person so you can keep calling them out. If
Golly,
y'all both do it, it's gonna keep going back and forth. Just
As
let.
long as he gonna stick around and listen to my rebuttal and not run
Hey,
off
I
like
ain't
he
got no
always
problem. Hey,
do.
that's what I told you I'm here for. But you ain't gonna give yourself a chance to get a rebuttal because
Okay,
you're
Go
gonna
ahead,
cut
okay.
rock
me
So
out,
off
let's
every
fam.
go.
time
So
you
Cause
let's.
ain't
get
nothing
triggered
you
about
can
something I say.
ain't nothing you can say that I ain't got a rebuttal to. So
Okay,
go
so
ahead, rock out.
let Jet. Listen,
Bro,
hold on. So let Jetson go, and then go on the Indigo, and then it goes down to Ugali, and then so on and so forth.
That's
He
cool.
keeps saying, okay, I got the
respectfully.
floor, right? He keeps saying that everything I'm coming with is from European sources. Dr. Minoko Rashidi went all over this planet documenting the indigenous people of every landmass on this planet. That was his life mission before he left here. You are extremely disrespectful to shit on that man's life work when he documented them, took pictures of it with them, had conversations with them. Over here too, bruh. And you just completely ignoring what he spent his whole life doing. Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, Dr. Shane Anthony Diop, Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen. Today we got Dr. David M. Hotep. I got doctors. We can go to geneticists, Dr. Clyde Winters. But
Dr.
y'all just
Amos
completely
Wilson.
ignore. No, but y'all completely ignore what they say. And they all said that life started in Africa before any other people who we can classify racially showed up on this landmass. Those Africans had transmigrated this planet. So they were everywhere, bruh. So I'm not gonna use Aboriginal because of what the Queen just said. I didn't know that. I learned a little bit something too. But the indigenous people of every landmass on this planet were Africans. Period. Because at the time when everybody else showed up, there was nothing on the planet but Africans. That's where life started. And unless you can show me a doctor who says otherwise, y'all keep saying it's debunked. You keep saying it's pseudoscience and
Let's get
going with your
repeating the
feelings
same thing.
because
Can we
my
move on to
creepy
the next
uncle
person?
told me.
Get
Told me
repeating
Golly,
the
it's
just
same
not
stop
just
thing.
Let
cutting
him
me
cutting you
off,
finish,
off,
bro. We let
Golly.
you talk. We let you
I'm
talk.
just
We
requesting
let
that
you
we
talk
move it
until
on,
you
It's
guys,
speak.
not
because he's
just
We
talking
cutting
let
the
you
short
talk,
cloth.
fam. We let you
Golly,
talk.
write it
And
Make
like
down,
I
sense,
bro.
bro.
Just
said,
write it
like I
down.
said, until you
Just
can
write it
show me
down.
somebody, until you can show me the anthropology, the genetic work, until you can show me the archaeology and the historians that say different, I'm not gonna believe what the fuck your uncle told you. And I don't give a damn how you feel about it. It's just that simple. People have put their damn hands in the dirt, did the anthropology, did the science, and they have laid it out for us, fam. And I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about black people. So stop disrespecting my ancestors because they came from Africa. Yes, I can acknowledge my indigenous heritage in America because my people were here first.
You
I'm Choctaw.
disrespecting mine, bro.
Choctaw, however you want to say it. You know what I'm saying? My people were here before those Mongolians or those Europeans showed up. But I'm not going to disrespect where my ancestors came from just because it makes me feel good. I don't give a damn what your mama told you. Now, until you can show me some doctors who agree with your
Bro, you saying the same
thesis,
thing. Let's just
I'm
let it
not
go.
gonna
You
rock
saying the
with it,
same
bro.
thing,
And
and you
that's
being
all it is
disrespectful.
to
Let
it.
her go,
So
bro.
it's
And
You
not
saying
just
the
another
cutting
same
thing,
the
thing.
cloth,
another thing
Golly.
I want to address,
Saying the
that y'all
same thing,
want
bro.
to miss. All our ancestral practices, all our heritage, all our rituals come from Africa. I'm talking about those indigenous tribes. All of our rituals come from Africa. All our spirituality comes from Africa. So when you disrespecting our ancestors, you disrespecting your own spirituality. Let's be 100% about it. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Ah,
And debunk me and
man.
show me a doctor who says something different.
All
Man,
all
just
right,
saying the
Indigo.
same
That's
Come
shit
it.
on,
over and over, man.
let Indigo
Go
rock.
ahead, Indigo.
Put,
I hope
put
you
your
don't do
shit
the
in,
same thing he
Tipton.
doing. Just say the same thing over and over again, man. Show me a doctor.
So this
That's
is
what
also
he.
for the people who believe
Don't
that,
keep saying it until you show me the damn doctor. I'm sorry, Queen. Go
Jetson,
ahead.
Jetson, Jetson. Let him go. Let him go.
You did good, King. It's all good.
So pretty much, I get a lot of people ask me about the Aboriginal. You can hear it in the word. Original literally means original. Aboriginal means not original too. So that's why Australians, even on this app, keep telling people, do not call me Aboriginal. I'm not. I am Twi or I am Ta. I am literally part of the tribe that I am from, not Aboriginal. It's disrespectful. It sounds dumb also when you're trying to claim indigeneity and call yourself Aboriginal. It sounds goofy when you know the actual distinction of it. But then again, y'all don't believe in science. So even if you do not believe in science and you go and Google the word Aboriginal, you're going to see that the Aboriginal term is exactly what the European put in there. But if you Google why Aboriginal is not the right term to use, you will find a lot of documentation about why it is wrong to use the term Aboriginal for trying to claim that you are indigenous to a specific place. Africans are indigenous to almost every part of this globe. That's how it is. It just is what it is because we all know where was the first landmass to actually erupt from the waters. We know that. There's proof of it, scientific proof. And I get it, maybe you don't believe in scientific proof, but yeah, you can speak to elders also in Africa who will tell you where the actual landmass that erupted from the waters was, and if you try to correlate it with science, it's going to be the same place. The same place. I don't understand why you want to be Indian. You're not Indian. You don't look Indian. You will never be Indian because Indians are found in India. Even the Native Americans that you speak about, they don't look Indian to me. They don't look indigenous or whatever you want to call it, because I know as an African person, I'm indigenous in general. When I talk about indigenous people, I'm talking about myself. But, you know, here in America, the only indigenous people are the people who got them Asian eyes and stuff like that. Whatever. Claim that. It's cool. But at the end of the day, you're claiming something that is not of you. You guys also believe a lot in Pangea. Have you guys even researched
Oh,
the
laugh my
truth?
ass off.
Have y'all researched the truth about the ice, the ice sheet? You know what I mean? You know that whole thing where the whole world was ice and except Africa, etc., and how people
Yep.
started
Yeah.
changing in DNA or whatever. Because a lot of y'all also
Africa and
believe in
Brazil.
the what is it? The Eve gene. Ain't no Eve gene. It's literally just a concept
Oh,
theory that has never been proven. I watched a 6-hour debate by scientists of an Eve gene. They couldn't even get to a conclusion of it. Because there is no conclusion to the Eve gene, because even the bones that they found could have lived with other bones that they found, could have lived with other bones that were not found. There are no actual proofs to there being an Eve gene, because black women would be actually giving birth to different kinds of races today. We don't give birth to other races besides people living with albinism.
That's
That's
not how.
it. There is no Eve gene. There is no, we
That's
did not create these other races.
just
We are
don't
black.
debunk your own
They
people,
are
man. Go ahead, let it go.
they are Neanderthal, they are Dravidian, they are Denisovan. There is nothing about Denisovan, Dravidian, or Neanderthal that is anything close to being a black person. Nothing. Nothing about it. Because the fact that you cannot actually give birth to them today, in the last 100 years, in the last 200, 300, 400, 500, 1,000 years, there has not been a birth from a black person, because a lot of people will like to share the woman who the Nigerian woman who gave birth to a white person and a black person. It was a hoax. Only African people knew that it was a hoax. It wasn't even real.
That's
Literally.
respectfully, Queen. That's not how our ancestors said the rest of these people came
Oh
into
no, it's on
existence.
godly.
Oh,
It's on godly.
I'm
It's on
talking
godly.
based off of my South African Bantu system of life.
Hmm.
We are literally taught it is not real. We are taught it, and I've researched it. I researched it so many times because I wanted to figure out how was it incorrect. You need to also go and look into it. It's not real. There could have been bones living at the same time as the person that they actually checked to be the Eve gene. They did not come from us. They did not.
Exactly, Queen. And if
Hold
you
on,
look at what our ancestors said,
Jetson. Godly is doing good,
I
bro.
gotta
Hold
write
on,
that
you gotta
down
let
because
him
I gotta
go.
address that. I
You gotta
gotta
let him
address
rock
that.
because he's
You
been
right.
quiet.
You
He's
right.
been
I'm
quiet.
sorry. You
Let him
right.
rock.
I apologize.
It's
I get
not
fired
loud
up
and wrong. I
sometimes.
promise you. You guys, also, it is very necessary to actually, before you say something is
And
wrong,
Indigo,
actually go and do your individual
you're taking
research.
my time to address the chat,
Hold on.
Indigo.
Oh,
You're
well, I
taking my
wasn't
time
done
to address
speaking.
the chat. Okay, all right. Well, just stay on point because you was
Yeah.
addressing the chat then.
Well, I
Because I'm
don't know.
waiting.
I don't know if she was
I'm
done
not
or
even.
if Jetson cut her off. I don't know if she was done.
Yeah, I ain't trying
I'm
to cut
I'm
her
Okay.
off.
I'm
I
I'm,
ain't
I'm
trying to cut her
quiet.
off, but I want her to
But
stay
if you
focused on what
guys,
she's saying
so
and
what
don't
I'm
worry about
trying
the
to
chat.
say is, before you actually say something is wrong, actually go and do research about it. Maybe take a week to actually digest the research. And if you guys actually read a book called Destruction of Black Civilization that was literally written by an African American man called Chancellor Williams, who went to almost every region in Africa to go and find out the truth about his people, you will actually understand what I'm talking about. The Eve gene is not real. There is no such thing as the Eve gene, because it would still be biblical. It would still be biblical. There is nothing
Did you say
about the Eve
biblical?
gene that goes and correlates to the
Right.
original
That's what
black
she said.
people. So going back to myself, I
Did you
am
say
a
biblical,
DNA, I
Queen?
am a descendant.
Yeah,
Huh?
that's what she said.
I'm not trying to cut you off.
Yeah,
Did
she
you
said
say
biblical.
biblical?
Yeah,
You
it
said it
would
would
still
still
go
be
back to
Mm-hmm.
being
biblical.
biblical. Yes, that's what our people say. So
Mm,
basically,
okay.
if you go into, for instance, where I'm from, I'm South African. I am part of the Kwe and Kam people, right? Who are the what people would call the Khoisan. I'm part of the
Mm-hmm.
Kwen people, and I'm part of the Bantu, and I'm part of the Twa. The Twa meaning the abattoir, the Twa meaning the pygmies, what
The
people would call the
original people.
pygmies. I am part of those
That's
people.
it.
That's in my DNA. Those
Mm-hmm.
people, our ancestral stories, always align with the science, as well as Machalisberg, the specific cave where we were literally taken to as young children to go and research who were the oldest beings. The Eve
That's why.
gene isn't real. It's not real. It's a myth, and it's a theory based off of a white person who thought somehow that they could
Mm-hmm.
go back and trace their lineage
Everything
to
is
Africa.
based off of white,
It's got
I
nothing
agree.
so-called
to do
white
with
person.
us.
I agree.
It, yes, it's got nothing to do with us. Africans populated the entire globe. Africans populated the entire globe, which is why you will find Africans who look like us as African people, Bantu people, Kwe people, Kam people, Abattoir people, who are literally in Asia called the Sentinels, the Amandis, the Jarawa,
Mm-hmm.
the Boku. You will find them in Asia who look like us, who don't look like who? The Asians that you see today. The Asians that you see today with the slanted eyes, they don't look
Mm-hmm.
like them. Literally. Because they are still our people. We know how to tell our people.
You damn
The
right.
way things are going right now, it's almost like people are trying to claim an identity of people who existed later on. That's what godly sounds like. Godly
Can y'all get
literally
the
sounds
lights
like
up?
people who are trying to claim people who came after you. You're saying that they're ignoring the people who came after you, the indigenous, the Native American. Why are you giving credit continuously? Us as black people, we've become the gatekeepers of the oppressors. That's what I've seen. We literally gatekeep
Oh,
their actual indoctrination, their indoctrination tools.
Indigo, respectfully, we here for a minute. I ain't going nowhere. So y'all, you can save some of it to get it off because I done forgot my rebuttals and all type of stuff at this point. I'm trying to be respectful, to
You
what's
did good
going on,
though.
man.
You did good.
You held it back.
Hey, just
Go ahead,
and
man. Burn it
again,
up. Burn it up, bro. Burn it up.
I'm I'm gonna try to keep it as short as I can, man, because I don't want nobody to be subject to what I was just subject to. But I know a lot of people is gonna discount what I say because these are things that I'm telling them from the people who've passed these things down to me. Which, if you look at any time in history before these Europeans and the rest of the world who's following these ideologies and different things that they've created, these scientists, that's how we pass information down.
Mm-hmm.
There's no more credible information in your existence than the ones that's been passed down to you through your relatives. We in this position now because we've given so much power and so much control to people who are enemies to us. Their very existence is to remove us from who we truly are. When we talk on these platforms, let's move away from all this science and all this stuff and let's start dealing with logics. If you
Y'all don't
put
deal with logic, bro.
if
Stop
you
that.
put if you put you put people from the continent of African person by person next to people that descend from this continent. We're more athletic, we're more flexible, we're just more of anything that it comes to when it comes to doing anything physical in nature. If you look at sports today, we dominate these sports on a whole nother level. You can't even find a handful of Africans that can do the things that we do on a regular, on a daily day basis. So
Mm-hmm.
that should tell you somewhere that we are some different in some capacity. And when my ancestors, when they say that we have the same cultures, right? These Europeans had traveled all over the world. They had ran up and down through Africa, all throughout history. But when they came to this landmass, they said that we were the closest things that they've ever met to the people of God. So that tells you that there was some difference between us. You look at us today. If you go to a hair salon or wherever you go where there's a bunch of Africans at, you can tell that they are different people than what you are. When they tell their stories and they talk about what their ancestors talk about, their ancestors don't mention to them anything about a slave trade. Which, if you understand being from this continent, that's the story that they tell us our origin is from. So even from the
Mm-hmm.
onset, they have been lying to us. So for a person to get on this platform, To be from her tribe, she mentioned several times, and I know she got fans on here. But whatever her tribe has passed down to her is significant. But when I say what my tribal people have passed down to me, it's irrelevant. Y'all don't see the level of disrespect this is over here.
No, we
Because
didn't
I
say
know
that,
coming up,
bro.
because I
At
know coming
all.
up, the elder. It used to be a time when the elders in your family was held to high regards, until the Europeans removed that with their education system.
No,
The one that they created to remove our heritage and cultures. The very things that y'all believe in to this day and y'all hold hell bent hell high to it.
Mm.
They dug in those mounds. They've dug up bones and removed them from here. They blew off faces of pyramids and different things here and artifacts. They've done all this thing through wars. And then they put people up in front of us when you go look at the records, and you can see that they removed our identity from who we were and changed us to what we are, we end up today. Then you want to talk about like you're so bright. It's dumb for you to say aboriginal, but you on the platform calling people black. I guess you don't know what that definition is. You on the platform referring to people from here as African American. I guess you don't know what that term means. None of it exists. But you used it on us, and then you turn around and say you want to remove something else that the European created. But you use their science, you use their information, and you use everything, and you hold it to high regards like that, give you some type of substantial knowing over somebody else. You think I ain't been into those books? I started off searching Africa because I thought we was from there. But I can't discount what my grandparents told me, what was passed down to them by their parents and grandparents and so forth and so on. It's only fools will go anywhere in life and take their enemy's word to validate or invalidate the things that's been passed down through their family for generations. And I sit up here and I do it, and I have these conversations from a place of love, not just to have fun, because I know it's minds out there that's going to get it. You have to research your own history. I made that point about Jessen's phenotype because you can see his relations to what he's saying he is over there. I don't
That's what I
ignore it.
am.
Just like you can see my relations to where I'm from. We are two different people, bro. Not saying we can't be distant related, but it's an ignorant argument when we start to talk about origins. Because if you got people that's your enemy is promoting and upholding a certain origin, and then the other one they destroying everything they can, even removing great people, great knowledgeable people off the platform because they say it's dangerous because they're telling too much truth. They don't fear nothing but the people who originated from this land waking up and understanding who they are. And you guys are helping with so-called indigenous erasure. When you have an African on the platform, well, sorry, wherever you're
Bruh.
from, I'm gonna use the word African. I don't mean
okay, now
disrespect.
it's
Hey,
my
And I'm
you
gonna,
turn
seem
to
I'm gonna
mad.
talk.
close with this.
You seem
I'm gonna
mad
close.
No,
I'm
about
gonna
no,
this.
close. I'm
stop.
gonna
It's
close
my
with this.
turn to talk.
I'm
Because
gonna
he
shut
keeps
up.
talking
My
about
fault.
this division. He keeps talking about
Mm.
division and we this and that, and we taking the European information, bro. Majority of the cats you follow on this app that claim to be indigenous, just like you, use the same European information to push their narrative. And then when we go back into the book that y'all reading to try to prove y'all narrative, we see that these motherfuckers is talking about African people. And y'all not being
Exactly.
them. So if we using European information, y'all using the same information because all we do is go to y'all books that y'all use to try to prove y'all claim and debunk the shit out of that.
And actually fucking read
So,
them. That's the
hey, but the
problem.
funny
We
thing
actually
is,
Yeah,
read
so
the
but the,
damn
but
books
the
while
problem
y'all
is,
because
don't.
I'm not gonna get no
if
dialogue. I
if
just want to
if
say this,
you're
sudden.
so
This is
mad about
you're not
me as an
talking to
African
you're not
being on
you're
the
Hold
not
panel
I'm
right
not
now,
mad about
I'm
being
gonna wait till my
African.
turn because
What
I've
I'm
been
listen,
writing
if
this
what
shit
you're
I'm
down.
mad
disappointed
about me as
is
an
is
African
I'm
the
about
being
to
on the
roll
discount of
my
my
Man,
panel,
that's
out.
do
how
you
I feel,
understand
Mm.
man.
that
I'm
I
not
could
mad about nothing.
literally
Mom,
hold on? I
sis,
could literally tell you why
I've
are
dated
you
African
even
women. I've
on
dated
TikTok?
African women. I love
The
all
reason
people.
you're
I've
on
dated African
TikTok
women, but I
right
know we're
now is
different.
because of
I've
children in
dated African
Congo.
women, man. That sound like a white
But
supremacist,
There are
what
boy.
I wanted to say,
children
I know
in
they was
Congo.
gonna
I
chime
Are
in
you
used to
too, but I
is
date
it
wanted to
black
say this,
women.
possible
brother.
for you to literally
When
be
you
on
talk about
TikTok
this
right
Mm.
now?
European information, bro, we talking about this European
We
information, you
supposed
know
to
you
be
got the
moving to
wrong guy.
Portly right now,
I
right? We
speak
supposed to
from
be
my
Yeah,
moving to
hands
Port
yeah.
down, man.
City.
I
But
speak,
y'all
I
gave
speak
us
from
We
my
free
hands
moving
I
on
got
to
down.
the
Port
right
City
but
right
guy.
now.
y'all gave
Was you
us
get,
I
free
was
have
you
the
done,
No, you
right
Godby?
don't.
guy.
y'all
No,
Look
you
gave
at
us
him.
don't.
free
Hold on,
No, you
money.
y'all.
don't.
Hold on,
My
y'all.
Y'all
Because
got
this
guy.
is
an
what they
You
love
issue.
to see black people do.
You got an
Hold on, because
issue
this is
with
what they love to
me
see
being
black people do.
African on
Indigo,
this
Queen,
panel?
Queen, Queen, Indigo. Calm down, calm
Why did
down.
he's got
Because
an
this is
issue
what they
with me being an
hold on,
African on this
beloved. But it's
panel?
not your
Then
turn,
get the
and
fuck
it's
off
not
of
my
TikTok.
Queen. Queen,
Get
I
off
would
of
love to get in
TikTok.
him too right
It
And
now,
is
but it's
Indigo,
not
you
my
Khalid's
turn,
disrespected
time.
my
and it's
ancestors.
not
You
Indigo.
disrespected my
It's
ancestors.
not
I didn't
our
disrespect you.
turn.
Get off the
Yeah.
app.
It's
You
gonna
did
come back.
Indigo,
disrespect
it is
her,
not
bro.
our turn. Hold on,
You said
Queen.
y'all
Get
You
off
people.
gonna
the
have
You
your
app.
turn.
disrespect.
It's
You
on Port City
disrespect
right
people,
now,
and you
right,
don't even
Susan?
remember when you do it.
Yes.
You
Cause
said
this
y'all
Listen,
man
got
it's on
told
y'all
me
Port
that
shit
City,
I
together.
right?
don't look like who I am,
Miss
son. That's
Sue,
the
it's
same
Port City
thing.
That's
I
what
time,
you
right?
understand that
said,
you
bro.
speaking
Hold
for
on. Let's
marriage.
keep
You
this
said
thing
I
going
y'all
because
understand
I'm
got
that
gonna
this
this
your
roast his
marriage.
ass.
generation up here that's
It's on Port City
disrespectful.
right now,
So
right?
I can
Let
be
Port City go.
disrespected. I can be disrespected, but I can't state facts.
No, you good. You
Fact is
good,
that you're
bro. It's on
using
Port City
TikTok right
now.
now while
Would
there's
you
Congolese children
Indigo,
in there. So it's
Queen,
possible for
keep
you
your
to even be
composure.
on this
Keep
app.
your composure. It's coming back to you, I promise.
You
It's
don't
on
need to be
Port
on
City
this
right
act
now, right, Miss Sue?
Indigo.
Susan, it's on Port City
Hold
right
on,
now, right?
Congolese
let me get this
children
out real
are
quick. Hey
in
y'all, let me get
Let
this out.
Port City
caves
rock out,
in
y'all. Come
mines
on, let's
right
be
now for you
respectful,
to be on
family.
TikTok.
Let's be
And
respectful. Let's
Indigo,
be respectful.
you
He
the
said
only
what
one
he
that's
had to
on it.
say.
You guys are the only one on the platform trying to make people not exist who telling
He
you who
said
they
what
are.
he
You
had to
I
said,
say,
don't.
and,
why
and
I
it's
aren't
have
Port
not
City
why
once
aren't
turn.
we
said that
African?
she's
Come
Why
not
on,
what
aren't
she
y'all.
we
she's
Man,
not
African?
what she
oh,
say
Why
she
not?
goodness,
is.
people.
The whole narrative of y'all that y'all pushing is that I'm not who I say I am.
I don't care what you
Stop.
say you are.
Well, y'all stop talking so I can get this out. Because y'all doing this personal back and forth, and everybody's not getting a turn. Now, you talking about she's doing something. Y'all do the same shit. Y'all keep telling people we not African. And then when we get up here and start talking, y'all come up here and be like, I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm talking about me and my lineage. And the more we talk to y'all for the rest of the day, that shit starts coming back out. We not African. We not African. We're not African. So if y'all doing erasure, and then y'all claim we doing erasure. So now everybody's doing erasure. You can't just say, oh, y'all erasing us. Y'all erasing the true indigenous people when y'all erasing the African American people who was brought over here to a transatlantic slave trade by saying, no, that didn't happen, it's fake. Nat Turner's fake, Harriet Tubman's fake, the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen. Oh, it did happen. It happened in reverse, though.
Or we signed up
Right?
for it or some shit.
Y'all, so that's what it is. Y'all do this. Y'all talk mad shit, and then y'all play victim when we start putting our foot on your throat because y'all can't handle the information. We just told you when you were trying to argue with my boy Jetson to bring your information to the table, and you started talking about personal shit. I don't care what your mama said. I don't care what daddy said. I don't care what great grandma said. I care about the information and the scholars that you have to present your case of you being who you are to Jackson's case when he has documentation of scholars and people in the field to prove his case. You can't do that. So why are you even trying to talk to that man? He has people in the scholarly field to back up his case. You don't have that, right? So there's no reason for you to have a conversation with him. And since you have a problem with Indigo, there's no reason for you to have a conversation with her. So now you can talk to Port City and Mofax.
And can I get this out real quick? We
Go
good?
ahead,
Everybody
bro.
good? We good?
Go
Yeah,
You
ahead,
yeah.
set?
bro.
All right.
Hold
What's up,
on, poor
everybody?
city. Hold on, man, because
Hold on,
this
hold on,
man
Hold
hold
just
on,
on.
you
made
Let
a
gotta
me
let him
statement.
talk.
go.
Let
It's
me
gonna come
talk.
back
I've
around.
been
It's gonna
real
come back
patient,
around.
bro.
Let
You
him.
gotta wait
I
your
Let him
mean,
turn,
it's
go.
not.
right? You gotta wait your turn.
I'm gonna let
Please
him
wait
go,
your
Mo.
turn.
Hold on, I'm gonna
I've
let you
been
go.
waiting patiently.
I just
No,
want to
no,
plead. I
no.
want to
We're gonna
plead
do
my
this in
case to
order.
Mo.
Bro, let me
Mo, what I
talk and
want
you
to
can
plead
get
my
off.
case
Let me
is
talk. I'm
that
gonna talk over you
Bro,
and
you
you
nobody
let
gotta
me
should be
write
talk.
it.
allowed to
I'm
go.
gonna talk over
Mo,
you
I
and
got
you
It's
let
no,
me
I
not
got a
talk.
your
question.
turn,
I got a
Godly.
question. I
Godly,
got
you
a
His
just got
turn.
question
just
I
for
write
you
it
waited
guys.
all
down.
day. I waited all
Godly,
time.
just
I
write it
got a
down real
question,
quick.
bro. That's relevant
I'm
now.
gonna keep
Let me
talking
ask my
until you let me
question. I
finish,
want you
bro.
Just
to ask
write
my
it down
question,
real
bro.
quick, bro.
Like,
Bro,
let
just
me
write
go.
it down.
I'm not waiting for
Write the
you. I waited
question
Bro,
down.
already.
my
I
question is
waited
not pertaining
already.
to the
Give me some
debate.
respect.
It's not pertaining.
Give me
It's not
some
pertaining to the
respect, bro.
information.
Damn.
Just write it down.
Shit, I've
We
been
gonna get
waiting
Bro,
for
back
you
this
to
to it.
man
talk for like 20, 30
just
minutes.
gave a
Let me
personal
talk, bro.
attack to me and then
We
took
Write
go.
on
it
me. Go ahead,
down.
bro.
You
Go
There
can
ahead.
you
get
go.
to it on your turn.
Damn.
Damn. Come on, man.
Shit. All right. All I got to do is talk about this. All right. I think we get something like confused as far as the human species is concerned. We are all part of the damn human species. White people, native people, black people, African people. All right. A species is a group of organisms that can breed and produce viable, fertile offspring. All of us can do that shit with everybody. So all of this, we different people and all of that shit, that is out the window. Well, another thing we get confused with classification. What is our classification? What is our taxonomy? We are from the Homo species. Genus, Homo. Family, hominids. Order, primates. Class, mammal. Phylum, we have fucking backbones, and we're from the animal kingdom. Every damn body on the planet. All right? Now let's get back to haplogroups. Everybody that's listening, everybody that's in this panel, if you take a DNA test right now, your shit gonna come back L1, L2. Our sister Indigo is probably from the oldest L1 group, right? These are all populations that never went out of Africa, family. A lot of people think that we all left Africa. That did not happen. Most of us stayed within the haplogroup of L, L0, L1, and L2. The only haplogroup that left outside of Africa is L3. Everybody look this shit up if you don't believe me. Now, there's different populations of people scattered all across the world. And that's what changed us as far as genetics are concerned. We all break down genetically the same. Now, back to America, right? Because a lot of you guys think that we all originated out of America, and that's cool to have that belief. But what the brothers and sisters are trying to get out of all of y'all is facts and concrete evidence. Now, my question to you is, where are the oldest human remains found at in North America, in South America? And you compare the oldest human remains found at in North America, in South America. And you compare the oldest remains that has ever been discovered in the Americas and compare that to Africa. And you're going to see a stark difference. My second question is, where is the damn King's List in America of a Black civilization? Because that's what we do. We create civilizations. Show me a King's List in America. Concrete. You can go to Nubia. You can go to South Africa, the Zulus. Shout out to the Zulus. You got Songhai Empire, the West African Mali Empire, Ghana, etc. These are strong Black civilizations with the King's List. What about linguistics? We have West African linguistics that carry over from West Africa to Brazil and Central America and the Americas. We have words that come from fucking come from West Africa. The word tote, like a tote bag, is a West African word. Our spiritual belief systems. So again, I'm gonna ask you, where is the oldest bones that we have? And I'm not talking about no 100-million-year-old dirt or no 100-million-year-old stone, because we talked about that. I'm talking about human skeletal remains, modern humans that predate anything that came out of Africa. Until you have that concrete evidence, all this shit is hearsay. And I'm gonna leave it right there.
All right, and that's what we're gonna do because everybody doing good, right? We're gonna reverse it and go back to Godly so he can throw that question to Suiton, and then we're gonna go back up to Jetson.
Wait, but then we're gonna leave more facts out.
Nah, I'm good, man. I want to make sure y'all do this shit right. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead, because if I get in, then I'm gonna start acting a fool too. So Godly, go
I appreciate
ahead.
that.
Throw your question back.
Because they keep removing out my the guys that's engaged with that with the Europeanized information that y'all like to hold to high regards. I don't deal with that. I'm far removed from that. But what I wanted to say to Sutton first before I make my point that I'm about to make is that just because their ideologies lined up with yours don't mean that you're supposed to accept disrespect towards me and then try to point out the fact that I say something that they can deem disrespectful. If they're gonna be respectful, I'm gonna be respectful. I'm a warrior by heart. Even though I love everybody over there, bro, I'm a stand up guy, so I'm gonna stand my ground when stuff is said to me. I'm not running from no conversation or none of that. And that being said, man, respectfully, the mounds are far older than the pyramids. And you ask
We
questions
don't
that
give
you
a
all
fuck about that, bro.
Let them rock out. I'm next, right? Let them rock out. Just let them rock out.
If the mounds are older than the pyramids, then that means there were structures built before the pyramids was. That's just common sense. Then, if you understand what these mounds originated for, there were bones and different things buried up under these mounds. A lot of those things were dug up long before they started educating us in the school system. A lot of ancestral bones and different things were removed, undocumented. They had no documents on them. They'll keep none, but it's just witnesses and accounts that it happened.
Oh, it's hearsay.
So y'all ask, it's not no here. Okay, hearsay, whatever you want to take. It's the information.
I got
It's
you,
been
fam.
said.
I got you. I got you.
You just take my part.
Whether it's hearsay,
Okay, now let me throw
wh-
Jackson.
Let them
Jackson,
finish,
let me throw
y'all.
this out
We
there
got
real
to be
quick. If we
respectful. Let
yeah,
them finish.
what,
Let them
what,
let,
finish. We
let
got
me
to be
throw this out.
respectful. Let
Let me
them
throw
finish.
this out there. Let me throw this out there. Let me throw this out there. If we're talking about mounds, we have to compare them to mounds, right?
Yep.
So if you bring up mounds, then bring up the mounds in Africa and then date them.
Huh?
Hold on, man. Damn,
I
Mo, you
mean,
just
This is
you just
Christ.
killed my whole, bruh.
This is Christ.
You just killed my whole argument. Let him
uh, uh,
finish. You know what I'm
uh, uh,
saying? I want to let him hang himself.
I mean, to me,
Damn, Mo.
to me, honestly, man, all the argument that y'all putting up to me is irrelevant in my eyes because I know who the sources are. I know who removed our ancient information. I know who removed our ancient technology, our ancient cultures, our ancient tongue, everything. So all the information that you guys are spewing and spitting from is from the same people who put themselves in a position to control. So whether it's a African face that's speaking it or it's a European face that's speaking it, it's from the same information source. The reason why I have a strong dislike for science is because science removed what we are connected to. Our relationship, we didn't deal with kings and queens because we descend from the creator. So our beliefs entwines, we're still intertwined with the creators. And if you understand that and understand that about it, you understand that it was a sin for us to produce or create kings. So
Yeah, that's more
y'all
fairy
speak
tale
all
than
these
Man,
y'all speak all these things. Y'all speak all these things from a European given mind. And I respect it because we're great at anything that we put ourselves into to get. But I've removed myself from that understanding, that belief that everything they created is
Uh-huh.
end all be all.
Yep.
It's funny to me that you know that these people control an information, but you still look at the information that they're allowed to be perpetuated around to be end all be all. When you look at these journals that the people who actually explored before they put these things in place, people who was actually documenting their firsthand accounts, they speak of the people that was here that looked like us that didn't outside resemble culture wise, that was totally different from these people that they've seen anywhere else in the world. But y'all sit here today and tell us that I don't care what your mom, your grandmother, what you call it said, and you don't see the disrespect in that. These Europeans have removed us from ourselves so much
Okay,
that we find it
let's not deal with
that that
Europeans right now.
we're
Let's deal with
they
your
have.
oral
Hold
tradition.
hold on, bro. Don't cut me off. Let me get it out. How I
Man,
want
you
to get it
about to
said.
talk for
let him
15
Respectfully.
more minutes,
let
bro.
him
I don't have time for
I'm
that.
not. I'm not
let's
going to
do it.
talk
I
for
Please
15
told
let
more
him
you
finish,
minutes.
when
man. Please
I
I'm
let him
not
first
going to
finish.
started
talk for 15 more
interjecting,
minutes, bro.
you were supposed to
You
bring
gotta
up
land though,
information to do
Godly.
with Jetson's information, and you just
This,
talking more
this,
what you believe. I don't care
You
about
gotta
this is
none of
y'all
land
that
though,
shit.
platform.
Godly.
Because we're talking oral
Land your
This,
tradition,
plane,
what
fam.
your
well,
people
let
told
me,
you.
this is
Show
y'all
me the
platform,
oral
bro. So I'm gonna
tradition.
make this.
Show me
I'm
the
gonna just
oral
finish this
tradition.
last line that I'm
Stop
finna say here.
talking
I'm
while I'm
finna.
talking, bro.
Bro. You just cut. I know you the host, bro, but
I'm
you
the
cut me
host.
off before I
This
can
is
make my
my
point.
shit. I can cut
You
everybody
right.
off on
You
here if
right.
I wanted to.
Right, man. No
Show me the
respectfully,
oral
man. I get it.
traditions of this God that you keep talking about through your history. Or did you get that shit from a fucking book? Real quiet.
Oh, that was a question.
Shit pushing.
Yeah, well,
I
look,
keep
man,
telling you
listen.
guys,
We
man.
just want you to
I
back
keep.
it
I
up.
keep.
Just back
Yo,
up what you saying. That's it.
Hey, I
If
can't.
we
Hey, bro, the people, there's people on this platform. There's people that's been on this platform, Mo, have put this information out over and over. I did this information. I was heavy into the information, man. 10 years ago is what I told y'all. I remove myself because for me to use those European uh, things that they give us means that I have to validate it when you use it. My mind is not lost in that anymore, bro. I'm connected to my people. What my people say is law. Whether you want to
Gotcha.
disrespect it
Gotcha.
and allow other people and people from other backgrounds and other cultures can hold theirs to high
We're
regard,
just running
but
around the
I'm
tree,
supposed
bro.
to dismiss
Answer the
mine.
question. What oral
The
tradition of
point
Hey,
that
this
would you
God?
hold
the
on.
point
Let
that
him finish. Let him finish, fam, because I'm next. Um,
the point
was you
the
done,
point
Godly, or
that I'm trying to make the point that I was making, bro. I'm gonna let y'all have it with this, bro. Let y'all have the flow back with this.
You say you want to go to the store?
We have become a people
You say you want to go
that
to the store?
allow a Europeanized thought process, belief system to discount the ones of our own, the ones that we had. You guys sit on these platforms and will call your ancestors crazy because they were speaking from a knowledge that was passed on to them and not one that's been taught to them. That's the problem that we have. We're two intelligent beings. If you look beings, we are two intelligence of beings. Anything they
mm,
give us, we're gonna master it. We're gonna master it. They know that. That's why they removed that. They removed the respect that we have for our elders. But y'all don't even learn from these other cultures. Indigo is a prime example. She's
hold
not
on?
gonna go against what her
Don't do that,
ancestors
bro.
taught her to validate European stuff. If you listen to the conversation when she was speaking,
Yeah.
she was speaking about what her ancestors said was discounting some of the things that she had been taught.
Yes.
So you guys got to
Right,
understand the
right.
same thing from our standpoint.
I
I'm
And
not
agree.
and
gonna
and I
discount.
fully
Can
agree with
hold
that
on.
because
I've been waiting.
hold on, I
I've
just
been
wanted to
waiting.
say
I've
that
been
I
waiting.
fully agree
No,
with the
but
fact that
Jensen,
he
we
said
we
like
going backwards, so it
European.
is her turn. Go ahead, Indigo. It is your turn, though.
I
Go ahead, it's
I
your
just
turn.
I just
Huh?
feel like at the end of
Wait,
the
what?
day, I do agree with him about the European sentiment of research and stuff because they have always butchered our stuff. At the end of the day, they said the conqueror writes the history, right? So there's a lot of things that I've been taught within my history and stuff like that that you'll never find on Google. You'll never find in research and stuff. And a lot of these books
Hmm.
were written by Europeans. I usually look for black writers and stuff like that. So I also can't discount what he's saying, but I do know for a fact that the people who were in America before the Asian like people who are now there calling themselves indigenous, I know that those people were African. They literally traveled the globe and populated the entire world. That's what I know. That's what I was being taught. I cannot
That's a
discount
fact.
what you've been
See,
taught
look, y'all,
in
this
general,
dude
Oh,
keep
hold on.
hearing my
Can I?
comments
but
talking about
but I
we keep
definitely
Is it my
disrespecting,
turn
but
yet?
this Aboriginal dude keep talking shit about African people. So, like I
yes.
said,
Let him.
if y'all
No,
want
no.
us to respect y'all,
Miss
not
Sue.
talk shit to
Miss
y'all,
Sue.
then
Sue
why are y'all
King.
coming in the comment section talking
Let
shit
him
to us,
hear this
bro?
truth. Let him hear this truth. I'm about to shatter his whole damn reality. Let him hear this truth. He needs to hear it. It's like the queen just said. She's absolutely right. The first people on this planet were Africans, and the first people who transmigrated this planet were Africans. I need y'all to get that through your head for anything else that I'm about to say to make sense. Okay? The canary current flows from Africa to South America and from South America back to Africa. 3 week journey. That's it. Not even a whole damn month. You don't need no sails. You don't need no rope. You don't need no oars. You don't need nothing. All you need to do is catch the Canary Current, and your ass is on a one-way trip to fucking South America from Africa. And if you catch it from South America, you coming straight back to Africa in 3 weeks. Get that through your head first before I say anything else, because without that, nothing else I'm about to say is about to make sense to you. Okay? Yes, they called us Ethiopians when they showed up. They did. It's the truth. You know what I'm saying? But we had been here for at least 100,000 years before these people was even on the planet historically.
Bingo.
That's another thing I need you to understand. Okay. Indigo, you said something about we did not birth them in the Eve gene. I absolutely agree with you, Queen. I
we
absolutely agree with you because our
are not.
ancestors said the same damn thing. Y'all need to go study the Emerald Tablets when they talked about Anu and Lil and Enki. And then you
Bro,
need to
Yes.
go study when they talked about Yakub. So no, we did not birth them, but we're not gonna talk about that on this live because that's
Get
a
your
whole
shit,
nother
Christian.
conversation.
And
Hold
our
on,
Right.
I done wrote all
version,
this
Wait,
shit
our
look,
down. I've been
guys,
version.
hold
waiting.
on,
Queen,
look.
please don't cut me
'Cause
off.
y'all,
Please don't cut me off because I wrote
keeps
all this shit
talking
down
about
and I've been
y'all said
waiting.
Africans in the 90s, bro. So you
Huh?
telling me that the American people over here fed the entire continent of Africa in the 90s?
No,
Is
sir.
that what you
I
That's
saying,
didn't say that.
Governor?
bullshit.
I didn't say the entire
This
They
continent. I
bullshit.
said
specifically
Hold
we
on,
didn't
had
man.
want
we
Let
to.
me
had
let me
we
finish,
had
please,
to
because I
feed
wrote
a
No,
all
he's
this
whole
talking to
down
the
and I've been
nation.
comments,
waiting.
bro.
I
He's
was trying to
referring.
be
He's
respectful.
No,
referring.
I'm talking to this
Hold
nigga up
on.
here
Hey,
because he just put
he's
it in the
talking
Oh,
to a
comment
com.
section. He said
oh,
we
okay,
fed
okay. My
them
fault,
in the
Hope.
90s, and then he
Yeah.
put African. So now he's not saying all of Africa.
So
That
you
So
don't you don't you don't
rephrase your statement.
that's the same thing
so
that
not not
Steve
not to cut-
told me.
not
He
to not
told
to
me
change
that
the
there's
narrative and stop
200
there,
Mm.
y'all.
tribes
He
in
asked me a question.
Africa that
He
were
asked me a
brought from
question.
America.
So I'm gonna ask him a question. So you don't remember in the '90s when there was a push for the people of America to donate and help feed Africa?
See, there
It's
you go
funny
with
how
that
you
dumb shit
disregard the
again.
fact that America was
Bro, you
destabilizing
gotta let
Africa
me talk.
actively.
That was the war in Sudan. That
That
was
was
Hold
in
on, y'all.
nothing.
Wait, damn.
certain particular places in Africa. It wasn't the whole continent of Africa.
Literally.
That's what I'm
I
saying. Y'all
didn't say
get
the
up here
whole
and y'all say
country.
the
And he
strangest shit,
leaving
and
now.
you get mad
He,
because we push
Why
your
did they
shit
need
in.
why did they need us to why did
and
they
then
need
he
us
get
to
in,
feed
They
them?
and then he
did.
leaving
They
out
They
the
don't
part
didn't
need
need
of
us.
to.
how
But
America played
listen,
a part in
shut up and
destabilizing
let me
those
talk.
lands.
Oh my
You
god.
were donating, everybody in America that was donating that money to the so-called let's feed the poor people in Africa, 90% of the motherfuckers ain't get the money. Just
Bingo.
like when you donated the money to Haiti. You remember when everybody donated the
Mm-hmm.
money to Haiti? Haiti didn't see that money.
I agree with that.
Now, see, just what I'm saying. 1 minute you want to trust the fucking Europeans, then the next minute you don't want to trust the fucking Europeans.
Yup.
But the
I
shit
That's
just
don't
it.
fit
made
the
a statement,
narrative,
man.
You
I
right?
picking
just
what
made
you
a
want to
Funny
statement,
part
man.
accept.
about that,
Right?
fam.
You
Hold
want to
on,
accept
y'all.
it now, but look,
Hold
the
on.
European told you you fed
I just
Africa,
made a
right?
point, man.
Shut
I
up.
just
The
made a
Europeans
point.
just told you you fed Africa, and you put this shit in the comment section. But now you don't want us to use the
What I,
European information when it
what
goes
I
against
what
the
I
shit
put
that
in
you're
the
talking about.
comment
That's what
in
I've
What
the
been
is it?
talking
comment is
about.
that
Y'all use the
they were saying
information when
that we
y'all want
needed to
to.
feed Africa. But all you
Yo,
spit is European information.
Get the
the
plunger.
part we
Look,
missing
That's
I'm
all
gonna do
y'all
is
this
spit is
one more
European
time.
information.
The next time I start talking and you start
That's
cutting
all
me
you
the
spit.
fuck up, I'm just gonna drop your ass. Do you understand
It's
that?
your platform. It's your platform, son. It's your platform, bro. That man, look, bro, I'm a guy,
Every
man.
time I start talking, you gotta intersect and say some strange shit. I'm telling you, you cannot use European information when it's at your disposal because it fits your narrative, and then dismiss it when the shit goes against you. You either throw it all in the trash or you keep it all. You can't play tit for tat. No, I'm gonna take 10% over here, I'm gonna take 3% over here, and then I'm gonna create a ball of information and I'm gonna give it to my people. That ain't how the game works, bro. The Europeans told you you fed the Africans, now you just put it in the comment section, but you just said we
Uh,
can't use that information, right? Right? You did say that. So
I
now it's like,
said
oh,
if
Bingo.
y'all the ones
I'm
that
gonna use
use
the
it,
information to attack these motherfuckers. But
I
when
ain't
they
giving no
start
information.
when they
Nothing.
start
I
attacking
just
me with
said,
the information, I'm gonna
hey,
say you can't use it. You can't use the European
you
information. You can't attack me with it, but I can attack you with it. Aha! Yes, I can, because Mama said I got it.
I finished when y'all done.
yeah, you said you just proved
Go
my
ahead,
point for
Jesse.
me. Just like you call yourself debunking what I said, the Europeans made that plain and clear too that we needed to feed the Africans. Whether you want to
Hey,
believe it or
I'm
not,
letting.
it's subjective. It's the same thing about this information that y'all putting out here that's European based, bro. You laughing, y'all
No,
laughing at your
listen.
boy, but I'm laughing too because he just proved my
You
point.
ain't got no
That's why I
information
put
to
it out
stand
there.
on.
Reclaiming my time.
Show me your
But
people.
hey,
Show
I
me the
sent money.
Reclaiming my
indigenous
time.
people
I sent
with the
money.
laugh.
I sent
Shit.
money.
Show me the
I sent
indigenous
money.
black people
Hold
I
on,
sent
with
money.
man.
articles.
Bruh.
Every
Reclaiming my
I
time
sent
time.
I
money.
see y'all go live, y'all pulling up European information to back up that y'all being over here in this land. Y'all don't do nothing
Yep.
that Jackson does. Jackson uses like 2 Europeans. The rest of the motherfuckers he used to prove his point are black. Y'all don't even use that. You just say
So
we can't trust it. We got to use this, and
Jason
this,
is
and
an
y'all pull out
African,
books
Can
bro.
from
I?
Europeans
Can
to
I?
prove that you was over here in this land. They're trying to say, oh
Can,
no, our life
oh
didn't
man.
start in Africa. It started in America. Y'all use your European
My
sources for that.
my
You go to
family
the
still own
European
their land.
websites to use their information to push your shit. Then when y'all come over here, we
My
push your
family still
shit
owns some of
in.
their land, bro.
Can,
They still own some of their land.
am
You
I
said,
good to
do we
go
have
now,
children?
y'all?
Man, my family still own
Hold
their
on. I
land.
got you.
Am I
I
good to
got you,
go now,
Jetson. Hold
y'all?
on. Hold on. Jetson, hold on real quick. I want to try to bring it back around because I think Golly may have forgot. What you're holding on to is that they are destroying information, right? Forget the bones. You're not going to produce those bones. That's by your own word because they destroyed it, right?
No,
So we at
I'm not.
least
I'm
need
not saying it's
evidence.
gonna be.
Hold on, because I'm just trying to put this out there so that we know, so we can try to come back to like some common area, right? We at least need proof from somebody that's not a European, because all of the sources I've seen, they're Europeans who said that they are covering up bones and destroying evidence, right? We need somebody who's not a European that said that they had these artifacts, these kings lists, this culture, language, whatever, papyrus, animal skin with writing on it, with history or whatever, and it was destroyed. Just give us the evidence that you have behind that. Not right now when it gets back to you. I just want to try to bring it back because that's all you really have to prove. You don't even need bones. Your job is easy. Just show us that they're destroying it. But go ahead, let Jetson finish because we all cut him off.
Okay. I think at that point I was addressing Indigo when she said we did not birth them and that the Eve gene is not real. Um, there is some evidence to back that up. If you look at the Emerald tablets, it talks about how the genetic material that made us in Africa, you know what I'm saying, when they talk about who is it, Newton's evolution theory or whatever, right? Um, not Newton, whatever. When they talk about the evolution theory, they always talk about how something happened so that Africans don't have the Neanderthal genetics. And that's explained very clearly in the Emerald tablets when they said that the Anunnaki infused, but that's a whole nother lie. Darwin, thank you. That the Anunnaki infused the genetic
Y'all talking
material
to
with
the
their own
Africans.
material, Enki, Enlil, Anu, all that story, right? So then we move down the timeline, those people still evolving in the way that they evolving, and then you have the story of
Anika,
Yaakov.
Anika.
I just wanted to address that real quick. Then
Say
he
something.
said, I'm gonna get back to what Godly was. Damn, who is that?
Golly.
I'm gonna get back to what Godly was saying when he
Jetson,
was
your
like,
mic is messing up.
let me cut this.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna get back to what Godly was saying when he was like when he was like, I'm using white scholars. White supremacy has no benefit in saying that black people were first. White supremacy has no benefit in saying that Africans were the first people on the planet. That is not something that they would want to reveal to us. If they could, they would love to say that they are the first people on the planet. But genetics just and science just don't back them up. You know what I'm saying? So they have no way of saying that. They have no benefit in saying that. And another thing, I appreciate you for saying that in the suit that I don't use white scholars. The only time I present white scholars, and there's only been a couple times, but the only times I present these white scholars is when people keep coming at me for saying I'm too Afrocentric. Because I always come with black scholars. I always come with black anthropologists. I always come with black geneticists and everything else. Always just to prove a point to my people that we have our own scientists who are doing this work. You know what I'm saying? I don't just take their word for it. I take my people word for it. Anybody who been rocking out with me for any amount of time know I'm B1 first. I don't man, what the fuck I look like going around trusting them on my history? Come on, bruh. That's just not how I move. And golly, I think you know better than that to say that to me at this point. Mounds are older than pyramids, bruh. Mounds are the early evolution of pyramids, and I don't know who it was, but they took my whole thunder when I said, "Don't nobody ever point out the mounds that's in Africa." Nobody ever point those mounds out that's in Africa. And when you talk about the pyramids that's in America, especially in Mesoamerica, those are step pyramids. Who is the first person to make a step pyramid? That would be Imhotep in Kemet or Africa. So where did they get that technology from? Don't nobody want to point that out though. You know what I'm saying? That's a dagger in that whole conversation. Sin, but we have Euro minds. I don't have a Eurocentric mind. Godly, you've had enough conversations with me to know at this point that I don't have a Eurocentric mind at all, but I do have a scientific mind. I do believe in chronological order. I don't just say some shit that make me feel good. I go with what the scientists say. You know what I'm saying? I go with what the facts say. I go with what the damn evidence says. And we have no evidence to prove that life evolved in Africa. I mean, in America. You don't find any early hominins outside of Africa, not one. The earliest hominin you find outside of Africa is Homo erectus. And if you look at the Sumerian text and the Emerald tablets, then you can see that that's when we had that interaction with the Anunnaki in the first place, which gave us that 9 DNA strand that we were just talking about a minute ago. But that's a whole nother conversation that I don't want to get into right now. You know what I'm saying? Because then we talking about some extraterrestrial shit, but I'm just gonna keep it on this planet, bro. You have no evidence to prove that life evolved outside of Africa. None. Period. And when we get into this conversation, and I ask people to produce their doctors, and I ask people to produce their evidence, and I ask you to produce any type of evidence that backs up your theory, it's all no, that's Eurocentric, and they destroying this and they destroying that. They destroyed the evidence in Africa too. You think they didn't? Look at the Sphinx. Why it ain't got a nose no more? You think they wasn't destroying the damn evidence? It's just that the evidence is so overwhelming that they can't deny it at this point. So I'm trying to, I'm asking for you to show me something that may debunk my theory. But at this point, none of you have been able to show me something that debunks my theory. Not these brothers who say that life started in America, and not these motherfuckers who say they native to this country, but they Mongolians. None of them. None of them haven't been able to dispute what I'm talking about, because I'm the only one who coming with any actual evidence. I don't go on feelings at all. And another thing I want to address, I'm Choctaw. And you know what my ancestors told me? We came from Africa. That's what they told me. So I don't know what they told you and what's going on with y'all over there. You know what I'm saying? But they told me where our power comes from. So I don't know, I don't know where all this pseudoscience and everything else comes from, but life started in a place. We was marrying, and we was seafaring people before anybody else was even walking around on this planet. We was going back and forth between these land masses before anybody else was walking around on this planet. When Alexander the Great came in contact with the Queen of Sheba, she had a map to the lands she called in the West. She already had a map, which means that we had already been going back and forth. Period. What was his name? Columbus's brother. When he was coming over here to what they call the Americas, he's wrote in his own diary that when he was coming over here to the land that they call the Americas today, that he met Africans on their way back to Africa on the ocean. Come on, man. Why are we sitting here ignoring the damn history? When they got here, they
Jesse,
said
man,
they met people who look like Ethiopians. Why are we ignoring the history? Every single Olmec head you look at, every single Olmec head that was dug up, all of them were facing east towards Africa. You think that's by coincidence? You think that's by coincidence? Seriously, in the Temple of the Warriors, when they painted the battle, when the Europeans came over here, when they painted that battle, they had Africans fighting along with the Mongolians, and they distinguished them very, very clearly in the colors that they painted them in. This wasn't by coincidence, bruh. Another thing I wanted to address, you said the customs were different. No, they're not. If you look at what you call Native American spiritual systems and African spiritual systems, they damn near the same. Are you serious? And I want to see the scholars that say anything different. I don't just go on emotion. I only go on the facts. I want to see the scholars that say anything different. Those Native American feathers that they wear in their headdresses, that's the feather of my eye. We know what that is. Stop it. Why
Mentry,
are we sitting here
Mentry,
acting like
are
we don't
you?
know what that is now?
Can I ask you, when you say Ethiopian, you mean like the word Ethiopia, meaning like the original word of Africans, or what? Or like,
Yes, I mean when they call all of Africa
oh,
Ethiopia.
I thought you meant like you're Ethiopian, like Ethiopian.
Not the country today,
Okay,
Ethiopia. I'm talking about when they call
you don't
all of
know.
Africa Ethiopians
okay.
and all Africans Ethiopians. They said when they came in contact with those people on these lands, they thought they were Ethiopians. That's out of those own European journals. You know what I'm saying? So don't try to distinguish us from our ancestors, bro, because that's the thing that's the place where we mess up at. When we disconnect a tree from its roots, we lose all of our power. All of our
Hey,
power.
Justin, just a question for you though. What was the character Moses in the Bible? What was he what was he considered as?
Fake,
Ethiopian or what was he?
fake.
According to the book.
What was the character Moses in the Bible considered as? He was considered as a black man. The same as
Yeah, I'm
those
saying, but
people in Kemet at
what
the
do they
time.
call?
The same as
They
those
call him. They
people in
call him
Kemet
an
at the time.
Ethiopian.
First
They
off,
call him an
hold on.
Ethiopian,
Let
right?
me get his disclaimer.
I just
Let
asked
me
a
get his
question. You didn't answer.
disclaimer. I
All right,
don't
go
believe
ahead.
in that
You
book.
got. I just asked you a question. I just asked you a question, bro,
He was a
about the
And
black
he
character.
was
man.
an
That's why I
Israelite
used the
from the
word character.
Levite tribe.
Yeah,
He
but
was
they
a
say he
black
was
man. I don't
Ethiopian,
believe in
though.
that
Israelite from
book.
the tribe.
I don't believe in that book. Hold on, man. Hold on. Let
I'm
me
not.
answer the
I'm asking you
question
about
real quick.
believing in it. I'm
Okay,
asking you
let
what
me
did
answer
they
your
describe
question
him
then,
as?
bro. Let me answer your question then. Let me answer your question. First off, disclaimer: I don't believe in that book. I'm indigenous to this planet. I don't read those European stories written about
That's
us.
not an answer
You know
to
what
the
I'm saying?
question.
But
That's not
secondly,
even
what
fair.
I would say is that Moses would have been classified as a black man because there's no way he would have been able to
Nobody
hide as a
ain't no
prince
when
of.
nobody
Hold
listed as
on,
a
let
black
me
man
finish.
nowhere on the
Damn,
planet.
man, you can't keep
Ain't no
cutting
such
me
thing
off
as a
every
black
time I
man.
talk if you ask me a
Stop calling
question,
me a black,
godly.
but when no such
Let
thing
me
as a
answer
black
the
man in
question.
ancient
Let
times.
me answer the
Okay,
question.
but stop
He
it.
would have
You've
been
been lying the whole
classified as
time,
a
bitch.
black man because there's no way he could have hidden as what would been a prince of Kemet if he was not a black man. So he had to be the same color as those people because that's the only way she would have been able to deceive Pharaoh and be like, "That's my son," and be accepted. If he was a different color, there's no way Pharaoh would have accepted him into his court as a prince of Kemet. So he had to be a black man. If that answers your question.
It
Well,
did,
there
but
was
I
a
think
Next.
problem with him marrying an Ethiopian woman. He couldn't have been Ethiopian for everybody who keeps saying that in the comments because they were arguing at him. His family was mad at him because he married an Ethiopian.
Who? Moses?
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
book, he got mistaken for being Ethiopian.
But that's my
right.
thing though. Ain't
And,
no
and,
way.
and
Ain't no way you can
that's
be.
down.
Ain't
Appreciate
no
you, Mo.
way a
Appreciate you,
princess
Mo.
of
Facts.
Egypt can take you to the court of Egypt and you be raised as a prince of Egypt if you not black. Ain't no damn way.
It
So
don't matter because it
First of
wasn't.
either
all,
somebody was lying
first
because
of all, listen.
I
You're too
personally believe the
intelligent.
book is
You're too
bullshit.
intelligent to constantly be using the word black.
I personally believe that the book is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But either way you look
Okay.
at it, somebody was lying because you can't get raised as a prince of Egypt if you're not black, bro. Houseway.
Well, we can't.
He
This
didn't.
ain't
If he
even
was black, he
something
don't
proper to
exist.
use that because they don't use because we don't even have a Moses anyway. So
Yeah,
it
yeah,
doesn't even
yeah.
really
I mean,
make
Exactly.
I
us
was.
within
That's
the
why I
story.
said.
Moses.
We don't even have
That's
an
why I used
Exodus.
the word.
All of
Forget
That's
those
it.
why I
Forget a
used the
stories is
word.
Moses. We don't
based
even have
on
an
That's why I
man.
Exodus.
used
All
the
of
word
those
character.
stories is
That's why I
based on
used
the
the word
Middle
character.
Nurture anyway. They stole all that shit from us. Ain't no Moses for
Yeah,
real.
but
That's why I
but
said I
again,
don't believe in that
I can't.
book. Stop it.
I can't. I
I don't
can't.
know why
I
you even
can't.
asked
I
that
can't.
question.
I asked the question because it has some substance to what I'm about to say. And then four is about not being a Moses. It might not be
The Bible
that
ain't got
name
no
that they gave.
substance. But
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
The Bible, the Old Testament has a lot of substance because that's the ancient history that they've revised and changed it and made it another way. Those are
Whose
stories that have been
history?
passed down from generation to generation that they've
Whose
hijacked and changed
history?
over. Hey
Whose
man,
history?
I'm finna give
I'm
you
waiting.
who history.
I'm
I'm
waiting
finna give
for him
you
to
who
come
history.
Whose
back.
history? No,
I'm
I
finna
want
give
to
you
know
who.
whose history.
Yes, you just had the flow. Shut the fuck up and listen. Damn,
You ain't got to be
bro.
disrespectful, fam.
You being
Indigo, cut
Not
it
at
disrespectful. I'm
all.
out.
constantly telling you over and over, bro. Hey man, hey, I'm gonna tell you who's history, bro.
Please do.
If you
Please
go,
do.
if you go listen to the stories of the ancient Mississippians, those tribes,
Mm-hmm.
they
The
speak,
Choctaw.
they speak of they. I'm not talking about no damn shot and then for yeah, and on top of that, you
The
lied to
ancient
me. And
Mississippians were, bruh.
I
See,
employ
this is the fuck
anybody.
I'm talking about. You
I
don't
employ
even know.
anybody to go up and look. I employ anybody to go look up the chief. I can't think of her name now. She's still living of other shot childs and
Warhorse?
see what she
Chief
said. What
Warhorse?
she says her people
You
are.
talking about Chief
Warhorse.
Warhorse?
Chief Warhorse.
Yes.
Chief Warhorse. Chief
Study
Warhorse.
to show
Go
yourself
see what she
approved,
says she's
fam.
are. She is.
The fuck,
Okay.
man?
Go see what she said she is and where her people descend from. She don't like to deal with the origin thing either because it's a ridiculous conversation and removes people from where they actually are and what they own. So I don't. But
I
if
ain't
you
got.
go to the ancient
Mm,
Mississippians, those tribes, if you go read the journals of Hernando de
the
Soto,
Cahokians.
then you will see that those Mississippians
Does that term work for you?
who never read, bro, won't you
The
shut the hell up, bro?
Cahokians.
Like I'm
Does that
talking,
work
man.
for you?
Have some respect.
You call them
Nah, it
Mississippians.
don't
You
work for
have
me
to
because I don't think
respect.
that's
They would be
native.
Cahokians, right?
I'm
Does
talking
that
the
term work for
ancient
you?
Mississippi. No, bro. Bro. You're from
Mississippi
Africa.
is
You
not
don't know
our
our history here, bro.
bro.
You're African.
No,
You
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 don't
from
know the
Africa, bro. You
history,
don't
and it's
know.
obvious.
This is the point that I'm trying to make here, guys. Is that if you go look at Hernando de Soto, who was the first European to travel from the Florida coast all the way up the Mississippi,
Uh-huh.
in his journals, he wrote down his account and his interactions with those Mississippian tribes,
Mm-hmm.
and those tribes were referring to things
Cahokian
that
tribe.
linked them. Those tribes linked him. Hey, bro, why don't you mute this motherfucker? Man, everybody else muted, bro. I mean, I understand you don't like no respect for other people that's saying nothing else on here, unless they getting disrespected.
Here you go with the slight shit, bro. I'm letting
Yeah,
you
go
talk.
ahead.
You
You
get
got go
out.
ahead, Jetson. You do
You do
got
No,
it,
not
bro.
because
let
I
me
can
talk, bro, because
disrespect
the
you
whole
back,
time
but
I'm talking, this
you
man
just
saying
want
something. I
to.
just want the
Bro,
same respect,
listen.
bro.
Every
Cause
Hey,
time
you
somebody else
wrong,
I'm
up
a
here
man
talking, you
before anything else,
interject.
man.
So don't
I'm a
get
man
mad when
before
he does
anything
it to
else, bro.
you. If you don't want him to do it to you,
Hey,
don't do it to him when he start talking.
bro.
It's as simple as
I
that, bro.
hadn't done that to him though, bro. I hadn't
Okay,
done that
I'm
to
gonna
him.
mute
okay,
myself. I'm gonna
okay,
mute myself.
And when I do, you have something to say.
okay. Get it out,
The
bro.
dude
Come
got
on.
a problem. He got a problem with his mouth, bro. He can't sit back
No,
and
don't get
listen.
personal. Don't get
He's too
personal. Just go
emotional
ahead and get it
invested.
out. Get it out. If you get
Yeah.
personal, he gonna have to say something. Just go ahead and get
Facts
it
and
out.
some feelings, y'all.
Bro,
Facts and
he
some
gonna say
feelings.
something regardless. He gonna say
Facts
something
and some
regardless, bro.
feelings.
Dude, you a psychic?
But
Come on,
my
man.
point
I
is,
said I'm
I
gonna
got
mute
hope.
myself. Going on with your argument, bruh.
say
Facts
something
and some
regardless, bro.
feelings.
Dude, you a psychic?
But
Come on,
my
man.
point
I
is,
said I'm
I
gonna
got
mute
hope.
myself. Going on with your argument, bruh.
say
Facts
something
and some
regardless, bro.
feelings.
Dude, you a psychic?
But
Come on,
my
man.
point
I
is,
said I'm
I
gonna
got
mute
hope.
myself. Going on with your argument, bruh.
it's not an argument, bro. I don't vibrate that low because my understanding is totally different, dog. I don't
Come
need no
on, man. Come
European
on with it.
information to validate
Come on
me
with it.
having the truth. Argument, bro. I don't vibrate that low because my understanding is totally different, dog. I don't
Come
need no
on, man. Come
European
on with it.
information to validate
Come on
me
with it.
having the truth. But what I was speaking of, if you read the journals of Hernando de Soto, his interaction with the Mississippian tribes on the Mississippi River, they refer to their culture and their existence as descending from the son of the sun. They relate some of their stories and their interactions with him as about the parting of the sea and walking across. These are information that they were speaking long before the Bible ever existed. In fact, if you read on to other European explorers, or not explorers, but explorers or whatever they was here, that in their journals, they speak about when they first read the Bible to some of these tribes, some of our tribes, they would stand up and say of the Old Testament that these are the stories that were passed down to my ancestors. So I get it. You want to hold your African part of you and you're trying to discount something. But even though I don't believe the Bible to be true, I do know the foundational portion of that was drawn from somewhere and was drawn from our history. That's why I tell people the Old Testament is our history book. It didn't come from thin air. It's been told through ancient history all throughout time. And we keep trying to
Bro, you
remove and
made that shit
dismiss
up.
Where you get that from? Where the fuck did you get that
If
from,
he
bro? That
done,
shit
can I
sounded
please?
smooth
If
as
he
hell
done, can
too.
I please?
But where'd you
Please.
get that
what's up.
shit?
Because I just sat here and listened to that
It's on the
nonsense and
scrolls,
he
it's
was
written on the
addressing me.
walls.
Was you done?
The period, nah, I went, bro. It ain't you next, no way, man. It ain't
Go
you
ahead,
next,
go
no
ahead.
way.
No, I'm next.
They
I'm
say I made
definitely
that up, but
next because you was addressing me. But go
that's
ahead.
actually the truth. And then on top of that, Bo, y'all never got back to me on y'all research on Walter Plecker either.
No, because we do. Wait,
So
we
You
do. We're going to do the presentation on that, bro.
Yeah, we're
May
setting
I
up the
please? May I
presentation. Yeah.
please? May I
oh, okay.
please?
We're
May
gonna
I
we
please?
No,
hold on,
no,
wait,
bro.
Jetson,
No, bro.
Jetson, Jetson,
I
hold
Where's
on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
where's
Bruh.
this mentality that
Je-
Africa doesn't have food? I don't get it. Where does this mentality come from? Why are people saying Africa doesn't have food?
Because it's a
They
They got
say
that
belief.
from
that
Earth
because
Six.
What?
they say that because they have they have a records of food being taken from this continent over to Africa that actually was responsible for the boom in life over in Africa.
No,
Nigga,
They
no, no,
traded
no,
back
no.
and
Wait,
forth.
wait.
Have you not heard
Don't
of the
cut me
Canary
off. Don't
Current?
cut me off. It didn't say nothing about being the boom of life in Africa. It said that it had 600 and something modern plants that are traveling into Africa today.
From where? From where?
Modern plants. That's what
From
this
where?
said. But Earth Speaks don't never move his head out of the way so you can read the whole article. He just sits
right?
and then he freestyles it.
Hey,
It's a
Cannot,
y'all
bro.
don't talk
Listen,
about people that can't speak for themselves because y'all still got
So,
your
he can't
platform
speak
because
for
they
Okay,
know
himself.
so
y'all
can
Hold
I
on,
y'all
wait,
address
still
what he
wait,
just
wait,
y'all
said?
wait,
y'all
Golly,
couple
Can I
months
address what he
y'all
just said though?
I don't have. Hold on, I'm gonna let you go, Justin. Listen, I didn't block none of them. I didn't block naturalism of Yahweh or Earth. We dismantled. Let me rephrase this. Mo dismantled naturalism of Yahweh's book, and me, I assisted Port City. Basically, he basically did it by himself, but I just put myself in the picture.
both lost y'all debates by the way. Y'all both lost y'all debates.
With his West African
Okay,
DNA.
hold on,
Yeah.
Ain't none of
wait.
them ever
See,
debated
the
me and
last
won.
time you
With his
was up
West
here, I
African
asked
DNA.
you to show me how I lost my debate, and you couldn't show it.
even
I
now,
did
when
tell
he
you. I
said
just
Nigga,
that
said
you guys
come on,
actually
man.
sent,
I want to hear. I want to hear how I lost the debate.
I told you from the jump last time I was here. When he
the
put
No,
food.
up the information, when he put up
I
the
done forgot my
information
whole damn
showing
argument.
that not only was like would Africa not be able to produce enough food to sustain
there
great
you
amount of
go.
life,
See, he didn't show
he
that.
also showed
Stop
he also
talking,
showed
He
bro.
never
that the water
He
you didn't
never
let me
showed
finish making my
that.
point.
he didn't
He
show it.
didn't
He
show
did, bro.
that.
He
He
did.
said
That's
it.
what I'm talking about. The last time you was up here, you said the same shit, and I told you to go watch the video and show me where he said that.
I watched it live. I watched it live, man.
Okay, so
You
I
what?
mean,
didn't
Okay,
say
so
no,
what
it.
was it?
no,
What was
hold
it?
on,
You
hold on, hold on,
you
hold on,
didn't
hold on, hold on.
release it.
Let me throw
What
y'all
was it?
bone.
What was it? Okay, so what? No, no,
And,
hold on, hold on, hold
Y'all
on.
let
and
What
me
was
know
the
when you're ready
document?
for my
What
rebuttal.
was the document? What was the document he produced? What was the source? Who wrote it? What was it?
you asking Godly to remember
Then
sources
you
and all that
don't.
type of stuff,
You
It
bro.
was
don't
a
remember
picture.
that
All
I
he
shit.
can
had was a
I can
picture on the background. It had
if
no
y'all
source.
names went on the website, bro. I mean, to be honest with you, he has been debunked that. What he put up on the screen is the last part that he keep trying to cut me off. Is he
Can
showed
I
that y'all
speak
didn't even
now?
have the water to sustain
Can I speak now?
the growth
Okay,
of
now
plants
wait,
in the
what?
land.
wait.
He
So
said
Can
we
I?
Africa
Now
didn't
he
show
have
did
me.
put that
water.
up
So
there.
go
This is
back and
crazy.
Africa didn't
tag
have
me
water?
in the part where he said we didn't have no water. All right, listen. For everybody watching, all Earth Speaks did was talk a lot of trash because he couldn't put up documents proving his point. He freestyled it. He didn't bring up where we sustain life in Africa from these plants. He didn't read from no article at all. Did he? No, he didn't.
This is child's
That article
play.
that he
Can
put
I?
up, y'all was just referring to earlier, it speaks about that those plants that was transported from this continent started the
Uh-huh.
boom not
No,
only just
no,
in
no, no,
Africa
no,
but in
no,
most of the
no. It
It
world.
didn't
said
say start the
modern
boom.
day.
Go read the
May I
article.
Modern.
It
speak?
said modern day. And I keep telling you this shit, and it keep going past your
Damn.
head because you don't
He
want to see it. It
he
said
stuck his
modern
head.
day fruits.
He stuck
Modern
his head
day.
in the way.
Do you know what modern
Can I?
day is? Do you know what
He
modern day is? Yes or no? You
he
Nah, I
see
don't.
why
blocked.
y'all don't want to see this shit
I
because
don't
you
know
don't
what
want this
modern
shit
day
to
is.
May
I'm
I
gonna play
fit the
respond
fool for the
though?
narrative.
sake of this.
It didn't
About
What
the
is
say
modern
in
day?
antiquity
ancient
part.
time American plants helped feed or sustain life in Africa. It never said
Okay.
that. You
May
just
I speak
listened to
about
what
the
he said,
antiquity
and
part?
the nigga never put the documentation on the screen
Nah,
to
we
read
don't
it.
want to hear about that. We on something else now. We on
Can
something
I
else
speak
now,
about
Jason. We
the
don't want to hear about
antiquity
that.
part about the
He
American about the plants? Can I please speak on that? Because there's
No,
another
we
way
don't want
you
to hear
can
nothing
look at
else
this.
about the plants, bro.
As I said
I don't want to
earlier,
hear about no plants, man.
I know you don't want to hear about it because you don't believe in science, but I'm gonna speak anyway.
No,
Damn it! As I just
say that
said,
for a scholar.
like
Say
you
that
said,
for
I'm a
my
man
scholars when
first.
they get
You ain't
on
gonna
here,
keep
man.
on talking over me when you
Say that
talking
for my
nonsense.
scholars when they get on here,
As I
man.
said, anybody who studied the Canary Current and looked at the Canary Current, you can go from Africa to South America and from South America to Africa in less than a month.
It's really damn simple. It
Where
flows
we go?
around in a circle like this. I done presented it on my live a million damn times, and it's not that hard to look up. The current still flows that way to this day. All you got to do is Google the currents of the ocean, and you will see the current that flows from Central Africa to Brazil, and from Brazil to Central Africa. It flows around in a
That's
circle.
a current that
Okay.
goes. Oh,
Now
okay.
let me finish. Let me finish. This the part that you keep missing. Okay. When you come from Central Africa to South America, it's easy to pick up plants, pick up seeds, pick up whatever, and take them back home. The same way it's easy to take seeds and stuff from home and bring them over here. It's not that damn hard. Why are we overcomplicating things that are really fucking simple when you think about it? Okay?
It's not,
We're
Show
not.
Jesse.
me,
It's not,
We're not
Jesse.
show me
It's
still.
not,
early
Jesse.
man
It's not, Jesse.
outside of Africa,
You
and
have to
then
know
maybe
how
I
to
will
plant certain
entertain your
seeds, and you
argument.
got to know
But
what type
until
of
y'all can
atmosphere
do
that
that,
these
you have
things
no
grow in and all
doctors,
that stuff,
godly,
man. Come
none,
on.
no anthropology,
Don't
no
need none.
archaeology,
I,
no genetic
I
science
don't
that
need
backs
none,
up your
bro.
theory.
I got
None.
yours. I don't need
You
none. I
talking
got
about
yours,
people
bro. I
couldn't
got your
feed
doctor.
themselves? Get the
I
fuck out
got
of
your
here, bro. Are
doctors.
you
I got your
serious?
scientists.
You
I got
telling me
your
people can't
sources.
feed
I got
themselves
your
in
sources.
Africa, where you got the most animal life in any continent on the damn planet? They couldn't feed themselves? Are you
We are
serious?
the world. We are
Again,
the
I
children.
just want to reiterate when he
What
says
are you talking
African
about,
people
dude?
can't
We
feed
are the ones
themselves.
It's
that make a
hunter.
He's
better
Look,
getting
day.
bro,
at,
So
bro,
let's
hold
start
on.
let
This
me
digging.
shit
get this
makes no
out and
sense.
not just
It's
arguing
hunter
again.
gatherer. Hunter
There's a choice we're
gatherer.
making.
If you're a
We're
hunter
saving our own
gatherer, that
lives.
means you eat meat. Where
It's
you gonna
to
find
make a
more meat
better
than
day
Africa?
for you and me.
Where you gonna find more meat than Africa?
Do you know
Okay,
they
right.
killed millions of buffalo here? They killed
We about to.
millions of buffalo. You know that, right?
You didn't answer my question.
Ooh, child.
You didn't answer my
We
question.
not
It's hunter
yes, yes.
gatherer. Where you gonna
We're
find more
not
meat
even
than Africa,
we're not
bruh?
even supposed to be eating
Where are
meat,
you
brother.
gonna find more
Brother, we're not
meat
even
than
supposed to be
fucking
eating
Africa,
meat.
bruh? Where?
I have
They couldn't
Jesse.
feed themselves? Are you
Africans
serious?
and
They got the most
and
diverse
real
animal
life are not
population on
supposed
the
to be
planet.
eating
What are
meat,
you
bro.
talking about?
We're not supposed to be eating meat, brother. We're not
That
supposed
ain't
to be
got
eating
nothing
meat,
to do
brother.
with whether or not they be able to feed themselves.
That's perfectly
We're
cool,
not
bro.
supposed to be eating meat,
That
I'm
brother.
has
a,
nothing
y'all
to
gotta let me
do
get
with
this out.
whether or not they
I'm gonna
will be able to
reiterate
feed themselves.
when he says that
So meat is
African
not a
people
food
couldn't
to us.
sustain themselves with
Man,
food
I
and
can't
they
do it. I
had to
can't
get
do it
it
with this
from
dude. I
America,
can't.
he gets that talking point from Earth
This man
Speaks.
said meat,
Earth Speaks never put up any documentation
Facts.
saying that African people
bro.
can sustain life and feed themselves, so they had to get fruits and vegetables from America. He just
Bro, we
says
ain't
it.
even gotta talk about the final
No
part about it. We ain't even
documentation.
gotta
He
talk about the
stuck his
final
head
part.
in the
If
way.
we just
He
go into the
stuck.
flora,
Look,
if we
he
just
stuck.
go into the plants, Africa has more
I'm trying to
diverse
wonder why.
plants than
So
fucking
guys,
anywhere else on the
y'all not
planet.
gonna correct Jesse,
Anywhere else
bro.
on the
Y'all not gonna
planet,
correct this
fam.
brother. Y'all not gonna correct this
He
brother when
stuck.
he asked about the
Who
meat.
got more diverse plant
When he
life than
asked about the
Africa?
meat, y'all not gonna correct. Y'all not gonna correct the
Y'all
brother,
not
bro.
even, bro.
Godly.
If I
Who
start
got
breaking
more
that down,
plant?
you're not
Who
even
got
gonna
more
get it.
diverse plant life than
You're not
Africa?
even gonna get it.
Name the
Don't
continent.
break it down for me, Mo, because I can't
There's,
Bro,
understand it,
you
bro.
Mo.
You're
tell
I need, I
me.
need, I,
intestine.
You
I
You're
tell
need,
me. You the
intestine.
expert.
I
Hold
need one of
You
on,
the
my
bro.
brothers to
expert.
explain it.
Your intestine.
Who got more diverse plant life than
He's not
Africa?
going to answer the
Yeah,
question.
yeah,
He's not going to answer it. He already knows the
yeah,
answer.
yeah.
He's talking about GMO anyway. That's what they don't get. Y'all talking about genetically modified organisms. You're not even talking about native natural plants in America.
Right.
You're counting shit that they made in labs. That's what you're counting. You're
Who?
bragging about having
Okay,
GMO
Who?
and them sending
let me
GMO
ask
to
this
Africa.
question.
That doesn't even
Let
make
me
any
ask this
sense. No,
question.
hold
Hold
on.
on,
No,
Mo.
you're
Hold
not
on, hold on,
asking the
hold on, hold
question,
on,
bro.
hold
Hold
on.
on. Let me
Hold on,
rock it.
Mo.
Let me
Not
rock
me.
it.
Go ahead, Mo. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. But I'm
Let me
just
rock
saying,
it with this,
don't project it
and
on
I'm
me,
not
brother.
gonna,
I'm
I'm not gonna
natural.
go long winded with this shit.
Yeah.
If I was to break down, just look up both your intestines and look at their functions. Look up when people talk about pH in the body. Look at the pH when it reacts with the proteins in the vegetables. It's that similar protein, but it's a completely different one in the meat protein. The reason why your body is
Hmm.
more familiar with the meat protein is because it's the most ancient one that you were using. So you can supplement it, you can substitute it for another one, but your whole being came from people eating meat. Now, to be fair, there is possibly a situation where people had to start eating meat, just like we had to start eating corn, right? A lot of people started
Yep.
consuming a lot of corn, right? That wasn't naturally part of the diet. A lot of more carbs and sugars. That shit happened. Maybe people
Yep.
kept eating it and then it went too far and they never bounced back to what they were doing before. But to say that the meat wasn't something that they were eating or they were supposed to eat. It's about survival. That's what it's about. You became
Nah.
who you became today.
Mo,
You got
Mo,
more than one intestine because you were eating meat for thousands and thousands of years. That's a fact. You can't even get around it. But we can't.
no, Mo,
We
Mo,
have
I
to.
can't, I
We got.
can't get
Hold
along.
Somebody
on.
I'm
that's
sorry. Go
not
ahead.
gonna
Hold
eat
on.
meat because
Hold
they
I
on.
thought
I'm
you was
don't.
doing
almost
it. Go
done.
ahead, bro. I thought you
I'm almost done. I just made that short and sweet because there's a lot more to it. But I want to pass it to Port because we've been going back and forth, and Port has been sitting there quiet. I'm pretty sure he got something to say. But I want to bring this back again. The
okay.
evidence. You have to show some evidence of someone destroying these bones. That's what's going to make you win this shit. You can't just say they destroyed it. You got to show that they destroyed it.
I Mo, I understand what you're saying, but there's plenty of people I've met out through life and information I had on it. This my movement. I tell you, I have these conversations with y'all, bro, because I enjoy the dialogue with y'all, man. I'm so far removed from these things that we own over here, bro. I don't hold that type of data in my head. It don't mean nothing to me because I'm a firm believer in us. I don't need European validation. You guys need that, bro. Y'all talking to the wrong one when it comes to that. But a lot of this information
I
is
don't think.
circulating now. That's
Oh
why
my
I've been so
god!
happy. That's
You
why.
ain't heard a shit
Hold
I done
on,
said
Jesse.
this whole
Hold on,
time,
bro. Let
man.
me make a point, please.
You ain't heard nothing I done said
You
this whole
want
time,
Hold
fam.
you
on,
like to
wait. Let
feel
him
you
finish
like
because he got to
what you
pass it back
saying,
to Port.
Jesse. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What you saying, Jesse, makes you feel smart because you can validate it from a European
I
education
don't need to
system.
feel smart. I
So,
am
so,
smart. Damn it.
I mean, I'm talking about what you're saying. Even what my brother Mo Fax just broke down to you. Just broke down. That's through European science and data. We got two intestines. Both of those intestines are not for breaking down food. I mean, food. One of them is for fluids and liquids and different things like that. The other one is. And if you understand our body true reaction to meat when we eat it on a great scale, it's more detrimental to our bodies than it is in sustaining life force. We were not designed to eat meat. We ate of the
That
land.
don't mean we
That's what we were
didn't.
didn't to do.
That don't mean
And
we didn't to
hold on,
survive,
Jesse.
bruh.
All right,
Bro,
wait. Y'all
right
got to
now
let Port
today,
go.
right
Shut
Y'all
now
up,
got to let
man.
today.
Port
No,
go.
no,
Y'all got
man,
to
because
let
this
Port.
shit is
Hold on.
Go
nonsensical.
ahead, bro.
No, you
Just
got to
because
Go
we
let
weren't
Port go. I can
designed
bring
don't
it.
mean that we
Hold
didn't
on.
need
Hold
meat
on.
to
Hold on.
survive.
These
We
folks
gonna
out
get
here
to it.
fat and sloppy and
We
sick
When
of
you
gonna
meat.
hungry, you
we
gonna eat
Fat,
anything.
sloppy, and sick
Like,
of meat.
listen, y'all
This
have to
dude.
let
Oh
this.
my
You have to
God.
let the adjustment syndicate talk, bro. This is their platform.
Yeah, let Port go because I'm pretty sure he's trying to say something. We'll bring. I'm
Please
not
can
going
we
to
let
forget.
Port go? Because I
I'm not
can't
going to
listen to
forget
this
because
I don't
nonsense
have
no
nothing
more.
to say,
we're
fam.
gonna get back to the meat.
My shit
Port,
always makes
please
This
go,
ain't
fam.
me.
Please.
This ain't
okay.
me.
God
Two
damn it.
things real quick. Let me go. You never answered the question as far as where are the oldest human remains found in America. We never got that from you. Second thing is where is the civilizations? You don't have to give us a king's list, but show us a black civilization in the Americas that predates our contact with the Europeans. All right, now I'm not finished. As far as human DNA is concerned, all humans have cells. We have two pair of chromosomes from our parents, two genomes from the parent, and that breaks down into nucleotides. We all have that. What what groups us with different populations is the mutations that we have that identify with each other. All right, that's all I'm going to say on that. As far as me and Earth speaks, and you saying that the debate that I had with Natural Yahweh, he claims that he's indigenous to North America. That was his whole thing. The first 5 minutes of that debate, I said, brother, have you taken a DNA test? Yeah, I have. Well, can you show the audience, the family, your DNA? Right? And he showed us, and his shit was at least 70% West African. So he's
And
capping.
it would be.
Let me finish. I'm sorry,
Go
bro. Let me
ahead.
finish.
My
Right?
fault. My fault.
And
You're right.
that was Lord Yahweh, right? He's claiming that he's an indigenous to America, but he got West African DNA. That don't
He
make no
should.
sense to me. I shouldn't have even finished the damn debate after he gave me his West African results. Because I believe in fucking science over here. Every human got a cell. Every human got 23 pair of chromosomes. You have a total of 46 that you get from your mom and dad.
Mm-hmm.
That creates the genome. So what the fuck is y'all talking about when y'all don't believe in DNA when DNA has gotten a lot of our brothers and sisters out of prison? So we believe in it when they get us out of prison, but we don't want to believe in it when it comes to the origin of where we come from. Y'all done lost y'all damn African mind. I ain't finished. Now let's talk about
Boy,
Earth Speaks. Let's talk about Earth Speaks and the debate that we were supposed to have. He blocked me. I don't block people. He came on my shit, wanted to debate me. I said, okay, cool. He started mentioning about this book, Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx. That's the book that he been preaching to all y'all motherfuckers about. So me and the family at Death Row is gonna debunk that shit. The author of that book was called Augustus Leplejon. He was a white British dude. He was a hyper diffusionist. Do anybody know the definition of what the hell a hyper diffusionist is? I'm gonna read it real quick, just so y'all motherfuckers can follow note. All right, since I got the floor. Hyper diffusionism, by definition, is a pseudo archaeological hypothesis suggesting that certain historical technologies or ideas originated with a single people or civilization before adaptation to other cultures.
hold
The
on, hold
first
on. What was
fucking
the
line
first
it
word of that
says is
definition?
pseudo. It
What was
says
the
this
first word?
hyperdiffusionism.
What was the first word for it?
Augustus Leplejon was a hyperdiffusionist.
No,
A
but what was
hyper
the first
H.
word
I'm
of
gonna
that
I'm gonna spell it
definition?
out for the chat real quick. Hyperdiffusionism. It's pseudo archaeology. So when
You say
Augustus,
pseudo. Okay,
yeah,
got you,
it's
got you.
pseudo
Okay.
archaeology. You can look up pseudo archaeologists, and you're gonna find a lot of
I
these
just wanted
books.
to hear that. Okay.
You're gonna find a lot of these books that these brothers are trying to come up with, telling us that we come from the Mayan civilization. So you got to understand the definition of a hyper diffusionist before you even get into these books. Now let me finish real quick. Augustus Leplejon went to the Yucatan with his wife Alice, and they told their asses not to go, but they went anyway. He went under there with the pre-notion that the Mayan civilization was the cradle of all civilization. That's a cardinal rule in archaeology. You don't go down there thinking that you know everything because it's going to mess your shit up.
Yep.
Okay?
Right. Y'all need to
Now,
take your
That's
own
any
advice.
science.
let me
Any
finish.
Y'all
science.
need to take
Yeah.
that advice.
Let me finish. Now, when he went down there, he was looking at undeciphered hieroglyphs in the Mayan culture. Now, me and the family here at Death Row found out that the Mayan script wasn't fully deciphered until 1970. So how the hell this white man gonna go down there in the 1800s, right, and say that that predates Egypt? Because that's the shit that he was talking about. He wrote that book while he was down in the Yucatan. He was pulling out artifacts, right? He pulled out artifacts, Queen Mu, Queen Ma, whatever, Queen Mu of the Egyptian Sphinx, and he said that shit predated Egypt. When we can go to Kemet and we can go to Nubia and we can find an a crystal incense burner that predates all of that Mayan shit that goes back at least 3100 BC. Look it up. It's in the Chicago Museum. I'm
Yep.
not capping.
Instant burner of Castul.
The Crystal incense burner is in Chicago. And the artifacts that Augustus Leplejon got up is in the Met Museum in New York. This dude was making that shit up as he went along. It has been disproven by archaeology, by science, by everything. All of the artifacts that he was pulling up, they're saying, hey, look at this. I just pulled this out of the ground. It's older than the Egyptians. No, wait a minute, fam. This shit over here that we pulling out over here in Africa predates all of that bullshit y'all talking about. So let me tell y'all about your boy Augustus. Okay? He was major capping. He was a photographer. He went down there. He was the first person to go down there and document that stuff with his little iPhone. It's like us going down there to Cancun saying we had a great trip and we making up shit about our trip. And we got pictures and shit, right? That's the same thing what Augustus did, him and his wife. So look up the author of these books that these cats trying to play y'all with. These were undeciphered hieroglyphics. How the hell he knew what the hell their minds was talking about if he didn't have a fully understanding of the hieroglyphics when he went down there in 1800? And you supposed to be believing this brother, Mr. Earth Speaks, who picks up this book and dusts the damn dust off of it and says, look, man, we the civilization started in the Yucatan because this white man told us that in the 1800s. It's cap. So you can't get mad at us for debunking this stuff. And don't tell me I lost my debate. It wasn't even a debate. What happened? I got on the live where Earth Speaks and he ran up off the live. I hadn't seen him since. He blocked me. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
they removed they removed Nationals and Earth Speak from TikTok because the
Yeah.
information they was giving out
With pseudo.
uh
It's pseudo.
it wasn't to.
It
So
Can I
is
say
you
pseudo.
something?
can talk
It is
you
pseudo.
can say you can say
I
you can
just
say
told you Augustus
every
LaVilla Jones book is pseudo. Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx is some made up shit that this white dude made up while him
His
and his
wife
wife
was
Alice
Queen Mu.
was in the Yucatan. Right.
right,
His
It's
wife
pseudo.
was Queen
right,
Mu,
right,
the
Right.
white
right.
lady.
The white
All you
right.
gotta do, bruh, all you gotta
But
do is
but
look up
yeah,
the Olmec script.
but
It's a pictographic
but
script. It's a
but
pictographic
but,
script.
Hold
Okay.
on.
but
Who
y'all
was
know
the
why I
first
be
people
trying
to
to
come up
chime
with a
in, bro,
pictographic script? Who was the
because
first
my
people to come up with a pictographic script?
right, Jesse,
Listen, do you not
the reason
understand the
why
Who
I
was
be
the
Sanskrit
first?
was not fully
Who was the
deciphered until
bruh? Who was the
1970?
first to
So
come
how
up
the
with a
hell we knew what they was
pictographic
talking
script?
about?
I'll make it easy for you. It's called
the,
the Medu Neter. It's called the Medu
bro.
Neter. And if you don't understand the foliage, I mean the flora and the fauna in the area that you living in at that time, then you not gonna understand the
Guys,
script. That's why it was so hard for them to
you
decipher, and
guys,
that's why it was
this
so
is
hard for
y'all
them to
platform,
decipher
man.
the Medu Neter.
Y'all lecture every day, man. So I would like it to be at least
Because
let me
bro, what you
respond
saying don't
to
make no
what.
sense.
I mean, he just went out there and said what he just said over there, Justin. Then you came in reiterating the same point. The reason why I guess I be wanting to chime in because you
No,
make a
I was
comment.
strengthening his
Hold
point.
on,
I was
hold on,
strengthening
because
his point because what you
I'm just
saying
saying.
don't make no sense.
Well, I got one question real
I
quick.
told y'all my memory is short. My memory is short. So I just told y'all that. So when he says something, he make his point. It's probably best for the person who has something to dispute what he's saying to say something than somebody else to jump on that's really, you know what I'm saying, basically saying the same thing.
But
And that's
damn,
my
I've been cut
problem.
off
And why
three,
this
four
information
times
that I
now. Why
got
didn't
in.
you get to address all the things I wrote down?
Right,
Like what
but you
the
gotta
fuck,
understand
man?
it's 4 or 5 of y'all minds up here. There's only one mind, one of mine, brother. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I get flustered because I be wanting to stick to one thing while I got it on my mind, and then you gonna get on and start talking about the Yucatan
I felt
Peninsula
the
and all
same,
this other
bro. I
stuff, and
felt
I'm
the
getting
same
lost.
way. That's why I wrote all that stuff
I got
down. And then when I got
Right,
into my
right. But
dialogue or
y'all the
my
same mind.
monologue, people cut me
Y'all
off.
in the court
no,
though.
you should have said
Y'all
I
in the
lost
court
to
though.
natural Yahweh and Earth Speaks. I'm telling you what the
No,
debate
I'm
and what the
listening to
topic
you.
was
I'm
about.
listening to you. I
And
just
that's
want
how we got
to.
on the Yucatan because Earth Speaks preach about the Yucatan. And you
No,
talking
no, no.
about I
I
lost to
went.
him, and I'm telling you that the book
No.
that he's preaching from is a pseudo book.
Right.
That's what we talking about. Stay on
Right,
topic.
report. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm saying I don't want nobody to come in behind the statement that you made and change it before I have a chance to respond to what
Okay,
you
I
got.
got you.
Not saying I can
That's
control. I'm
why
That's
just
you
saying it's
exactly
write
the
what
it
you
conversation
did to
down.
flow,
me.
So
though.
look, every time
That's
somebody
exactly what
speaks,
you
we're
did
not
to
going
me,
to let
though.
you interject and start talking. You got to write it down, bro.
I
I
wrote
had it
down
all written
the points
down,
that I
and
wanted to
before
take
I
to
even got
respond
to
to
address
him.
every point, I
I
got
don't
cut
want a
off.
whole page. I don't want a whole page of
Well,
stuff I
you
want to
gave a
address
whole
for
page. You
everybody.
gave a whole page of misinformation, and I wrote it all down and waited for you to finish. You know what I'm saying?
You're
So I could
supposed
address
to.
every point. And
Okay,
before I got
that's
done
fine.
addressing every
That's
point,
fine.
you cut me
You're
off.
supposed to. You're supposed to because I'm making points that's contradict to what you're saying. So you're supposed to write them down
Exactly.
so you can respond.
And I did. And before I
I'm
got
not.
done
I'm
responding,
not
y'all cut
supposed.
me
Yes,
off.
I'm not. The point is what I'm trying to say. When I'm trying to answer 95 different things at one time, it's not going to come out the way it do
Because
because
you
I don't
saying
hold it.
95 points
I
of
no because
misinformation
I
and
don't spend
everybody
my
trying to address
Jesse,
them.
because I don't spend my life on these type of debates, bro. I speak about solutions, resolution,
I know
and
you
where we are in
don't,
the
because
world
if
and what
you
we need to
did,
be
you will
doing
realize that your points don't make
because it
no
has
sense.
no importance.
We put
Because it
in more
has no
work than you
importance
do.
in the
We put
world.
in more work than you do. That's all to it.
No, you don't.
Some of
No,
this information we
you put
do.
you put yeah. Let's say that you put more work in on this board that we're talking about over here more than anything over there, which is irrelevant. Origin
Come on, bro.
doesn't
You know
How is
that's
benefit
that
us
not true
irrelevant
when
nowhere
it
if you
comes
near.
coming
to
over here
me.
arguing with us?
You know that's not true when it comes to me. I just like to be right
I'm
and
coming
correct.
over here having a
I just
conversation
like to be
because
right and correct. Come on
okay, that's
now.
fine. You're not
This
right.
is really
You
this is
can't be
really
right.
relevant for our
But
people.
you
Our
you
people need to
definitely
know the
not right
truth.
and correct. Come on now.
Right,
That
right.
don't
But
make no
let
sense.
me but before I
That's why
forget
every
my
time I
points,
start
and for you
addressing
to
your
go
points, you cut me
and
off.
then Jason you can have your flow, and then I'll respond if I'm allowed to respond to you. But I want to respond to what Port City said.
All right,
because
go ahead, and then I'm gonna
the
address
same
that.
thing, the same thing Port City just did to the character that he was talking about that he said Earth Speak comes from. Even though I can relate with a lot of information that Earth Speak says, that National says, or whatever. On the contrary to what you guys believe, I've done my own research, so I have my own foundational beliefs. So I can agree with certain things that people say, and not agree with certain things they say as well, and understand. That's where we at. I'm not a follower of anybody. I'm my own individual person. I have my own beliefs, my own understanding, and my core of what I know is what it is out there. My knowledge is foundation on what I know and understand. But to the point that I'm making over to Port City, the same thing that you did to that white man, he's a white man now because he's putting information out that contradicts what you were saying. So you debunked him. The same thing that Earth Speaks, naturalists, I have, other people have done to a lot of these other people that you guys are getting information from. If you here in this country, if you here on this continent of America, you would have the understanding that it was a consensus that a man by the name of Melville Histovic was given the credit for discovering that we supposedly came from Africa. He created the out of Africa theory based
Come
off
on, man,
of
land the plane,
his,
bro.
his teacher, that derived from his teacher. This man is supposed to go over in
Now
Africa
write that name
somewhere that
down so we can look into that later.
Melville
Melville what?
Histovic. Melville Histovic is his name. Uh, that's who's given credit in this country as the one who discovered that we supposed to came out of America. He's the
Bro,
orchestrator of that movement here in America. But he said he went somewhere in Africa. There's no documentation of where he went, but he brought back some bones and some artifacts, and said that proves that we came from Africa. He wrote a book. I think it's the myth of something. I can't remember. Like I said, I'm bad with names. It's the myth of something. He wrote that
mm-hmm.
book that he published in a fictional section of libraries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The government funded him. Years later, the government funded him, and his book was removed from the fictional section of the library and became part of our American history story. It became part of our history. That was a European who created that out of Africa theory. But prior to him on this continent, there was no great consensus amongst our people on this continent saying that we came or descended from Africa.
Can I rebuttal now?
He's been
Is it my
debunked.
We
turn
gotta
yet?
let
He's been
we gotta
he's
let
been debunked.
Indigo talk.
Yeah, he's been
It, it,
he's been debunked. You know what I'm saying? He's been debunked as well, just like this guy that you're talking about, pseudo. If you look at Charles Darwin, he was pseudo. He generated a belief that we came from Africa. And I'm gonna close with this just because I know everybody else want to speak. The reason why I have no foundational ties or love or belief in science, because the people who control it change it to fit whatever narrative they want. If you go back 200 years ago, they was teaching that the earth was flat. Now all of a sudden, now somebody who says the earth is flat, they crazy. If you look at what happened in 2020, all throughout the scientific history, vaccination meant one thing. But to benefit what they had going on, they made a consensus move to change the definition of a word that had been there for ancient time. So, and to the credit, a lot of people flared up during that time because of the crisis. A lot of people spoke out, like myself, who was going back to the old definitions, putting it out, and Mo Faction them say they did as well. They say they went back and changed it. So ask yourself, how much information, data has been changed to benefit the story that they want to tell? It all lines up. Why is it so much of a push to tell people that descend, or not even, I won't even use descend for respect of the group in here to keep an argument down. Tell people who are the original people of this landmass that that's irrelevant because they got to live and promote the fact that they come from Africa. relinquishing all their rights to the land that these people are controlling and operating today. And that's what all this is about.
Can I respond now?
I
I've
think
been
it's Indigo
patient.
turn.
Can I respond now? And then I
I
really,
want
really
to say
want the
something
queen to go at.
before y'all get into y'all little back and forth. You can
No,
say
I ain't gonna
whatever
say nothing
you
else back
want.
to him because I'm on
Okay, bro, let me go. Yeah, you can say whatever you want about the science and all this and that. On my platform, we don't do, oh, judge, how did the judge ask you how you plead? You say not guilty, and then the judge says, well, can you prove your case? And you say, no, judge, I have no evidence to prove my case because I don't trust science. I just know I'm not guilty. And he hits his gavel and says, well, he said he's not guilty, and so he's not guilty. Over here, you have to prove your case in court. So you can't just say,
Liars!
oh, I don't believe in science, and you shit, Godly's right. We don't believe in science. Shit,
Man, I'm losing my
we're
point.
indigenous now. No,
you.
bro, that ain't gonna
You
work.
you guys brought up DNA, man.
No,
Y'all
I
brought
got
up
it. I got
DNA
it. I
for
got my
ancestral
point. I
history,
got my
and
point.
nobody
Can I
questioned it.
respond now before I lose my point?
Y'all, I forgot about that part, Justin. Y'all
Can I,
brought up
man,
DNA for
bruh,
ancestral
bruh?
history,
Oh my
and
God, you can't keep.
nobody in here questioned that, and
Ooh.
y'all took that as fact. For ancestral history, they brought up DNA for ancestral history, and
You can't
nobody in here,
keep
as
cutting
wise as
people
you guys
off,
are,
bro,
nobody
when we
said
let you
anything about it.
finish. You said you was done.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Damn.
I'm just saying, I forgot about that point. That's what I say. I forget. Go ahead, Jess. It ain't even your turn though. He said Indigo was gonna go. I'm just, you know what I'm saying. Hold you. I guess
But
this
you
is
keep
Jess,
addressing
so
me
I
and you
got you.
don't
I
let
got
me
you.
finish. I want to let the queen speak, but you
I
keep
didn't even know
addressing
you
me
was.
and you don't let me finish. Let me just make this point to you real quick. Charles Darwin and that other dude you said was not the first people who said we came from Africa. That's what our ancestors said if you go back far enough.
No,
That's
no.
what the no. That's what the mound said. That's what the pyramids said. That's what the artifacts said. That's what the cave paintings fucking said. That we came from Africa.
Can
That's what the
Indigo speak,
evidence
Jesse?
said.
Can we get
No,
Indigo, man?
bruh.
Can we get Indigo, please?
No, because we gonna let the queen speak, but you keep on putting this nonsense into the damn conversation. That's what the evidence
You
says,
discredit
is that we came from Africa.
you
That's what the evidence
discredit
says.
yourself when you
They
say
didn't
you
have to come
Choctaw,
out
bro,
and
and
say
your
it.
chief that's still living today don't even say the same
The
thing that
queen
you
ready to
said, bro.
speak.
You
Are you
discredit yourself.
done?
That's because
Are
that
you
you
done?
lying
Cause
and you said you gonna leave. Go
you
ahead.
getting debunked on every point you bring up, fam. But you just don't want to come to grips with it. You a fucking African, okay? That's what it boils down to. Now the
No,
queen
sir.
ready to speak. Let's
Yeah.
be respectful.
Ain't no such thing as the African as a people, but we go ahead. You can we can do that's
You know
neither
what I
near
mean
there,
when I
but you know
say
what I'm saying. You know
African,
that.
damn it. You
You
know
do
what I'm
know that though,
talking
right?
about. I'm talking
You do
about in
know that, right?
today's context, in
Right, right.
today's social structure.
Okay.
You know what I mean when I say African. You
Right.
know what I'm
Today.
talking about.
You
Stop it.
talked about you want to make up whatever
Bruh,
counts. What you
stop it.
talking about? Whatever
Okay, now
counts.
we gonna
Whatever you
use
say counts.
semantics to make a point. Only a fool uses
I mean, that's
semantics to make
reality.
their
You've been up
point.
here talking about words.
Oh, no, bruh. Only a fool, only a person backed up in the corner, only a fool uses semantics to make their point. You know what I'm talking about. Stop it.
How do I know what you're talking about, Jesse?
You
When
know
I'm
damn
telling you,
well
when you
what
know for a
Africa,
fact that African
Ethiopia,
Americans don't exist. Ain't no
Alkebulan,
such
what you
thing
want
as
me to
that.
call it? You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the motherland, damn it. I don't mean America. You know what I'm talking about. Stop it. And everybody see that you know what I'm talking about. You only making yourself
Uh,
look like a fool by trying to argue semantics right now. Now let the queen speak.
ain't no semantics, bro. Yeah, I second that.
Let the queen speak. Fuck, man.
Good.
Indigo, go, girl,
Yeah,
go, go.
Your Highness, you have the floor.
Hey, let
Sorry
Indigo
about your
talk.
peasant over
Indigo,
there.
where's she at?
Yeah,
Let
yeah,
the
yeah,
sister
yeah.
talk.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying.
Hey,
Yeah, I want her to
are
talk.
you
I want to hear her
serious?
point.
Oh, we gonna throw
She
low
might
blows.
be
Go
out.
ahead, queen. I'm gonna let that slide. Go ahead, queen. I'm gonna take the high road.
I'm not sure if she hears us or she's close to the phone, so we might have to rotate.
I
Indigo,
think it's
can
your
you hear?
turn, Port City. I think it's your turn if we
Okay,
rotate
okay,
because
real quick. I'm not gonna stay
anybody but
long.
Jesse.
Look. Let me
Anybody
go.
but
I'm not
Jesse.
gonna stay long, and
Yeah.
I get to the point when I
Okay.
talk. So the image that you guys are looking at is one of the artifacts that Augustus Le Plongeon came across when he spent his time in the Yucatan. This is Chukmu. So he wrote up a story that this was the brother of Queen Mu. He made up a story that Queen Mu escaped to Atlantis and then went to Egypt to create the Egyptian civilization. But whenever you do the predating on this particular artifact, it only dates back between 800 and I think maybe 1200 Common Era. Very, very young. Now, I want you to compare this artifact right here with the artifact that was discovered in Nubia. This is the instant Castule burner, the incense burner from Castule, Nubia, right? This goes back to at least between 31 and 32 BC. This is a pre-dynastic artifact. I want y'all to
Who
understand that. This is a
who discovered that?
From
Can you
mute
let us know
yourself.
I'm asking a
Who
question
discovered
to the
it?
teacher, bro.
No,
Can you
you
tell
don't
me
get to
who
ask
discovered that?
questions,
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna
just
let it
want to know
go,
where it
but
came from.
it was
bruh.
discovered. I forgot what time. I just know that it is in possession at the in the Chicago Institute. So I would check with them in Chicago if you want to know exactly how it was discovered. But I just know that it was part of the A group. This is an A group. So when you talk about Kemet, it goes back into antiquity, and they are finding artifacts like this.
You say
Okay.
how old?
Now this one's about 3100 BC,
Second dynastic period.
right? So if you look at the Egyptian script, right? The Egyptian script goes back to this far too. But when you look at the Mayan script and you study how old the Mayan script is, it only goes back to 300 BC. Am I right, Sutton? Approximately speaking, right?
Well, Port City, you talking about the second dynastic period with this incense burner. You're not even talking about the first dynastic period.
I'm
So it
actually
goes
talking
back even
about
farther than that. And
yeah,
another thing I tried to present to
it
Godly
goes back. It's
before
like
that he don't seem to understand is that Egypt is
Second,
the baby of African civilizations, not the oldest one. So we got civilizations in
Jesse, he
Africa
on
as
your
far as
side. Jesse, he on
yeah.
your side. Wait till I get up
We
in
on the
there
okay.
before
same
you
sheet
before
of
you
music.
cut off, man. He on your
But look,
side.
My fault, man, bro.
but yeah, yeah, we on the same sheet of music. I'm telling you, I'm showing evidence. This is archaeological evidence that was recovered in Africa, right? This goes back to at least 38 to 3100 BC, prior to the Mayan civilization. So when we talk about this dude right here, Augustus Leplejon, because that's the cat that wrote the book. Now, if this dude would have wrote the book, and if all of this stuff would have made sense, and if all of the everything would have predated Egypt, we would be singing a different tune tonight. But unfortunately, he made up a lot of stuff, and he wrote it in this book. I'm sorry, y'all can't. That's Earth. That's Earth. But yeah, he wrote it in the book called the Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx. He made up this shit, family. I'm just trying to let y'all know that this particular artifact that he claimed was part of the Mayan culture that was the cradle of civilization is not older than this artifact, family, that's in Africa. Okay? So before the Mayan civilization was putting on their shoes, we was burning incense burners in Africa. That's a big difference in chronology. And I think we have a misunderstanding of dates and stuff. So I'm not going to pick up a book from a cat from this cat right here, Earth, because this is what he's talking about. This is where he gets this. Listen,
they were privy to, and they was not privy to this information. They got this information from our people. The Mayans had all of it. Man, they had it all.
so the Mayans had it all. He's pointing at
That's
this
my
book
guy,
right.
man.
This is a Google book, Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx. He called me out, right? And he didn't think I was going to go back and check his references, his sources. He didn't think I was going to go read the book. He didn't think that I was going to study about this dude right here, Augustus Leplejon. He didn't think that we were going to realize that he was a pseudo archaeologist. He didn't think that we were going to go that deep. So be reluctant to just listen to anybody on these TikTok apps that is putting out information that's making you lose your African mind. And I'm not being funny. I'm just being real serious about that. This dude right here wrote the book. Now, don't get me wrong, because I like science just like my brother up there said he likes science. If we get the information and this stuff matches up and everything supports what he's saying, then we have to change our mind and we can change the conversation at hand. But you don't have enough evidence or facts on the table to suggest that the Mayan civilization started in the Yucatan. So this is part of that narrative that we were from over here. This is it. Come back. This ain't new. This shit that y'all
Brothers,
hearing ain't new.
brothers,
They've been saying this since the
brothers,
1800s. Okay,
brothers. Can we please let the queen speak?
Yeah,
she
she back. She back now.
you
Let her
back,
go ahead and rock.
Indigo?
I'm back.
Okay, I had to do a quick presentation.
Yeah. Are you done? You
Yeah,
can.
go ahead, sis. You good? I just wanted to let everybody real quick. I'm gonna let you go. Let everybody know this cat right here, Earth Speaks, the one that y'all saying, oh man, he beat pork and all of this shit. No, he didn't. He is preaching out of a pseudo book. We just read the definition of hyper diffusionist. It's pseudo. The first word said is pseudo archaeology. All right. I'm sorry, sis.
But for the record though, I said naturalists beat you, not Earth. I didn't see you debate Earth.
Oh well,
Naturalists beat you.
as
But
far as natural, he revealed his West African DNA results during the first 5 minutes. And as far as DNA, we all have human genes that have pairs of chromosomes that we get from our parents. So I don't understand how he won that debate when he got West African DNA. That don't make no sense.
Instead of proving that we ain't African, he showed that he was African. So that whole thing made no sense at all.
First 5 minutes, and I didn't have to finish that debate. He gave
but
enough
but but
information
but
genetically.
but for the
Listen, he
record,
gave enough information genetically.
I got you. But honestly, y'all got to respect the fact that he also understand that when it comes to ancestral DNA, there's no accuracy in it
No,
when
no.
you test it. It's no way.
When it comes
There's
to
no
human
way.
cells, we all have human cells, bro, that we get from our parents, and we share chromosomes from them. That doesn't change. And
So
I'm
everybody
so
getting
waiting
did
for
that
they?
one of
whole
y'all to
Are they
debate
compare?
me,
Are they
but
comparing our DNA to mummies or to ancient mummies, or
they're
they could?
comparing their DNA to the oldest groups of populations that's been in different areas. So if we
Well,
listen real
I'm
quick, let me
waiting
finish
for
real
one
um,
of
quick.
y'all
Let me
to
finish real
debate
quick.
me.
technically,
But can we please let the queen talk?
Oh yeah, my
um,
bad. Go ahead, Queen.
before I carry on though, technically the DNA things. I don't know if you guys know the father of DNA. He was actually called to be someone who referred to black people as animalistic creatures. So
Oh, thank you.
he was actually pushed out of the entire DNA research thing. But also, the DNA results that a lot of people are getting are about 500 to 600 years ago. So the way that what is showing now in people's DNA is actually based off of about 4 to 600 years ago. That's actually like true. I'm not at the end of the day, I'm always going to stick to the fact that all the people who are black around the world are from Africa. But I also want to clarify that at the end of the day, no matter what your DNA results say, it's always based off of 4 to 600 years ago. It's not it's not as accurate as it would be, because then if you go into the history of Africa, then that would mean that a lot of North Africans would be considered African, which they're not. They're Arabs. They're not
Oh
African.
yeah, definitely.
That would also that would also say that Somalis, Ethiopians, Djiboutians, Eritreans, as well as the Tutsis of Rwanda are African when they are actually Indian Arab with a little bit of African from the breeding farms. So it would take it would minimize the atrocities that were done to African women in general, based off of actually seeing them as factual. Also, what it would do is it would make as if a lot of the coloreds in South Africa, so colored would mean mixed race in South Africa, right? It would make as if a lot of the coloreds in South Africa are African when some of them were actually Cape Malay and some of them were actually mixed before they actually arrived in Southern Africa. So it would take away a lot of the destruction that was done in Africa if we did actually have to put all our um what we believe in DNA results. I won't lie. Like that's just the truth. So I'm not a big fan of. I know my history. But I know my history based off of my people, as well as a lot of evidence that I've gone to go and visit in South Africa. We've got a lot of the oldest places in the world in Southern Africa. So I'm able to go and like look at these places. I go to the caves. I've been to Magaliesburg. I've been to Inzaloyelanga. I've been to um, the Cape of Good Hope. I've been to specific places where they have this archaeological evidence there instead of trusting what Google has, because Google also doesn't tell the truth about Inzalo Yelanga. What it will bring up for you is what Michael Tellinger put on Google, but it won't bring up what actually is at Inzalo Yelanga. So in general, I will always trust a lot of things by you have to travel as a person to be able to find places. And I know it's a privilege to travel, but you do have to go to specific places to find out the truth about it, and also speak to the people of those places, because um elders do have the truth of a lot of things. I know we are going to be set forth in source. I agree with y'all in general, because at the end of the day, this is the language that I speak all the time. But I do know that a lot of sources do come from elders and people who know the specific places and the herbs and the plants and the trees and the land and the places. You know what I mean? The inner mountain rivers and etc. So I would always trust a lot of the people who lived in those places longer than what um is put on Google and what is put on those things, because a lot of our history, even as Bantu people where I'm from, is not actually put in the internet. For instance, you still won't find Kwekam in the internet. You're going to find Khoisan, when Khoisan is literally a racial slur, right? I've told you guys already. It's literally a racial slur coined by Leonard Schultz, who was a zoologist who used to hunt indigenous Kwekam and Bantu people. So in general, you're not going to find Kwekam. You're going to find Khoisan. So would I then trust that Google search? No, I would not. You know what I mean? Because I know my people. I know my tribe. I know the people that I descend from. But I did want to also say, so all this time that Earth speaks, and with y'all saying that y'all gave Africa food, was this coming from the thing that Sutan said when like you were telling Sutan that um you guys were giving us food in the 90s, meaning the specific situation of the feed an African child for 50 cents a day or whatever it was, because we got that ad too in South Africa, right? So we were also told that feed an African
Yeah.
child for 50 cents a day, because it was based off of what was going on in Sudan, because the Arabs had divided Sudan in two. We all witnessed that in our lifetime. It was in the 90s. We all witnessed the Arabs of the North African region divide Sudan in two, right? And then the white folks, the Europeans, meaning both in Europe as well as the United States, acted as the white savior, bringing in USAID, UNICEF, etc., etc., right? To act as if they were assisting. Yet, a lot of people don't want to consider the fact that they also played a huge role in actually human trafficking a lot of the Sudanese people out of the area so that the Arabs could have it, as well as giving them asylum. You wouldn't give a country asylum without your actual hand in play in that specific situation, right? So we all know that. That's why you'll find a lot of Sudanese people in Australia as well as the Americas and Asia, because they had to get out of Sudan while the Arabs were dividing Sudan, which is why North Sudan looks different to South Sudan, right? So if you guys are saying that that's when you guys were giving food, like Sudan said, 90% of that food did not go to the African people at all, because then we could go into the guy who won the Nobel Peace Prize for taking the picture of the malnutrition child, right? Who was literally sitting right next to a vulture. He got a Nobel Peace Prize for taking that picture. No one knows that he actually left the child there, and that child actually ended up dying, when he could have taken that child and taken her to the feeding station, right? So in general, those kind of situations, there are so much more crops that people don't actually know of, because a lot of the time, even census will say there's 3 billion people in Africa. That's a lie. It's a lie. They don't go to the rural areas. I grew up in the villages. I grew up in farms. They never came to us. They never came to count our heads.
Can,
They didn't know whether we were vaccinated or
Indigo,
not.
can I give you a compliment? Can I give you a compliment? Because I'm gonna
Uh,
be honest with you.
Go ahead.
Listening to you make me want to take. what makes me want to make me actually want to take this conversation that we're having seriously, because you're actually making valid points. You also are accrediting your ancestral information that's passed down to you, and you also pointing out the fact that these European control information are European control information, so you can't take it for as much as you're supposed to. See, listening to you and listening to your truth, and I'm hearing your truth being from that land, it makes me actually want to take this conversation seriously. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm actually having fun with my guy Jetson and the other stuff with this conversation, because that very thing that you just said is what I foundationally know. That's why I don't hold to it. But I appreciate it. So go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. I just want to say I appreciate it because you actually make me want to just actually really engage in this conversation now.
I gotta
You should
go,
have
man.
been engaging in this conversation since you got up here, bro.
The
That's what I'm
facts,
saying.
dog.
That's what
I've
I'm
been
saying.
having fun
Facts.
with this
I ain't got
conversation,
time
bro.
to waste my time.
I've been
I
having
I
fun with
gotta
this
go. If
conversation.
you're not
I've been
even
having
if
fun
you're
with this
not even
conversation.
taking any of the things that I'm saying
Oh no, we
seriously,
serious now because I can
no,
respect
no,
what you're
bruh,
saying.
no, bruh, no, bruh, because you keep throwing these like light shades and stuff, and I keep letting them slide, but don't think that I'm missing
I
them.
I
You know what I'm
promise you that
saying?
what
Like you're not
Jensen,
more intelligent
I
than
didn't
me,
mean
fam.
that to be
No, no,
disrespectful.
no, no, no.
I'm not
You're
saying that
not
I'm
more
more intelligent
intelligent than
than
me,
you,
fam,
brother.
and that's like the fourth time
I'm
you done
I'm
did that.
saying I'm saying you know what? Go ahead. I'm not even
It
gonna respond to it.
resonated.
I
It's cool.
apologize if you feel like it's
It
disrespectful. Go ahead.
resonated with him. We brawl it sometimes
Yeah.
in here, and what she said resonated. You know what I'm saying? We
Man,
be trying to
bro,
hit the
no,
chin and the
that's
gut and
some
everything.
bullshit. Because I done
She,
had
I
conversations
mean,
with Godly multiple
let
times,
me let me
Hey, hold
and
on.
rephrase
every time he
it
tried
so
to,
she can have
Wait,
her
hold
so she
on.
can have her
Time
time.
out, time
Just
out, time out, time
let me
out.
rephrase it so
Keep it
she
on
can
the
have her time
information
back.
though.
I wasn't
Just
trying
keep
to
it
be
on information.
disrespectful, bro. Yeah, basically what
You
I
don't
was
gotta
trying
get
to say
emotional.
is, yeah, and basically what I was trying to say is, listening to her means that I hear a lot of reasoning in her in a position that we can find some reasoning. When I deal with my brothers, we're so emotional tied and so personal charged in this conversation, not everybody that's up here, that we hold what we believe and we gonna stand on that no matter what. When she's coming from the things that she's saying, I can actually trust the information and trust the belief that she has in it because she has a strong foundation that she's actually blood tied to. So I respect that.
and I'm not blood tied to my, bro. Okay, I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna duck out for real because at this point is borderline wasting my time and it's borderline disrespectful to be completely honest with you. Um, I'm not saying the shit I say just because that's how I feel. I'm saying it because that's what the science says. How many doctors do I need to present? How many geneticists do I need to present? How many fucking historians do I need to present before people start taking me seriously? My stance has not changed since I hopped on TikTok. It has not changed, not one bit, because nobody has been able to prove me wrong. I keep on asking y'all to present the people who back up your story. Present the people who did the research, who backs up your story. And you keep on telling me that that's what your uncle told you. That's what your mama told you. I can't go off what your uncle and what your mama told you, fam. I'm sorry.
I
I can't.
apologize,
I know
Indigo.
our
I didn't
history.
want
No, I know our
get your time
history in
taken
dealing
all
with
day.
the.
I
I know
apologize to
our
you, Justin,
history in
man.
dealing with these people
I didn't
in
want to strike
America.
you emotionally,
Can I
bro. I
finish,
didn't want
please?
to.
Because I'm gonna jump off and let y'all have y'all conversation. Because at this point, I'm wasting my time. I'm speaking to a damn wall. But I'm gonna go ahead and say what I need to say before I jump out of here. I know our history in dealing with these people. I know how they done rewrote our history. I know Walter Pleckard and all the rest of them. There's nothing anybody has said since I hopped on this damn platform that I have not been able to rebuttal or debunk. You know what I'm saying? So you're not telling me nothing I don't know. The problem is you have not presented me with any new information that changes my stance. I keep on asking for it, but y'all never come with it. You always come with, oh, well, that's just not what they told me, or oh, no, they hiding this and they hiding that and they hiding this. I can't verify none of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not on no nothing that these white people told me or
Listen,
nothing like that. I go to our
yes,
master
you are, Jess.
teachers. But
You getting
bruh,
emotional,
you
but you
gonna have
missed the
to
point.
show
You
me
missed the
some
point.
evidence.
You
No,
arguing about
fam,
Jesse,
fam, no. Let me
Jesse,
finish my little
Jesse.
monologue and then I'm gonna be out of
You
here and you
arguing
can
about the point,
bogart the
and
platform
you're
like you
missing the
do
point.
every
But
other
you're missing
time.
the point,
Let me
Jesse.
finish my little
You're missing the
monologue
point,
and
Jesse.
then you can bogart the platform like you all do
But
every
you're
other
missing the point. You
time.
arguing. You're giving a
Okay, but
monologue
I'm the
about the
type of
wrong point,
brother.
bro.
No, let me finish, godly damn. I'm the type of brother that I need proof.
I need evidence. You can't just say some
Right,
shit to me.
right.
You know what I'm saying? I need you to show me something that backs up your story. And so far, none of y'all, you so-called Native Americans or you so-called we not Africans, none of you have been able to show me anything that backs up your story. And I'm going to keep on coming with facts. I'm going to keep on coming with doctors. I'm going to keep on coming with historians. I'm going to keep on coming with anthropologists. And until y'all can debunk me, I'm going to keep on saying what I've been saying. Life started in Africa. Those Africans transmigrated the whole planet and populated every landmass on this planet. Therefore, you, sir, are a damn African.
Hey,
I'm
time out,
done.
time out,
Y'all
time
have
out,
a
time
good
out.
night.
Indigo, did Indigo finish yet?
No,
I
no,
don't
she
know if
did.
she
No, she did. She
let
didn't.
Indigo finish because she was talking and it got like turned off.
Yeah.
I lost my train of thought.
Welcome to my world.
So
I lost my train of thought. So, Godly, do you not believe that you're African anymore? Do you believe you're African?
Um, the point that I was trying to compliment, I guess I may have said a little too much. Sometimes I do that. But the point that I was saying is, I understand who I am because my foundational sources is the same thing as your foundational source. Your foundational source is your people. It's the information that's been passed down to you by your ancestors. And my foundational information has been passed down to me by mine. So this Europeanized validation is not needed for me. And that's
Exactly.
the same
So,
thing that you're
so
saying.
if my ancestors say that they know that our other ancestors definitely went to America and populated that place way before any other race did so, do you still not believe that they're from Africa?
I can believe that your ancestors could have told you that story, but my ancestors told me that our people were created from this land, from this soil here. So that's what I'm saying. Like I can respect where you're coming from because that is what your ancestors told you. The
So
problem that
you
I
were
get
told
is
that
that
there were
hold
black
on,
people who were from here who were, you said, traded,
all
like they
over the
were,
world.
huh?
There were people of there was people of our skin complexion all over the earth. That's why I don't like the origin question because if you talk to the people, ancient people of those lands, they're gonna tell you that they descend from that land.
And I mean, at the end of the day, that's fine. But when we look into the first landmass to erupt from the waters, this is not based off of what science proves. It's also based off of our ancestral stories. I'm sure that y'all also have a scientific or what an ancestral story of y'all being there. But I'm definitely sure if you dig a little deeper, maybe sometimes it's to dig a little deeper that they did come from Africa. They saw the seas. They were seafarers, right? In general. But okay, I'm not trying to convince you that you're African because I'm okay with that. Either way, if you ever had to come to Africa, they would assume you're African. They would never assume you were anything else. Because I heard you say something like someone else was a different, like, kind of phenotype or whatever. You specifically, I just went to your profile. You literally look like you can be found in South Africa. I've seen people who look like you,
Yeah.
exactly like you. Do
But
I
but
think that they're from
but we
America?
don't have any. But we don't have any history. If people generally do they DNA test, they're gonna make it whether they're coming from
But
West
let's
Africa,
leave because
not
remember
South
we,
Africa.
we we don't believe in the DNA test, right? So let's put that aside. If
Right.
I know
True.
for a fact that I can find you a person who looks like you in Africa, because you said something about phenotype earlier, I believe, right? I know for a fact I can find someone who looks exactly like you in Africa.
Right. And it's no and like I said, that's why I just engage the conversation of origin with these brothers on this platform because this is what they're passionate about. I don't really like the origin conversation because we don't know where the people came from on the world. If you say that people can be tied together and we talking about what you say the diaspora and you saying we all was together at one time and the earth broke apart and all that type of stuff, that means that the whole plane of this earth that was once connected, life could have started anywhere. So once we understand that, then we should better respect people's standpoint because again, I say all that is subjective. Your ancestors will tell you that people descended from that continent. My ancestors say that we have no ties to that continent. And this is what my ancestors say, and I don't put anything before the things that I can prove that was foundationally true that they passed down to me, and I
So
respect that
so
the fact that
so
what?
so are you and I like are we two different people?
I think that we are related because, like I said, like you and like everybody else, I believe we all come from the same origin, but we don't know what that origin is. There's a reason why the people were separated out. There's a reason why people are where they are today and people are where they at in other places. Cultures changed. People moved on. People created their own existence. So for me to remove myself from the land that my ancestors bled on, their ancestors, as far as they can remember, came on, would be foolish because the only evidence that we have to go on is European found European recognized, European verified information, and it doesn't matter how many of our people that look like us that goes in and verify the information that these people have already put out there. We didn't create anthropology. We didn't create this European version of science. We wasn't even studying. We wasn't even studying origins in the aspect that they do today. That was not something that we were doing. We
Have you been?
respected our ancestors. Hold on, let me
Have
say
you?
this part. We
Mhm.
respected our ancestral bones, so we would never dig them up. We would never break them down and run tests on
Yeah,
them like these Europeans are doing.
yeah, yeah. I mean, that yeah, we can't argue that. That's true. I wanted to ask you, have you ever been to Africa?
I've never had a desire to go to Africa. To be honest with you, I never had a desire. But I have dated people from Africa. From different places in Africa. I got good friends that's from different places in Africa. You know what I'm saying? So I do have a love for the people because I love all people. But I've never had a want to go to Africa. I've never had an interest into going there. I mean, just to be fairly honest with you, I've never had an interest or want to do that.
Until now.
No, I still don't.
Oh damn. All right. Well, let's keep
Okay,
working on
so
it. Let's keep
so
on.
so that's fine. I also want you to know that personally, as an African person, I would never force you to be African, and I'm okay with you not being African.
Thank you.
I actually respect you, and I would also suggest that the way that you think and the way that you operate, no matter what happens in your lifetime, don't ever buy a ticket to go to Africa. Don't don't do it.
What's this?
Mainly
That's
because
what's this? What's
mainly
this? Is
because
reverse psychology or something?
I mean, you said that you don't have a desire to go to Africa. I just want you to know, as an African person, I also don't want you to ever change your mind. I want you to stay in America for the rest of your life. Don't ever go to Africa. Isn't it what you're saying? You're saying that you don't have a connection to
No,
Africa. You never wanted to go
no.
He
there.
said, "Is this reverse psychology?"
Lost his African
Hey,
mind.
I was just having fun with you when I said that, but I'm not laughing at what you're saying, Nico, because I don't find it to
Oh,
be
so you
offensive.
can
Though.
have
That's
fun
fine.
with me, but
That's,
I can't have
It's,
fun with you?
yeah,
yeah, no, I'm saying no, that was somebody else said that. Like I said, I didn't take any disrespect or nothing that you said over there. I didn't feel any type of way about it. I mean,
Yeah.
to be totally honest with you, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, because I'm very personal about Africa. I do this shit for a living. This
And I am about America.
yeah,
Even though they
these
teach us to hate, even though they teach us to hate this land that we own, that we're from. I love where I'm from. I love my people, man. I mean, I love my people just as much as you love yours. So that's
mhm.
why I said I can respect where you're coming from. I'm dealing
And I won't lie, I
with
love
a
my
lot of people.
people. I love my people who are here too. Like my peoples, Mofax, Port City,
Yeah,
Big
my
Sitton,
people.
them folks in the in the comment section. I
That's
love
fine.
my motherfucking African people. I love those people. But the ones who don't consider themselves African, I do want them to stay in America. I won't lie to you. I think it's actually a
But hey,
very good decision.
I'm gonna keep it I'm gonna keep it 100 because more of you guys are traveling here than we are going there. We welcome you with
Oh,
open
we're not
arms. That
traveling
right
here. You
there.
know what we are doing? We're coming
Hold
to
on.
come and fix our
That's because
inheritance.
this our shit too. That's why.
Yeah.
That,
And we're
We
here
already
to
here.
come and get our inheritance
Mo,
because
you need to stay
the
on one side of the
Europeans,
thing, man. One,
Ah,
the
one minute,
nah,
one
nah,
minute you
nah,
nah,
indigenous to
nah,
Bussy.
this land. One
nah,
minute you
nah,
indigenous
baby,
to this land. Then all
nah.
of a sudden you
This my
African
shit
again, though.
too. This my shit too.
Okay, yeah, because you
Yeah, you go
indigenous. You
ahead.
indigenous to this land.
I'm
Right.
both handed.
Shit.
But
I'm
I
I'm
guess
from
I
I'm
guess
from Africa,
Respectfully,
I'm
but
ambidextrous, baby.
I got ancestors in America. I got ancestors in Europe. I got ancestors in Asia. I got ancestors in Australia. I probably got
hey,
ancestors in Antarctica. I'm not even gonna lie.
well
I
that's
got
fine.
ancestors everywhere. You know what I mean? But I
But
also want you to know
but
that in general, like, it's unfortunate, but you as an African American or as a Black
no
American,
no no
however
no
you
no no
want to
no
go,
no no
or
not
okay,
black not black
Let me
not
say this real
African
quick. Hold
so
on.
you
Let
American.
me
you
Just
say
be
this
copper.
real
black.
quick to this comment. Hold on. Already hear my ass. I'm talking about my people's blood in the ground. That's it.
Right.
The blood is already in the
Okay.
ground. So, I don't know what you mean by already hear my ass. I'm not talking about being here first, none of that. My people blood is already in the ground. So this is my shit too. Period.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
talking
What?
about I'm talking about my people being here first. I'm not gonna lie. Our African people traveled here first.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. And
There you
and
go.
also those African people who were
I feel
enslaved
for
and
you.
taken
I
to the
feel for you with
Americas,
the
those are my
yeah.
ancestors too.
I feel for that because like I said, I love my African brothers and sisters too.
Okay,
But
hold
when
on.
we
Let me.
rise
So,
up,
whoa, whoa,
but
let me. Let me. Let me.
when we rise
Hold on,
when we
man.
rise up when we
We got to
rise
bring it
up,
back to
I
topic,
will.
yo. We got off
Yeah.
Yeah,
topic.
bro. I was trying to come over here and talk about the topic. I don't
We
know
gonna
what's
bring it
going
back
on.
to topic.
See,
Now,
this
you
why
said, hold on, bro.
this
Hold
why
on.
we can't build no
Walk with
relationship
me.
with the
Walk with
Africans,
me, bro.
bro.
Walk with me. We gonna walk
What
together.
do
It's
you
all good.
mean? I
Wait,
thought
don't
we're
say
having a
that.
cordial
Y'all be
conversation.
y'all be mad
I was
disrespecting
by
the
I
shit
was
out of
building with
Africans, bro. So
with
don't try to
Indigo,
make
and
it
now
Okay,
seem
y'all.
like
good.
we're
I'm
the
just
reason
saying.
why the Black indigenous people can't build with African Americans and African people. When y'all
Right, because
the only reason why we start pushing y'all shit in because y'all kept disrespecting us, bro. We was doing religion over here.
put some stuff in.
Stop
This
playing
is our
Yours.
games.
comment section, yo. Talking about we ain't African and stuff. Them your peoples be hitting us up like that. We be minding our
Right,
African
right. You
business.
trying to say,
Nah, I will say this. I will say
hey,
Real
godly
talk.
is.
We be minding our African business.
I
y'all
will
They
need to
say.
hitting us
stop
up.
stealing
Hold on. I
those
will
people
say
identity, man,
godly.
for real.
I
You need to
will
stop
give
trying to steal their
godly.
identity, bro.
I will say godly is one of the only people that lasted this long by just holding to that he ain't African. Everybody else start off saying they ain't African and they just talking about their personal story, and then it turns into that nobody's African and that whole shit is fake. So I give him that part.
Okay. All right.
So
Because
do you
that's
go
what
by
that
being
would be perpetuating the lie.
Okay, so
do you go by being copper?
To be honest with you, I go by my ties to my tribe. That's what I want to do. But we've been so indoctrinated and so colonized that the words that truly describe us we don't use on a regular basis. But me, I don't like the term black. I don't like the term African American because I know those are terms that were used to separate us from our identity.
So if
You
I
can use
tell you
melanated,
that
you
the
can use
word
copper.
if I tell you that the word
Go ahead.
black in my ancient language actually means the people of the soul and the people of the soil, would you believe that?
I still don't want that word
So okay,
because the European
we'd
language is
have
what
to
we're using.
so we would have to remove because remember we don't abide to European tactics, right? So we would have to remove that they
Right.
created it because I just told you that in my ancient language the word black refers to Nsundu, which means Abantu, which means the people of the soul, the people of the soil, the original people.
Right.
Yeah. So we would
But
have to remove the fact that
let's be
they gave us that word. They didn't give us the word black.
Indigo. Let's be truthful to the people. Your word, the pronunciation, the spelling, and everything else is totally different than the word that the Europeans have given us here.
Because it's
The
English.
European
English
version
is
of that
still
word.
brand new.
Hold on. Exactly.
But I'm
That's the
trying
point
to
that I'm
tell you what
making.
the word
Indigo.
black
Hold on,
The
is.
definition,
Indigo. I
the
heard you.
word
Let
and
me make my
spelling
point.
ain't changed, bro. The definition ain't changing, bro.
Let
Yeah.
me.
The
Yes, it does,
definition is
bro.
never
Yes,
gonna
it does.
change. No, no, no. No.
Uh,
When we
Because
uh,
the
say
word
uh,
black,
black.
we know
w-
exactly what we
uh,
mean. Just because you don't know what we mean, that's not our problem.
again, bro. We're speaking and we're using a European language and we're using European words. We're not speaking in her ancient language. We're not speaking in her tongue
But
or
black,
anything like
but
that.
I'm
We're
translating
hold on,
directly.
Indigo. You got your point. You
Hold
got
on,
your
wait.
point.
But before you carry on, black in my language, when we're talking about colors, I could tell you that white is Mshope, right? But I'm telling you that the word black is Mtundu. That's what black means. So if I want to even say a shoe is black, I must say iskatulo intundu. It's still the same thing. It's still black. It's just the translation of the color.
It,
And what does
The
it's
Ntundu mean?
not.
plunger.
Ntundu goes back to being Bantu. Bantu meaning
I,
Bantu
I, I'm,
people
I'm,
are
I'm
literally
I'm
the
laughing.
people of
I'm
the soil.
laughing at this. I'm laughing at this to myself, Indigo, because and not laughing because that's where you're coming from.
Mhm.
Again, we're speaking in a totally different language. The words have total different meanings because we're speaking in a language who've created that term. You don't call yourself black in there. You're using a different language, a different pronunciation, a different sound, a different spell that's being cast.
But I'm trying
In
to
this
tell you that in
European,
my
and this
language,
you no, you can't because you're not calling me black in your language. You're calling
I
me black
am.
in European
No,
terms.
I'm telling you, I am. In where I'm from, you would be called a black person in my language.
No, if where I'm from, you call me
How
black, I
you
would be
gonna
even
tell
more
her
He
no,
said
bro?
disrespectful.
Oh my
no.
Stop.
god.
This nigga said
Hey,
no.
yo,
No,
What the-
y'all not y'all not y'all laughing, y'all not hearing me
can
out.
you speak
If
because
she
he
called,
said
your
no. I
indigenous
just
if
language?
learned
she speak
that.
her
We
language,
just learned
she
it.
speak her.
How can we
Can you
say
speak your
no?
indigenous
We
language?
just learned it.
Because y'all cutting off the point that I'm making,
I want
bro.
you to speak your indigenous language,
If
bro.
she speaks the word in her language, that means something totally different. But if she calls me
It
black
doesn't.
in the European tongue, I'm gonna be highly offended. That's the point that I'm making.
So you would also be
Man, man, it ain't
offended,
that
for
simple.
instance. So,
Oh my
so you
god.
see, where I'm from in South Africa, we've got races, right? So we got black, which would be umuntontundu, which would be you. You would be umuntontundu. You would literally be black person
That's fine.
in my language.
That's fine.
Then we've
That's
got
fine.
colored people. We got the coloreds. The coloreds are the mixed race, right? We got the coloreds. They're the mixed race people. And then we got the Indians and we got the white people. White people are called umlungu. Umlungu literally means the people of dirty sea foam. Those who arrived with the dirty sea foam. Indian ikula means those who come with lies and fairy tales. So I'm trying to
Hmm.
tell you, at the end of the day, black still stays the same. It still stays with the color meaning the people who are literally mimicking the color of the
And,
soil and the
and,
soul.
Now, how you
That's
say
it.
that in
Indigo.
your indigenous language, bruh?
Hey,
Since you're
bro.
indigenous.
Again, I don't know how to break this down any further to you guys again, bro. In her language, it means something totally. The words and the spelling is something totally different than the spells
But
that they've
we don't
created.
trust
Hold on,
European
y'all
words.
cut me before I make my point. I let you make your point clearly, and I'm trying to tell you that we are speaking a different tongue, a different language, and casting different spells.
But
The European has
you
created.
don't believe in European tactics. So throw away the entire
Who
European
said? Who
language.
said I don't believe in European tactics?
You
You said
did.
that.
Oh my fucking
Bro,
god.
hey man, get out of here, man. Get out. I have never said I
You
didn't believe in
said that.
European tactics. I
Hell,
said I
Hey.
don't believe in European version of story or history. Their spells and the
And
evil
so
things
so
they
you
do.
believe in their
And she gave you the other version.
Y'all sit up, so you guys up here gonna project what you want to believe out there. So you guys gonna tell the people down here because they're y'all fans that I'm saying that the evil tactics that the Europeans have cast on us, even lying about who we are, I don't believe in. Right?
whew.
That's
So
what
why are
y'all
you
trying to
believing
say.
their language?
The Bantu people are European.
You should be speaking the native
No, I'm
tongue,
not talking about the
bruh.
Bantu, bro. I'm talking about the European language. I just said if she used what they termed and what their pronunciation of the word that they refer to, meaning what the Europeans say is black. That spell and that pronunciation means something totally different in their language than it does in the European language. They have
So
Which language
definitions
is
of the word.
older?
Hold on.
Who was using the term black
Let me finish
first?
my point. Mo, let me finish my point. The European have their own set of definitions for words, just like they have their own set of definition of words in their language. So when we're speaking European language, the words that we're speaking have Europeanized words because we're dealing with their language and their terminology. And her language is something totally different. That's what I'm saying. I know y'all want to be black. I know y'all want to be BLACK here in European, but that is a spell, a manipulation of the word to cast some negative connotations on us. And if you don't believe it, just look at our society today. Since we've tied ourselves and signed ourselves off as being black, look at us. Look at what our people have become. The very essence of what the word means by definition. And this shit it's a spiritual thing. I understand what she's saying. Yeah, in her language, it's not the same meaning, it's not the same spell. In European language, they're casting a total different spell. We have become black people here in this country. That's why we are in the predicament that we are now. So no, I understand what spelling and what these things mean. That's what I got a
Okay, so
problem with.
so
Not
can
her
I
calling me in her language, but her calling me that in this language.
so okay, so I want to try to understand you right now. So
Okay.
you think in English, right?
Right.
You dream in English?
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
I
Hold on.
would
You said I
assume.
think in English. Hold on,
Yeah, you
I didn't hear you clearly. What you just say
yeah.
now?
So do you when you think, do you think in English?
No, I think in to the core of who I am. I think in my own mind.
You
But
think in Hebrew?
usually
You think in
would it
indigenous?
be
I think in my spiritual connection, bro. That's why I have a
Yeah,
okay,
when I
okay.
hear that
Let
with
me
your
word.
ask you a
spirit,
different
with
question.
your
That's why. Hold on.
spiritual
Hold on.
meaning.
When I hear that word black,
Hmm.
it triggers me spiritually. It
Hold on,
makes
hold
me
on, hold on,
cringe
hold on.
inside because I
Before
understand
we
it's a
go on
spell.
that, because I want to understand what you were saying. When you
Okay.
dream and the people speak to you in the dreams, do they speak to you in English?
When I dream,
Mm-hmm.
to be honest with you, in my dreams, I couldn't hear the language of people were speaking. To be honest with you, I couldn't understand what they were saying.
Okay, so when you process information, right, in general, let's say your elders, because you said, I think you said something like you spoke to an elder and they told you a lot of the information. So when they
Several
spoke to,
elders, several.
yes, so when they spoke to you, did they speak to you in English?
Yeah, they spoke to me. Well, I mean, our version of English, but English. Yeah,
So you received the information in English, right? So you processed it in English, which means then you thought about it in English, which means even if you had to dream about it, you would dream about it in English, right? So when you say black is different to you, right? It's different because of the English connotation. Can you imagine me being someone who speaks 11 languages, English being the 11th language, that the word black still resonates within my soul because I understand the true depth of it, because it comes from an ancient language. The word black explains who I am, where I come from, the fact that my skin and my memory card of the skin actually lives within the soil, the sky, the stars, etc. You know, the whole stardust thing with the, you know, our melanin, right? It all goes back to being the color black, which means that it would not have the same effect on me as it would on you, because you
right,
are functioning on one language. It's like
right,
almost being like a one-dimensional being, right? Whereas I understand the word black in 10 different languages before it becomes English, before it's English. Okay? So what I'm trying to make you understand, because you said you're the original people of America, when you cannot tap
Uh,
into the ancient or the 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 oldest network.
Indigo. Let me
Hey,
back
hold
you
on.
up a
Let
minute.
Demystify say something though. Hold on, because he been waiting for a minute.
I mean, we having a dialogue over here, man. This is deep. But go ahead, man. I mean, it's gonna change the topic. It's gonna change where we at.
You do it all the time, bro.
I mean,
That's how we got here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't change it. I
that was your
I
way of
get
getting away
everything
from that
projected on me.
DNA. We was on DNA, and all of a sudden we on
No,
this.
no, hey, bro, I keep telling you I'm the wrong guy. I'm the wrong guy with the DNA and science, bro. Like that don't affect me no type of way. I
You're
laugh
the
at it when
wrong
y'all
guy
bring
for
that up.
everything, bro.
But but
You
but
just
but
told
but
us.
Indigo,
You just told us
this is what
about
you.
using European tactics, and then you got all your knowledge from your ancestors through oral tradition, speaking
Uh,
European
that
tactics.
that's the language, bro. But you know one thing about my ancestors, bro, that y'all keep looking over and you hearing what she's saying about this word black. If you go back prior to the '60s, our people hated to be called black or to be strived that because they were living and functioning in the European world and understood European
We
terms.
never hated to be
This
black.
was something that we didn't
Nobody hates
grasp.
being
And
black, bro.
In
So
I'm
Africa,
so
not
we
when did
never
the
talking
Black
about
hated.
you.
Power
You
movement
you
then?
you're not
If they hated being
Indigo.
called black, what was the Black Power
You're not from
movement?
here.
You said what?
Black Panthers, what you talking
Right.
about,
That's what
bro?
I'm getting at. That's what I'm trying to get at, bro. All this started in the '60s.
Yeah, in the
I
60s,
don't
we
know, fam.
loved being black. We were proud of it.
Right, right. And you've already made the turn. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you fine with casting a spell on the people because you said you understand it from a different plane. But I'm gonna give y'all
I'm
some
not
reality
casting
check, even
any
though I think
spell if the
y'all
English language is younger than mine.
And
I think y'all ignore ignored these truths for the first time.
like, I mean, I don't get it, man.
Prior to Stokely
It's
Carmichael,
anti-African.
prior
You
to
can't be
prior, prior,
African. Now you
prior,
can't be
prior,
black. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
bro,
You can't be African no more
prior to
because you ain't from Africa. You
prior
can't be
to
black no more
prior to
because of all of this dumb
right,
shit. Man, we black
right,
all
because
day
all of
from
it's foolish,
Africa
all of
all
it's
day.
foolishness.
Come on, fam.
And
African American is a misnomer, bro.
It's
But
what
like,
specific
I mean,
definition of black are you using? Because if we go to the
the brother
oldest,
asked me
if we
to
go
make
to
a
the
point.
oldest
I'm gonna go
languages,
there. Okay.
I'm finna go ahead on and answer your question you asked it first, bro. And I'm gonna break it down to you guys like this because, like I said, we too blinded on what we want to believe instead of dealing with reality. The reality is this: prior to the '60s, our culture and our togetherness and our people relationships as a people were far greater than what it is today. And all this started in the '60s after our parents got involved in the Black Power movement when they started putting black on the children's birth certificate. And every generation after that has been worse than the last because that spell in the European language, it is a spell. We have manifested the essence of what it means in the European language, in the European term. If you look at how we're unaliving ourselves, the hatred we have amongst each other, and different things like that, the evil culture that we have created, all these things are considered black culture. This is what that
that's not
word has done to us.
that's not
What?
from
Hey,
identifying as black. That's
What
from
are you
being
talking
so
raised
about,
when
in
bro?
did
an
I? No,
environment that is
so
that's
prior, to,
stuck
bro,
in
bro, I'm
poverty-stricken
gonna ask you a question.
environment.
I'm gonna let you
It
speak.
has
I'm
nothing to
gonna
do
let you
with
speak, bro.
identifying as
Let me
black.
ask you this question.
If
No,
you
I'm
are
gonna
in
ask
an
you this question,
environment,
bro.
right, that is stricken by poverty, the thing you're gonna do is try to get money fast or try to get something fast, right? So you're gonna end up committing crimes. That's what happens in impoverished environments, right? People living in poverty. That's
Bro,
just the outcome of
bro,
it.
I'm from Mississippi, one of the poor. They say the poorest places in the
And
world,
I'm
man.
from
So
Louisiana.
they say
I don't care. What I'm telling you is that's not what black. That's
my people were
identifying as
still.
black is not.
Bro, my people were still working in the cotton fields for next to no little to nothing. And we were better people. We were together. We took care of each other. We fed each other. We did all these things prior to calling ourselves black. I know you young fellas so tied into this movement and this black pride thing that's been embedded because that's all y'all know. Y'all don't remember a time back before that. Y'all don't understand that prior to this,
You don't
we
know
lived
me.
different.
You
The
can't
culture was
speak to
different.
me.
We weren't robbing and murdering and doing all these things to each
I'm
other prior
aware.
to this.
And
I'm
well,
aware.
okay, you're right. And what happened?
We started calling ourselves black. We
Oh, wait,
started
get
No,
him
no,
out of
casting
here,
a
no.
bro.
That's
spell
not
on
why.
them.
No,
That is
Get
that's
not
him
why
not
out with
people
why.
that
talk.
shit,
That
bro.
is not
If
why.
you want to
See,
know what
you
actually
sit up here and
happened,
try to
it had to
change this
do with
shit.
the government putting drugs and guns
You
in the
don't know what
communities, and that
happened,
led to
man.
more crime, taking fathers out the home. It's not because people was identifying as black. It's because the government was tampering with the black communities that were being successful.
You
Wait, so
shouldn't even be.
It's because
all we gotta do is get
You
Bro,
them.
shouldn't even be allowed to teach, bro. You say some of the strangest shit.
it's
So
because
The
the
reason why
yeah,
all
country,
this happened is because we
like
start
I said,
identifying as black.
it's written, son. It's
bro.
written. Those
It's
the,
because
so
the closer a person think to their creator, the less understood he's gonna be, bro. I get it.
Bro,
so
Y'all don't
all
man.
we
Hey,
gotta
understand
look,
that
do
this
look.
is
why
a
are we dealing
spell.
with spooky stuff and
Do
mythology
y'all
right
believe
now?
in
We're
man?
talking about black.
so if we can get people
Exactly.
to start
Do
calling them,
y'all believe in
so we can take
manifestation?
we can take a word, right, give it a different definition and get
Right.
somebody else to call themselves that, and like we'll give the definition of yellow nothing, and then all of the people who identify as yellow, they'll just disappear.
If you right. If the point is like this here, bro. If you got your own language and your words have their own meaning, and you teach these people that language, and those meanings of those words is what goes on, no matter where you want to go back and relate those things to. And all of us here understand the power of manifestation.
bro.
If you
That's
speak something,
that
it
that
will come in.
that's not
Hold
bro.
on, bro. Let me
That's
finish my.
not
Let me
real.
finish
That's
my
not
point, man. Let me finish
real.
my point. I know you proud of being
You
black, bro. I
do
got it. Let me
realize,
finish my
wait, no,
point.
no, before you know, because you've been talking for
I'm
a while. You
asking.
do
Let
realize
me
if
finish.
this
Let me
karma and
finish
this
asking my
manifestation
question,
stuff
bro.
was
Just
real,
let me finish
then you
asking
would
my
have these
question,
people
man,
that
because
live in these poor
I'm going somewhere
environments
with this.
that are trying to
I'm
manifest
going
better life
somewhere
for
with this,
themselves. It would
bro. I'm
actually
going somewhere
happen.
with this,
If
young brother.
manifestation was
I'm,
real, then these people in these terrible environments can manifest a better life for themselves, but it doesn't work. Karma
right,
and
right,
manifestation is
right.
that's
Hey, bro,
only stuff preached by the
you
people.
still not listening,
No,
bro.
listen.
You know, because you're not
Manifestation and
listening, bro.
karma
You're
and
missing
all
the
of that
point.
We've
stuff,
been
The
that
listening.
is
very
only
reason why
preached by
they cannot,
privileged
bro, because
people.
they're calling
That's
themselves
only
black.
preached by
They're
privileged
calling
Hey,
people.
themselves
wait,
black, brother.
you just said some strange shit
Man, this
again.
is
The
crazy,
reason
man.
why it's not working
Hey,
is
man.
because they're calling themselves
Hold on, a
black.
second.
Right.
Let me slow it down for
Did
you
you
and my
not hear
brother,
what you
man.
just said? You said the reason why this is
I,
happening
I'm
because we
finna
are
say it again. I'm
identifying
finna say it
ourselves as
again, Port
black.
City. I'm finna
That's
say
what you
it again
said,
for
bro.
everybody in here. And in fact, Mo, I like the fact that you dispute but you listen before you dispute instead of cut off before you get a full point.
You've been
I
cutting
like
people
that,
off
man.
all night. What are you talking about, bro?
No, but I let you make your point when I start speaking. It's
No,
when you
the
go
fuck
on to the
you
next one
don't.
that I try to get in
No, the
before I
fuck
forget.
you don't.
But
Look, man.
this is the point that I'm saying to you guys, and y'all keep missing it. If the spell itself is the word black, anything that you do under
Nigga, we don't
the
believe
guidance
in
of being,
A
spells.
Yeah, I
spell.
don't believe
We don't
godly.
give
What
a
you're not
fuck
oh
about
understanding
my
is
God,
spells.
man.
if we go to the
That's
What kind of
plain
doctrine is
godly,
spell. You
Again,
this?
don't
bro.
believe in
Again,
spells.
bro.
godly.
Hey, man.
This is real life.
Let me make my point, son. Let me make my
No,
point,
your
bro. We know
point
you don't
doesn't make
believe in it.
sense
Let me
because
make
if we
my
go to
point
the
now, bro,
oldest
because I hadn't
usage,
made my.
if we go to the oldest
Let me
usage of
make
the
my
word
point, bro.
black in
Let me make
European
my
languages,
point,
it
man.
means
Let me
dark.
make my
It
point to you,
means
bro. Let me
dark.
make my point
It
to you
literally
because
just
you are
means
black
dark.
generation, bro.
If we
You
go
You
to
are
just
black
keep
Proto-Germanic,
trying
Hey,
to
generation,
if
hold
we
on.
go to
backtrack.
Proto-Indo-European,
You just told us
let
how many
let
points you
if we
about
go
to
to
let
make.
let
Old
You
let
just
Saxon,
told us the
if
let
we
reason
go
why
to
me
this is
let
Old
me
happening
Norse,
to
let
us
me
because
let
we
me break
calling
it down
ourselves
to y'all
black.
again,
That
man.
was your original point. Now you're trying to backtrack
And
and
I'm
say some
trying to make the
reiterate some
point.
more shit, right?
I'm trying to break the point. I'm trying to make the point. I'm not in
Talk
reiterate. I'm
that
trying to break
Voldemort
down.
shit.
You
I'm trying.
already made the point. You said the reason why this is happening to us
you
because we
keep
identify
saying
as
it
black.
over and
Now you're
over.
trying to
You,
Yeah, you
reiterate
said.
another point. Go ahead, bro.
Oh my God.
We just
I'm
gonna
trying
keep
to
pushing
explain to
your
y'all.
shit in every time you say
Nah,
some strange
hey,
shit.
that's
Talk
fine,
that
man. Because I'm
Voldemort
gonna make
shit,
this again
godly.
because I know y'all so smart, y'all so intelligent that y'all can't even understand this part that I'm breaking down to you, bro. You can't even see that.
you bringing up
If you
manifestation
look
and
at
Yeah,
spells,
us,
and
you
you want me
if
to
can.
you
take
You
you
look
can
at
that
us,
seriously?
shit because you believe in
You want
Okay,
me to
if you
break
take
it
look
you
at
down.
us
seriously?
historically, if you look at
You
us
want me to take?
Go ahead
historically,
and break it down.
yeah,
Break it down.
if you look at us historically, no matter what these people did to us, we rose up. We rose up and were successful because we knew who we were. When we start allowing these people to change and call us things, we gradually start losing our spirituality, and who we are.
Mhm.
The Europeans deal in spells. They deal in terms. They know who we are spiritually.
Okay, slow. Pause.
Hold
Pause.
on, hold on,
Pause. Pause. Real
hold on,
quick.
hold on.
When you
What? Let
say
me say,
pause,
hey,
real
bro.
quick.
I
When you
promise you,
say
this is the last thing I'm gonna say
we
because
walking
I'm serious.
together.
I'm serious about what I'm
When
saying.
you say
I'm serious about what
spells,
I'm saying here, Put.
when you
And
say
I promise you.
spells, can you tell a family what you talking about when you say spells? Are you when I hear spells, I think stuff like witchcraft or something like
Right,
that is
voodoo,
going
different things
on.
like that. Yeah,
You dig? Like
spirituality,
what
spirituality.
kind of
That's exact.
spells, my
That's
brother, are
exactly
we talking about?
that's exactly what I'm talking about, bro. Ancient. That's exactly what I'm talking about. What we operated in, what we understood, the power that we have to manifest and create.
Okay.
They
So
gave us this spell. They cast this spell on us, and we've manifested that self within our communities today. And I
okay, by
keep
calling
telling you,
ourselves black, that was
uh,
another nail in the coffin.
Oh yeah. Also,
that was the
I also
final
have a
one.
question, right?
Hold
When
on,
they was calling us
hey,
Negro, when they
go
was
ahead, man.
calling us Negro,
I'm gonna let y'all go
which is
ahead.
just
Okay,
black in
okay.
another
Maybe
Swap.
it'll be
language.
better if I let
Wait,
Swap.
wait,
y'all
hold
get
I'm
on,
y'all
trying to figure
question
hold
this
in.
on.
out.
When they was calling us Negro, which is black in another language, how come the spell didn't kick in then? How come it only kicked in when they started saying black in English?
Go read what the word Negro mean in the English language.
Negro, it means Spanish in another language. I mean, it means black in another language.
In another language, just like Indigo just broke down to you. Stay right there with
Right.
me, brother.
Uh huh.
Stay right there. Stay right there with me. Stay right there with me.
We right here with you, bro. Come
The
on,
spell, the
bring it.
spell, the spell Negro in another language
actually has a total different meaning in that Spanish language, right? Negro has a total different meaning than the word black have in the European language.
But
This
you
is
got to
the
be
point that I'm
specific.
trying to
That's,
break
that's what
down
I'm
to you.
asking
And
you.
it means,
That's what I'm asking you. Be
hold on,
specific.
I
bro.
want to know
What
about
Oh my
European
God, bro. You
spells
got
language?
let me answer the
potions and
question,
shit like
please,
that.
man.
You
I
said
understand. I
spells.
understand, bro. When I
All right,
leave here, nobody's
walk
in
with
here.
me, man.
No,
We
no.
walking. Now let's walk. You said spells. Is this like a possession that these people put us
Well,
on?
you
Is
asking the
that what you're
same
saying,
question.
bro?
Exactly. This entire language is about casting
So,
spells.
well, okay. So hold on, real quick, because you got under the mindset that we was all over here first. So they came over here and they
Bro,
put these spells
let's stay where
on
we at
us.
now, because this is an important topic we on right here, and this is what I want to finish with for tonight.
No, let's walk.
Let's stay on this word, because this is what I really care about. What's going on with our
Man,
people
hold
spiritually?
on,
All this
bro.
origin stuff.
This ain't
There
godly,
you, there you
godly.
go
Come on,
We,
again.
man.
No, no,
all of
wait,
us,
wait.
all of us
You
don't
just said
Let
believe
them
in that
kick his point.
spiritual
spiritually.
stuff.
So what does
They
spirituality
y'all would not
mean
let
in
me make my
English?
point, man. Y'all won't let me make my point, bro. And I promise you, man, I would.
We've been letting you
I'm
make
done
your
talking
point for
after this.
We've been
hours.
letting you make this is what you
How
do.
you let
You
me
keep
make? How
saying some
y'all let
shit,
me make
then
my
you want
point
to
when
insert
y'all
another
study cut
point,
me out?
and then you
Okay,
want
you
to
got the
insert
answer,
another
son.
point. Stick don't then
Okay,
why'd you bring up spirituality then? You were talking about black and then you brought up
man.
spirituality. You keep
Y'all do
moving the
this
damn
every
point.
time, man.
That's why we don't keep
Y'all
letting you
y'all
talk.
don't want to learn nothing, bro. You don't want to learn nothing, or you don't
No,
want to hear
because
Trying
you
to
nothing
keep
get
that you
more
really
changing
have
the
to get.
point, bro.
Get the foundational point before you debunk it of what you say, son. That's all I'm
Bro,
saying.
Take us
again,
to Hogwarts,
again.
bro. Go ahead.
When you take us to the point, you move the point and start talking about other shit. So go back to the original point, which is black. Don't even bring up spirituality, because I'm gonna have to push your shit in with that word.
Take us to Hogwarts. Teach us about the spells.
I'm for real, man. I want to know.
Because
Spectator
I'm
trolling.
not getting it.
Walk. We
I'm
walking.
gonna say this one more time, bro. Because like I said, you have to step away from your belief in what you wanna hold strong and to hear what I'm saying, bro.
Mhm.
Prior to our people embedding ourselves with identifying ourselves as black, we were able to lift ourselves up from every situation we was in.
Mhm.
But with every generation that's up under European word black, we have been slowly but surely being worse and worse and worse of an existence. Right now, we don't have an identity, we don't have a culture, we don't have any of these things. Everything that we project on ourselves is the essence of the word that they've given us.
Who
It
told you
means
that?
death, non-existent.
What?
Okay, so hold on. So
Hey,
pause.
you know what?
Real
You know
quick.
what, bro?
Hold on.
Okay, so hold
That's
on
the
real quick.
question that y'all are gonna say about
I want.
everything.
Hey, can I
Because
talk? Can
because
I
Everyone
because
kind
else
of
said we
Go
because
couldn't
ahead.
bro,
have.
Yeah.
I got belief. I got belief in my brothers and sisters, bro. I
Okay,
believe in
well,
y'all more than I believe in these Europeans and different things that they
if you
write and
believe
say.
in me, then let
I
me
don't
get my
need they
belief
sign
off
It's
real
not
quick.
everybody.
Let
They
so
me
need
let
they
me
before
sign
let
you
me
go,
everything.
let me
and
explain
I'll
to
be
you what I
quick
believe
now.
in real quick, Godly.
Yeah, let him talk.
Hey man,
Okay,
y'all not even listening to my point, but it's
okay.
cool, man.
I heard you, and I'm gonna
I'm
respond
trying
to
to give
you.
you brothers something that's big.
Hey,
I
but we
hadn't even
going one at
finished
a
my
time,
point, bro.
man.
Like I
Everybody
had
get
I
to
their
finish
heard
the
you,
piece.
point.
Godly.
And
All
you
right,
need
I heard you.
and you need Jim, no, you didn't, bro, because I ain't even made the point. I went on talking about something else because they keep changing and
You
throwing it off,
always
man.
do that.
And this
You
is
can't pick
something
a
that,
point. We
You
all shut
just
up and
said
you start talking about, oh, I got belief in
that's
y'all.
why.
You were supposed to be sticking to the point. So that's why he cut you the fuck off.
How am I gonna stick to the point, bro, when I'm breaking it down to you guys and y'all study
you
interjecting
just
because you
finished saying we
No,
disagree?
don't have
no,
a
no, no,
culture
no, no,
and
no,
that
no.
black
No
means
one started interjecting you until you said, I have
That's
belief
not the
in
point that I
y'all.
was making, Dim. I
You
promise
said
you
we
it was.
got
I
hit with the
promise you that well when that
abracadabra a million times, bro. We heard you. The
Yeah, I'm walking down
abracadabra.
the street
Now
with
you
you, man.
black. We
now,
got it.
Godly. Now
and
I'm
I'm
gonna
trying
respond to
Mo,
what you
Mo,
Got
just
it.
said. Okay,
hey
I'm gonna
Mo,
respond.
Mo, I'm telling y'all this because this is something that's dear to my heart, man. This is my movement. And I want y'all to hear, bro. I mean, just
Can I go?
respectfully, just hear me out. Let me break it down and explain to you why. And what proves it. Just listen
And
for a
I'm
then
minute,
gonna
mute.
man.
respond
And
to
then
what you
mute.
just
And then
said. I'm
after
gonna
that,
respond.
mute. So demystify can respond
Yeah.
to it.
Okay, yeah, I will. I promise you I will.
And don't take 20
What I'm
minutes.
saying is, I promise you on that, man. You interject one more thing, sudden you the host, so I want to know for you before I start.
Go ahead, man. Hurry up.
All you have to do is just look at our society today. You look at what's going on within our communities. Look at how we're looking at ourselves as people. Look at what we're doing to ourselves. And then you trace it back to when did this mindset begin? And when you trace it back, you're going to find that it started when we started to be classified as black. You might not want to believe that that's a spell, but if you listen to the definition and you truly read the Europeanized definition of the word, see how it translates and relates to who we are and what we are today as a people. That's the only point that I'm trying to make, man.
You done?
Show me we different. Show me we not. Show me that we're not what the European definition of the word is today.
What specific definition are you talking about? I need a language. Which
The
specific
black.
language? What specific
The
definition?
European definition. I said the European language. The European version. The European version of
European
the language.
European is a continent. I mean, Europe is a continent. There's a whole bunch of different European languages. Which specific language are you talking about?
The English language, bro. The English language that the word black is in, man. The English language.
Well,
The
the definition doesn't
definitions.
agree
Every
with you though.
definition of the word.
The English, but I'm saying the English definition doesn't agree with what you just said.
Oh man, what's the English definition, man? Go to the 1828
The
and tell me what the
very
English definition of
darkest
black is.
color in absorption of all things other out of light.
And also, if we go back to older languages like
Hold on.
Proto-Germanic,
Read the
if we go to
entire definition book.
Proto-Indo-European, if we go to Norse, they all just mean dark.
Now it says black or pigment, black color or pigment, a trait decorative in black and green.
What
A
is
member.
that you
Oh
on,
my
bro?
God!
Go to the 1828 definition of the word black.
No,
Why are you
no,
going to
no,
stick with
no,
the
you
18? No,
can't
no,
do that.
No,
Godly. If you no wait,
you said now. So you try.
Bro,
We got to go to
that's
1828, but you brought up
Norman Webster created the
1960.
English language,
This
bro.
is the
Norman
shit I'm
Webster.
talking about. You want to stick to 1960? That's when all this stuff happened. So that's modern English. Now we got to go to 1828 to some ancient definition of what they were classifying us as. That's not the
That ain't no
same as
ancient definition,
1960.
bro.
Right.
See,
That's
this
who
is the
created
shit
the
I be
English
talking
language.
about.
godly.
You want to
If
use
you actually,
you want to use a source for when somebody was racist.
Right.
That doesn't even make sense.
Bro.
Of course they're going to
man,
take the word and
who-
they're going to
who-
take the word and
if
flip it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, bro. That's fine.
Yeah, that's
Whatever
not what the
excuse you
word
want
means.
to.
No, hold on. Wait.
That's why I asked
Let's
y'all
slow down. Right? The background of Port City's screen, right? In all languages, somebody would point at it and they would say the color for the end of the spectrum, the dark.
Right.
They'll say that same word. Yet now a racist person who has a racist mindset and probably has control of dictionaries, they're gonna go, oh yeah, that background right there, that's death. And that's their sick mind. That's what they did. But that's not what it means.
they
So
already
you're
looked it up
telling me
too in the
that just
chat.
because
Bro,
they
that's funny.
just because
That's funny. I just asked y'all a simple question. The European definition, that racist definition of the word, have all people not become the essence of that?
No.
Nope.
Man, y'all some
I'm
hey,
not.
bro, hey, you know what, man? I got it.
Well,
Y'all,
wait, can I get to what I
have
was
a
trying to
good
say?
night, man. Because
Can
like
I
I
get to what I
said,
was trying to say? Because
no,
godly, you
bro,
said you
because
don't.
once you said no, bro, that right there just showed me where y'all at with it, bro. You can't look around and see
So
what's
us
going on in our community,
disagreeing,
see how we arguing on
you're
platforms, the way we
upset
look
because
at
we
each
don't
other, the
agree.
hatred that we have for
Are
each other,
you upset
and
because we don't agree?
say no, bro. And say no.
You made an inaccurate claim. You said we have no culture, and you said black
Right.
means death.
Yeah.
When we have a whole bunch of other definitions of it, right? Because if you cared about the etymology so much of the
Other
word black, then
definitions,
you go to
other
the beginning.
definitions, man.
You go
Other
to the beginning of
definitions.
its usage in Europe, and it meant dark.
Yep. 1400s,
And when
1200s,
and when
1550s. I'm looking at it right now. It's all black, dark, color,
and
dark,
when
And
you
hue,
also,
say
dark,
and when you
dark,
say
dark.
we had no culture, what you mean we ain't had no culture? Like
yeah,
I
I was
don't
about to say
understand.
that. Port. I was about to say culture includes achievements, music,
I didn't say
dance,
nothing about
food,
we didn't have that.
You
religion.
did,
That's a
bro.
Pan African
You said,
mindset,
"Oh
bro.
my."
I didn't say
You
we
said
didn't
it. I
have
wrote
one.
it down.
I
You
I wrote
said
said
it
we
down.
since
I
we
wrote it
don't.
down.
became black,
You
we
said
don't
we
have one.
don't have
Bro,
culture.
I
You
said
said we
since we
I
don't,
wrote
became
that
black, we don't
down.
have one. Bro,
You said
this
but we
since
culture
still
that we
have
we
got
it.
been
now is all
classified
about
as
death.
black, we don't
This
have
culture
But
is all
culture.
godly,
about death,
We've
bro.
been
Hey,
killing
people in the chat,
ourselves.
did
This
he say it
culture
or
is
not? In
all
the
about
chat,
death that we have,
everybody
We
in the
live
bro.
in
chat, did y'all
impoverished
hear
It's
me?
about
communities.
warmongering. It's about disrespecting each other. It's about death, bro. That's all this culture
that's
is
not
about now.
culture. That's
That's what the
called
black
being a
culture we have today
degenerate.
is about.
Culture and being a degenerate are two separate things. We
Okay.
have
Let me.
degenerates
What's
within
the
our
culture
community,
then?
but
What's
we
black
still have a
culture?
culture.
Everybody in the
What's black
chat said
culture?
he said that shit. And we heard
You
you.
wanna know
I
what
wrote
black
it down
culture
when you
is?
said it.
culture includes achievements, right? So we can talk about adventures by Black Americans. It includes music, right? We can talk about all the music genres that came out of the Black community, right? With the African
Bro, that's
influences. We can talk about our food. We can talk about our spiritual systems, like hoodoo, Louisiana voodoo.
what
That's
music,
all
what
included in
African
culture.
influence music we have?
Blues,
What
jazz,
Blues,
African
pop,
influence
jazz,
music?
The
man.
rock.
banjo,
What
the
do you
literal
want?
banjo that helped start off our music
Right.
genres. The banjo came from Africa.
Exactly. Did you know
Without
that?
blues,
Well,
without jazz, without none of that, we wouldn't have rap. We wouldn't have these other genres. We wouldn't have it. We wouldn't have
hey
R and
We
man,
B and
wouldn't
all
have
of
the
that stuff.
what I'll do
piano.
is this,
We wouldn't have
man.
the electric
Is that
guitar.
I see where y'all at, bro.
I
If you
mean, it's
look
the
at
truth.
our
Why you
world
don't
today,
hear
and
all
you
of
look
that?
at us as a people today, man, look at us as a people
Hold on,
today. And like
bro.
I said, I hopped on here on a platform on a group of people, like-minded people, and like I said, I appeased the conversation. I had a great time over here. But when you guys dismiss what the problem is truly going on over here, it's one thing to have these conversations and these arguments, but to deny the fact that our people are for generations now, and from generations been getting worse and worse and worse as a people, and we
We're
can't
not
line it up
getting
with
We're
worse and
not
understanding
worse
getting
as
why.
a
worse, man.
people.
Like
We're
there's a
And
getting
lot
you
of
made
better.
that
Wealth,
up.
wealth is increasing in our community. Population
Wealth
is
is, bro,
increasing.
that is nothing. Money means nothing, man. Wealth means nothing. That's nothing.
In America, it
We
means a
removed
lot.
ourselves. We removed ourselves from the foundational things of existence, bro. We were connected to the earth. We're paying for things and we're using technology that's destroying ourselves today in the name of science. All these things have
If you
removed us
cared
from who
that
we
much
are.
about being
Hey
off the
man,
grid,
hey,
you
you know
wouldn't be
what?
on this panel debating right
Y'all got
now.
it, bro. Y'all
You're a
got it. Y'all
hypocrite.
got
okay.
it, man.
Hold on, hold
You're
on,
a
hold on.
hypocrite.
I'm a
You're a
hypocrite.
hypocrite.
What
You're
would
a
This
be the
man up
hypocrite.
here
perfect
talking about
world
money.
that
What you need money
the
for?
us folks should be
We're
in,
in
We
right?
What
need
America,
you
a
need
money
money for?
because
capitalistic
this is a
society.
debt wealth society.
Why do
In
we
order
need
for us
money?
to live here in America, we have to use the system that they put in place. Do you have the system to change it?
No.
Do you have the
Of
system
course,
right now to change the way
of
we
course
use
I have.
money here
Of course,
in this
if I'm
world?
on the platform speaking, sudden, of course I have the system to change it. I just got a bunch of black people that don't understand that they are the system to change it because they believe in these things
You really think
and
Okay,
ignore
wait.
themselves.
So there you go, trying to take a
Money is
shot.
slavery, dog.
What black people you talking about?
I'm talking about this platform of them right here.
Okay, so
Talking about these black
when
people.
you go to your black indigenous platforms, where's your ability to change the shit? Because all
What
y'all
you mean
do is
where our
talk
ability
about
is?
people. Y'all ain't changing shit. Y'all not going to
Hold
the
on,
government trying to change
hold on, bro.
anything. So before
Bro,
you trying to make
you
slights
just said
and,
black
and
indigenous, right?
disrespect us, you need to take the same fucking
I say the
conversation
same
to your
argument
black
to every
indigenous
group, every
kinfolk.
group. Every group can tell you that,
You
son.
don't.
I
You
understand
don't.
who we are.
You don't. You
I
don't.
understand what these fields are.
You hide your ass in the comment section, and then when you finally do get out the comment section and join as a guest box, you never talk about this shit. You want to know how I know? Do you want to know how I know? Cause I watch y'all.
How you know?
I watch
You know
y'all.
what though, son? If you watch me, bro, you understand that I get in there and conversations to spark thinking and to spark us to come to this because this part of the conversation, these things right here, is where I'm at in life. That stuff y'all talking about, bro, y'all are older generation. This guy on the platform represents the younger generation. Y'all putting him to get pride in something that's destructive to our people,
they don't
period. And we
control
will
my
never
thought
rise
process?
above it.
I am my
Okay,
What
own
is
so
that?
person.
Bro,
wait. So what's destructive to
you
our
are
people?
saying that the same thing that their parents gave to them, the same lie. You saying that you
You
proud
do
to be
realize
something that the Europeans
No,
you're
they
gave
going
us
lie.
off
in
of
the
No,
one
what
world.
we
person.
saying, bro? Hold
Hold
on.
on.
What we saying is that
Hey
his
man.
word is not the end all be all. And let me run through this real quick because y'all didn't let me finish earlier. So I started
My
at the
bad.
1200s, 1400s, 1500s, 1600s. It's not until you get to 1796 where they start saying black is terrible and wicked. Now, what time period is that? It was black. Black was just the color. Dark, dark,
Right.
dark,
There
dark,
you go.
dark,
And today,
dark,
there
right?
you go,
And
Mo.
then
You
when the
get there.
racist
Go ahead,
people come
finish.
in,
Get
they
it.
start using it. Yeah, right. And the things that
It wasn't the
they're
racist
sourcing.
people.
What do Let you him think? finish. What do
Let
you
them
think their
finish.
sort? What do you think the source is going to be when you see bad, malicious, terrible, fierce? Where are you going to
Right.
find that at? You're going to find that here in America with racist
Mo,
people.
Mo,
That's not
Mo.
the original meaning of the
You're
word.
making a powerful
So
point.
look, bro, you gotta let
But
me
prior
finish, bro.
to
I've been letting you
hold on,
talk
Mo.
for centuries.
There's no
You right,
hold
you
on,
right.
let
I
him
just wanted
talk.
to
You
clarify.
shut
You right.
up.
Go ahead.
God
Go
damn.
ahead.
I'm gonna say this shit and then I'm gonna mute.
Like I said, you
So
always cut motherfuckers off and get mad when they cut your ass off.
Then look, it starts off as just a color. That's what it starts off at,
Right,
right? And then
right.
it gets up to 1796 and it turns into wicked, evil, and all of that shit, right? And then when it
And
comes
they put
back to
it on.
modern time, when it comes back to this time, it's a color again. So someone fucked with it. That was for their own little motive, their own little agenda. And it worked. This is black people are bad. They're nothing. They come from gorillas. We passed that shit now. We know it's bullshit. So just because they said it at a certain period of time, because it was a tool that they used psychologically to get people to turn on us, not just us to turn on ourselves, but to get other people to turn on us. That's cool. It worked for that moment. And it actually, matter of fact, it's still working because you actually believe the shit. I'm going with the definitions after that time period is over and the definitions before. It sticks out like a sore thumb. 1796, right around the time of the slave trade. Now dark
know why?
is bad.
You want to know why he's saying that? Because he's using the European tactics.
European tactics.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Hey man. Hey, the reason why I'm saying it now, Mo, and you 100% right. But prior to the 1700s, there was no such thing as white and black people. No people were listed or classified as none of those things.
That's
but
cap.
when they did classify,
bro, I seen it. I study history, bro. I seen it all the way back in BC times.
Okay.
You just don't see the word black. You don't see the word black like English.
What other races were called? I told you that in my culture, which is ancient, these other races were literally given a name.
Not
People
your
were called
culture.
a
I'm not talking about Africa. I'm not talking about your continent, Indigo. I'm trying to get him to stay here.
Older, so you can't use that as an actual source because we are still older.
It's not going to be older, Indigo. I'm talking about in the European language here in America.
Do you know how
when
old
did
the
they
European
start
language
calling
is?
people
Do you
black?
know how old the European language is?
I was asking Mo. It's one of the youngest languages, I know.
But Mo,
do you know
said
how
before
old?
a certain time period they weren't using black.
Hey man,
right?
Like I said, man, if you can't look at your people today and see the things. Hey man, exactly. That's the point that I was making, bro.
Okay, Godly.
Prior to them using
how old the European language is? The you speaking about English?
No, but I know it's one of the youngest languages. I understand the one that we're speaking is one of the youngest languages in history.
Do you know how old, like how young it is?
I don't care how young it is. It's not my original language. I'm telling you that it's one of the youngest
periods. But if you're going to speak about time periods or
we're talking about
words and the connotations behind them, then you should know that the time period of the language you're speaking about is literally like goo goo gaga. It's a baby language.
You come from a different understanding of the word. I'm talking to American people.
I don't. I literally come from the same country that is owned by the United States as a corporation. So, you know how Jim Crow happened? Apartheid was literally modeled after Jim Crow. Everything that happened in America, we went through it. Just 10 years down. 10 years later.
Right.
Which means even enslavement. So you can never actually say that I don't know. South African people are one people who actually know the struggle of African Americans more than any other African because we literally lived your same lives.
And Africans are struggling too because they are also calling themselves the European terms of black people. The reason why we are enslaved.
What is it? What is it?
Nobody that's dark like me is struggling because a European is calling them a fucking color, bro.
Then why are we struggling?
I'm gonna tell you because it seems like you should have been more pro-black than what you're claiming. You should have been more black than what you were claiming to be before you switched to this black indigenous. It's because the conditions that we're in, where we live at, and us not getting employment. Those are the main reasons why, bro. So every time I talk, you just gonna cut me the fuck off?
No, I'm talking to somebody down here in the what's called. They keep talking about Asian.
God.
The reason we are in this situation is because
we're in the ghetto. We don't have jobs. If we had all three of those things, and we had economic wealth coming into our communities, and we had the resources to build our communities, and we had employment, we wouldn't be in a predicament that we in. And we went to the bank to get a loan, a business loan. Oh yeah, we got the business loan. We be popping, but we don't get that. It's not because they're calling us a fucking word.
Right. They're doing it.
And
It takes
you're
action.
black indigenous. You mean to tell me you do all this study, and you mean to tell me you're gonna sit here and say the reason why the reason why we are the way we are because the European said you're black.
No,
It
I
ain't got
said
nothing to
because
do
we
with the
say you're
condition
black.
They
that we
put
live
they
in.
Because
It
we agreed to be
ain't got
black.
nothing to do with them pushing crack cocaine in the communities. It ain't the fact that they
We saw
dismantled
we
the
man,
house. It's just the
oh
man
my
now,
god.
and now we were like 73% of
They
the prison population.
hey
They're
man.
miseducating
Hey
us
bro.
when it comes to our
I'm from
schools.
the era,
I'm
son.
like, again, I'm still fucking talking, and you're
The
talking
Europeans
while I'm
weren't selling
fucking
crack to my
talking.
people. They
I
weren't selling
don't
crack to my
come
people.
have
on, bro.
time
Let
for
us
this shit
talk.
at all.
God damn, bro.
He just wants him to talk, and then everybody shuts the fuck up, and then we just listen. Hear me out. Let me make my point. Let me make my point. Let me. And then he keeps pushing his point. He keeps pushing his point and keeps pushing his point. He talking about we got the European, and then the system of this, bro. You using the same European tactics that you just told us we can't use. This is literally what Europeans say. The reason why black people are in the condition is because of this. You guys need to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Stop sagging. Go get a job. Change your African American name to like Bob. Why are you calling yourself Lucretia, Marquand, Deshonda? He's using the same European tactics.
That's exactly what they say.
That's it. Well, if you guys stop calling yourselves the N-word, maybe you can get somewhere in life. Then you all don't, because black, we're doing all this. Black people, listen. Then you all don't, because black, we're doing all this. Black people, listen. When black people are amongst other black people, we having barbecues, cookouts, when we having protests. Listen. When black people are amongst other black people, we having barbecues, cookouts, when we having protests. We ain't sitting there calling each other black.
Right.
Oh, what's up, black man? Oh, what's up, black man? We say, oh, hey, king, hey,
Hey, black
queen.
man.
Oh, that's my
What's up?
over there.
Yeah.
Oh, look, that's
Yeah.
my
I love
sister.
you, black man.
So what the hell is he talking about? He got that European shit going on. It's seeping out of his fucking forehead.
King, chief, God, son.
Well, he doesn't
Nobody.
believe in
We don't even talk
European
like that.
tactics, though.
Hey, black.
Even though he
Hey,
said that he
The
doesn't
reason
believe in
why
European
the
research.
reason why we are in the condition is because they're calling us black. You know what? I would take that. If the reason for us being in the condition that we're in is because they're just calling us black. Oh, you can call me that all day now. Give me the jobs. Give me the economic melt. Remember, we couldn't get life insurance. All you had to do was just say black. And that's the reason why I'm in the predicament. But I can go get the life insurance. I can build economic wealth. You're not going to burn my communities down. You're not going to build highways. Remember, they built the whole the interstate through black people neighborhoods. If you think I'm wrong, go look it up. When you're going from state to state, city to city, you got to go on the highways, right? They built all that shit through the black community. Tell me I'm lying. And you mean
because
to
they
tell
were
me
calling themselves
I can
black.
erase all that and I can get it all back if I just let you accept the word black? Are you serious?
Like how we get over here.
Sudan, are
That's
your
just
people
wild.
blocking people out of the live?
I
Huh?
don't know what happened.
I
Who
don't know.
got
Did he
blocked?
leave?
Blocking a lot of people. I don't know why. Like,
Who is?
I don't know who did it, but they just blocked another person. This is like the third person that's been blocked. I
They
think even
probably down
God
there cutting
blocked.
up.
Are they blocked or muted?
It removed their entire comments because I couldn't even go back to them. They blocked. Yeah, they blocked Godly.
Who did that?
I don't see him in here. He not blocked.
Golly, are you still in here? Type
No,
something.
he definitely got blocked
What happened, man?
or muted.
No, he
Yeah.
They
right
muted
here.
him.
He
They didn't
trying to
block
get
him.
in. Golly, Manazoo, he's in here trying to, and I'm not letting him up right now. That man tripping. All
He
this
did the
stuff
same
that
thing
none
on
of the
Murphy's
stuff that
Law.
happened to us matter.
Murphy dropped him as
We
well.
brought it upon ourselves because they start calling us black. And when they called us black, something in our brain switched and we start acting like animals in the jungle.
And we was over
And we
here the
start
whole time.
turning on each other.
We was over here. Man, come
He
on,
said
y'all.
it just like a white dude. He said y'all don't have no culture. He
Right.
he talking about y'all
That's
killing
a
each other.
European tactic.
He sounded like a white person.
Y'all got no culture. Y'all ain't from Africa.
As if they not making that effort. It ain't the word. They could have called you Kool-Aid can. Like, they're making an effort to do shit. They're setting these things up.
They
Count
called
the
us
jelly
way
beans
worse
in the
stuff than
jar.
black.
Solve this math problem if you want to vote. You got to talk different. There's ways to play through their damn system. Mark up different shit on the paper. You get on the phone, start talking like them. They know you black. They're treating you different because you black, not because you call yourself black. It's just how they're gonna look at you no matter how you could call yourself a Moor, Hebrew Israelite. They do not give a fuck. They see the same thing.
Bro, I don't have to control the narrative. You said it out your own mouth. You said
And
the
what y'all
reason we
looking at
act the
my
way we
screen?
act because they start calling us black. The reason why we live in the way we are in our communities because they start calling us black. That's the European tactic, bro, and you know it. Like all the stuff that happened to us here in America, we brought it upon ourselves because they called us black and something in our brain switched, and we just started going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and we started vandalizing our own communities on purpose.
Right.
Our unemployment rate went through the roof on purpose. Our incarceration rate went through the roof on purpose. Our education dropped on purpose. Why? Because we just like, you know what, since they're calling us black, we're just going to demean ourselves and we're just going to have a low IQ level because we're identifying with the word black. This man, you got to be tripping. You don't know how many times I done sat with my brother, my cousins, and we sit there like, man, this is when we from like 17 to 21 trying to get jobs. And we're like, you know what? Places ain't really hiring. Then we see other people that got different skin tones. They get a job, they quit. 3-4 days later, they got another job. Like, we can't get a job. And all I had to do was like, you know what? I don't accept you calling me black. And then my phone rings like, hey, can I talk to Susan? Yeah, this is him. Well, since you stopped identifying as black, guess what? You got the job working at McDonald's. We're gonna put you on the fry machine just to get you started off. And then in a couple of weeks, we're gonna switch you to making sandwiches.
Well, you moving on up.
Calvin's got a job.
Y'all did that shit pretty long. Y'all stay strong. That's serious.
Yeah. Now look at this, family. My screen right here. This is from slavevoyages.com. It's about 30,000 ships is what they got on there from between the 1500s and the early 1800s. And it intensifies. And people saying we ain't from Africa, that this never happened. But this is just a visual just to see how that shit went down over the course of time, that it went to Brazil, the Caribbeans, and the Americas.
And then when I was banned, they started doing trading from the plantation in the Caribbean and bringing them to North America.
That's crazy deep right there, man.
Hey, look. This is what he's saying happened. Check this. This is what he's trying to say. After
They muted him again, bro. They muted him.
look, this is what he's saying happened to us. We was all good, right? Then we start identifying as black, and then this shit
Now
happened.
you're gonna end up with a bullet in your head for it. You can't play me, motherfucker. I'm the motherfucker that plays motherfuckers, mother. motherfucker. Cut. All right, everybody, let's get reset. We are going again. Nigel, that's great.
Oh, great. It's smashing. Thank you so much. Yeah, Tom, well, it's been an absolute honour, and what a great opportunity to be here.
Stay in
Yeah, I
cap.
hate this, bro. It's so funny,
Well,
man.
I'm just so glad that we got you out of that BBC commitment so you can play with us. So.
Cheers, mate. Cheers.
Antoine, listen, I'm just not buying that you're someone that was born and raised in the streets of Brooklyn.
That's weird, because I actually was born and raised on the streets of Brooklyn. I was in a gang and everything. Most of this stuff actually happened to me.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's great for us because I want you to use it. Okay. It's good first take. Let's just let's get going. Let's get going.
Thank you, Jim.
Scene 5, take 2.
And action.
You sold me out, son. Now you're going to end up with a bullet in your head for me.
You can't play me, motherfucker. I'm the motherfucker that plays motherfuckers, motherfucker. Cut. Okay,
Bro.
Nigel, that was great. Brilliant. Just the way you move, especially when you talk, I just really see this character coming to life before my eyes.
Cheers,
It's fabulous.
mate. Cheers.
It's fabulous. Antoine, your performance, it's just not quite there yet, okay? I really need to see you make more of a transformation, okay? Like Nigel here.
That dude's British. If I might jump in with a bit of advice.
I don't think I need that. No. Look, hear him out.
Maybe you might want to try thinking of something in the material that's similar to something that's happened in your real life. For me, for instance, I like to think of when my mum wanted me to attend prep school in Leeds to become a barrister, but I wanted to study the theatre at Oxford.
Thank God.
And so that was a conundrum, really, for me.
I'm gonna stop you right there, because it's just confusing me, right? Like, I don't need that, because I am from the streets. I was in a gang. They told me to kill my cousin.
Might be a bit spot on, no?
Yeah, it's a bit spot on. Do you have any stories that involve your mom?
What's a mum?
Oh, dear.
Scene 5, take 3.
Okay, Antoine, remember, you're a gangster, okay? Betrayal, the streets, okay? Nigel, you're perfect. Antoine, transform, and action.
You sold me out, son. Now you're gonna get a bullet up in your head for it.
You can't play me, motherfucker. I'm the motherfucker that plays motherfuckers, motherfucker.
He's boring to watch. Cut.
That does not sound good.
Bro, what is this? Oh my god.
Antoine, I do not feel like you have found the emotional core of this character.
Man, fuck this. Nobody is more real than me, okay? I come from the streets, and nobody's gonna tell me what the streets is like. Nobody. You understand?
That's a great speech. I just wish that I believed it. You want to give it a shot?
So I'll have a go.
Man, fuck this. I'm as real as it gets.
Yes.
This fucking streets is for real. I'm up in there, man.
You are.
I'm fucking from the earth, from these streets.
From the earth.
Something to that effect.
No, but I'm with you when you say that, even when you're saying the wrong words. I just wish you could do that.
What?
Oh, goodness.
Okay, that hurts, but I don't feel that it comes from the right emotional place for the character. All right, here, give it a shot. Give me watch.
Oh, that's great.
I feel that in here and in here.
It's very gracious.
In my
of you to
heart.
say
Try that again.
I don't believe you.
That shit is hilarious. That nigga said, I don't believe you. Like they just training us for this shit. Okay, you gotta do this, man. You gotta play the street to this. Bro, this is a condition. This dude ain't directing this shit.
This is a school of thought.
What's up, Patai?
Hey, shit was good.
Peace.
I just watched the whole
Hey,
thing. That shit is, wow.
He slipped away real good on us.
Yeah.
I want to know
That's
more about them spells.
it's biblical, man. It's biblical. I be telling y'all it's biblical.
Yeah, it always gets back to the religion, don't it?
You sir.
hey, Mo, put that shit on the screen.
No.
What?
That Friday Night Light shit that I posted earlier.
Friday Night
Oh yeah,
Lights.
I
Hold on.
seen that shit.
All right,
Damn.
let me find it.
Yeah, he was all over the place. He said a lot. A whole lot.
Yeah, the we don't got no culture part struck me real.
A whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, I ain't like that.
I ain't even write none of that shit down. I usually write shit down when people speak. No, I
It's just everywhere, man.
didn't say shit I ain't run through yet. That's crazy.
Which one is it? Hold on.
The one with dudes crying in the car.
Is it a different account?
Yeah, it's not. It should be on this account.
Oh, this one right here.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, that's what happens, bro. They get up here, they say strange shit, they get their shit pushed in.
We gonna stay up.
Y'all fucking funny, man.
I promise I won't make any more.
Yeah, right.
Hey, if they don't make none, I won't make none.
I mean, I'm good. I mean, I made a good presentation. Y'all check it out on YouTube.
I
We
was watching it when I was at work.
Okay, I appreciate it, man. Y'all go ahead, man, because they be trying to say they want to debate us and all of that, and I just had to put that book that he was quoting to rest, and the author of that book to rest. So that way, if y'all ever see it on y'all daggone for you page or whatever, y'all know it's pseudo. And he look, I don't think he got it on his page no more. I think he took a lot of that off. I don't see
Oh
a
no, I
Queen
didn't
Moot
look.
shit on this shit. Like if
I
he took,
thought Godly said that they took their account from
oh, I don't know about recently, but I think the
No,
last time I
Earth Six
checked,
still got his account. I was just over there.
I can't
yeah,
see
they
shit
got
because
it.
I'm blocked.
But I think they took a lot of that Queen Moo and the Augustus stuff off. He don't really talk about that as far as I know as much ever since I debunked it.
He should have never brought it up.
I'm telling you.
Should have
Say,
left
say
that shit
never
alone.
brought it up.
You should have
He
never
should have
tagged me
just
in it.
he should have read that book and said,
Yeah.
interesting, and then threw that
Now
shit in
he
the
still
trash.
Naturalism still got his account.
Yeah, they still up. They good. They just on some more. I ain't messing with them no more. They might throw some Pan African shade, some dirt on their
Nah, we
little.
do voodoo, fam. I'm telling you, we do voodoo, and they don't fuck with that. I don't know how they get all that, but we do voodoo. Pan African is some voodoo stuff.
Damn.
Yeah, bro, it's cool, man. Godly, like maybe one day we'll get to, you'll get to see that I'm living proof that that shit don't mean nothing.
Yeah.
I'm living proof. Being black, I'm one of the only ones still claiming black in my family. Everybody else think they something else. And look at them, begging me for help. Love them to death. But I'm supposed to be the one I'm not in religion. I'm not identifying as a Native American. And you keep hitting me up for money. Help me here. Help me with this. Hey, I need help. Can you do this? Can you help me start a business? Can you do? But I'm the one that's cursing myself, right? How the fuck I get out the programming? They all still stuck in the program. Just different names.
And I only
Hebrew
want the
Israelites.
source.
Black indigenous. Come on now,
I
I'm
only
black.
want the sauce. Whatever's working, let's work it.
That man talking about he got oral traditions passed down from his family, but yet he believes in the Bible. Show me the time before the European came over here where the indigenous people were believing in that type of religion.
Like they were speaking Hebrew over here.
Right.
There we go with that bullshit.
Like, no, we got Phoenician over here, son.
Yeah, we had that Paleo Hebrew over here. Y'all don't know that. Oh my god, yo.
Y'all gotta stop the cap, man.
Yeah, that's true. I think you might be right on that frequency. I read an article 2 days ago on that shit.
Yeah, it does that every 60 to 70 years.
Yeah.
It changes its rotation. They
So
thought
that's
so.
what's going on with these
Change,
motherfuckers.
change
Yeah, it
direction
does.
or it just stops.
It
Like,
stops first, and then it switches a direct. It switches the direction that is rotating. And look, there's obviously something behind it. I don't know what you want to call it, but when I first learned about that shit, I started going back every 60 to 70 years, or whenever that rotation reversed. And big shit does happen right around that time. Major events happen. There's always a war that lines up with that shit, or some black plague or something. You can match it up with the date, so it's something connected to it. I just don't know what the fuck
So
it is, but it's
So
normal.
peep game.
when
Peep
did that
game now.
start happening though? When did it stop? Was it
It's been
recent?
stopped.
Yeah, it just stopped like a couple weeks ago.
hold up,
All right.
real quick.
And
Is
before
this
that,
not
like 62 years before that, it did the same thing.
hold on, real quick. Is it
Yeah.
a phenomenon that happens and then it reverses real quick, or is it part of let me finish real quick. Is it something that happens on a 60-year cycle, or is it part of the what do you call it? The procession. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Right? Because you
Yeah,
got
it's
you got three rotations. The Earth has a day rotation, give you night and day, right? And then you have the yearly rotation, gives you the year, but it has another rotation called a precession, and it kind of does a wobble effect where the poles wobble in a circular motion, right, around the sun during the course of maybe 26,000 years, and they call
Right.
them ages. Is that what we talking about, or
no,
are we
that's
Hello.
talking
different.
about
That's
something
different. The core it does it every 60 to 70 years. Sometimes it's 62
different?
years, sometimes it's 70, 68, 65, but it's been happening.
And the
Like, does
reason
it?
why they revolve wars around it, because when this takes place, water becomes displaced. So some areas may get flooded out. And knowing that, they may start a war 10, 15, 20 years ahead so they can already have that land when it takes place. That's how they do it.
Damn, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, you gotta look at when we look at a lot of
Hold on,
these
though. I'm
a
like,
lot of these
my
little
mind is
cataracts
blown
that they
right
done
now.
broke up in Africa is for a reason. The Aswan Dam is for a reason. Anything around the Mediterranean, all of that shit is for a reason. You got to think of the geographical location when it comes to trade and all of that. So they position themselves 20, 30 years ahead of time because they know these rotations, these core rotations.
Now hold up. Now let me get this straight, because this is my first time hearing this, and I'm like, what? So does the like we got the same rotation that occurs that give us the night and day, but you're saying there's a phenomenon that happens every like 30 years where it just does the opposite, and
Every
60.
and when it does,
60 to 70. Yeah, in the
Right.
core in the inside. Yeah.
Look,
well, how
on
long
Earth,
does it
on Earth.
like? Well, let's just say it goes counterclockwise, right? And how long does it go clockwise when this phenomenon's going on?
60 to 70, both ways. Each time is
What?
60 to 70 years. Yep.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I think
Hey,
I
y'all
heard the first
bullshitting,
time I
man.
heard.
Stop
I'm
it.
not. I heard this. I remember in sixth grade. So when people was making these
What?
TikToks, I was on there arguing with them, like, "Yo, I heard about this in sixth grade, bro."
Is that
Yeah,
right?
we talking about the core of the Earth doing this. The core of the
Y'all,
Earth going
y'all,
one way and then switching back. Not us as a globe, but the core of it. So
y'all
it,
fuck.
it pulls the water into different areas of the Earth.
My mind is totally blown right now.
Peace, bro. Peace, peace. I see you.
Hello,
Peace,
my people.
peace,
Hello,
man.
hello.
Peace, peace.
Peace, peace.
Sorry to cut you guys short. I hope you guys. I hope I'm welcome because I don't
Definitely.
like to interrupt you guys.
Yeah. You good, brother?
You
Yeah,
straight.
I've been watching you guys program for like 2 days now. Yesterday I tried to come in and I see that the argument was very hot, and I didn't want to distract because I have my own program, so um I have a lot of audience waiting for me every day. So, but what brought me here is this brother, the God, Port City. I saw you on TikTok. I saw the work you are doing. I decided to follow you. Actually, I lost my account last month. I have a 1 million followers on TikTok. So my account was reported multiple times by Ethiopian groups. I was helping advocating for their unity and peace over there. So they warned me, threatened me, and I couldn't stop because my job. I'm a Pan Africanist, so I've been always advocating for Africa. In fact, anybody that look like me, I don't care where you're from, could be from South Asia, South America, Central America, Aborigines of Australia, America. I don't care as long as you look like me. You're my brother and sister. So they brought that opportunity to me to help them advocate, and I did for 3 months. And because of that, I lost my account. So I have to create this account now. And one last week, I saw this brother, Port City, and it was kind of the thing I've been doing for 2 years on TikTok. And I picked interest. I took, time to study what he's doing, and he's doing a positive job. Oh, my people are coming here already. Sorry, guys. They see that I'm here, they're coming.
Peace to
So,
your
my
crowd.
brother,
Peace.
what you are doing is a great
Yeah,
job.
peace, peace.
I love what you are doing. I'm happy. In fact, I reposted your video like, if not 4 times or 3 times, I can't remember. So the reason why I'm here is because you are doing a good job, and I want to encourage you to keep doing it. This fight, we're not alone. If you go to my page, you see what I'm doing. In fact, my lost account,
Mm-hmm.
in fact, I dedicate everything I'm doing. I'm a comedian, by profession, but I use my comedy to bring people together so that I can keep, drop my message, through my life
Yeah.
and my streaming. So I saw you in Egypt. I was so happy. In fact, I was so excited. I said, this brother, you are not even awakened. Your blood, your ancestor, they are already in you. Like they are pumping. Your blood is pumping every second. You are not trying to divide our people. You are bringing our people together. Your last video I watched, I see the way you drop it. I understand. A lot of people are attacking you, but they didn't get it. But being that I'm a spiritual person, I see things based on spiritual aspect. I don't see things physically, because I know, I grew up with my ancestor. My great grandfather died at the age of 152. My great grandmother died at the age of 135. She was born 1885 and died April 22nd, 2015. And that was because I left Africa and came to America. She died because everybody ran away from her. She was so old that nobody come close to her except me. You understand? So I always take care of her. But the moment I left, nobody could go take care of her no more. Nobody go visit her. She passed away. And that was unfortunate. So I'm in America because I was also brainwashed in Africa. So I was brainwashed and I left everything I have. My house, my business, everything. Thinking that America is a heaven. Only to come here and I was disappointed that even people in America also brainwashed about Africa. The first question I got when I came here was, we sleep on the tree. We drink from the river. We walk around with lions and all that. I was embarrassed. And they showed me picture of children with vulture and all that begging food on the street. I said, this picture it's like when there's a crisis somewhere like maybe Liberia or Sierra Leone or Biafra war in the 1967, whatever. And all these Europeans, they came as a Red Cross and they were taking pictures. Why are they using this to manipulate people? This is not what you have in Africa now. No, this is the crisis time. So I see that somebody was asking me, oh, they were donating money for you in Africa. We send money to you in food and all that. I said, I grew up in Africa. I'm old man. Nobody gave me food for free. Nobody gave me free money. Where are you getting that from? But I find out that this is what they put the program on TV. Oh, donate $1 to African that are suffering, this, that in Africa. these charities they are all lie, they are all fraudulent. You understand? So please, my brother, I really like what you are doing. I don't want to take you guys' time. I see you guys have been going on for hours, but I just want to make sure that you guys are good. Please, anybody who come here with ignorance, just ignore them. Try as much as you can to educate them. You know, try your best. You've been doing good job, my brother Posse. I follow you. If you like, you can follow me back. You know,
Yeah, I
we
just
can always
followed you,
reach
bro.
each other. You know, if you go to my page, I post all your videos. I've been posting your videos,
Man, I appreciate it.
you know, showing people that look, African Americans, they are intelligent, they are smart people. Stop all this divide and conquer system. We are brothers. There's nothing like people we are here. We know. Masa Bubakar came to America with the 2,000 men. We know that. We know what this brother is saying. Everybody left from Africa. We know that people were here before colonial European came. We know. Even the Chinese that migrated, the Indians that migrated to America. We know. Yes. People came to America because America was the new land everybody was looking for. There are people here, we know, but where did they originate from? It's Africa. If you look at the geography of the whole world, where is the most dominant color, people of color? It's Africa. That proves that everybody from there, the population push people out to see new world. Because the world is big. Even before the extraterrestrials started coming, what were they looking for? They were looking for gold, mining, copper, brass, and all that. You understand? And they have to create different type of breed for their, just like the way slavery started. The extraterrestrials were the one doing all this shit. They were manipulating people for tools, for work, for hard, for labor. That's why if you go to Grand Canyon, it is our ancestors that dig all that. It is not a wave, it is not the sea, like they told you. No, it is mining. Mining was done all over the world. If you go to India, see the Barama, the Rama, the Jawara people. You understand? But when people wake up and start thinking, right, I say, okay, no, we're not going to work for you anymore. We need to work for ourselves. So that means those people's civilization will start. They will start being, they will start fighting for themselves. They will say, okay, you know what, we don't want to deal with you anymore. They will move to another territory. So that was what's going on. It's just the same thing in Africa. When Africa wake up, say, what is, excuse me, no slavery anymore. At 15th century, African kings say, we're not going to sell our people to Europeans. We're not going for slave for you guys, because Arabs started doing that. You know, when the Moor was kicked out of Europe after 781 years in Europe, they came back to Africa because their ancestors came from Africa. So they have to go back to Africa, and they start using the Africans from the West Africa, slaving them back to Europe, because Europeans, they don't know how to work. They don't know how to do nothing. They can't do nothing for themselves. We are the creators, because we are the God of the universe. This earth belongs to us. Anywhere, we own it. So when their own species start to breed, they need us to teach them how to do those things. Because we work on this earth for anybody. So now the kings of Africa say, when Europeans were coming, the Portuguese first, they said, no, hold on, we're not giving you our people. 15th century Africans already abolished slavery. British started abolition of slavery in 1835. That was 300 years later. And the reason why they did that, because the African vigilantes were attacking the slave camps, freeing all the slaves, attacking their ship. Even the one in Jamaica, the one that managed to land in Jamaica, they will instigate the one living there. Listen, we're always fighting, so let's team. And they will team and start killing the slave masters. In Caribbeans, they're doing the same thing. In Haiti. So they say, okay, you know what? For these people, instead of bringing more people, mixing with the already slave people here, and they start to team up to fight us, why not we colonize them in their land and slave them in their land? That was how British started stopping all the slave merchandise ship. Okay? But many people don't know that. They say, oh, British stopped slavery. No. African king already said no. And the vigilantes of boys in Africa, they have been fighting, even women. They've been freeing slave ships, destroying them. Even in America here, some slaves, they will conquer the seller, the captain, and sell the ship back to Africa again. You understand? But these histories we are taking away just because Europeans want to stand tall. There's something I'm preparing right now. I'm preparing something to post. Maybe after I leave you guys, I'm gonna post it. Maybe I would love you guys to go back to my page to watch it. You see that thing, the thing on this brother, the host, the holographics that is back, the symbols. You see that symbol at his back, the background?
Yeah, we see it. We see it.
Yeah.
Look, okay. Now, they told us, they said that Africans don't write, that Europeans teach us how to write. That's a big lie. My tribe, we have what they call insibidi. We write. We write our language, we write, we communicate, we do everything. Our music, science, mathematics, everything. Geography, we have it. But they came, I remember when I was a kid in the primary school, if you speak vernacular, the teacher will punish you. You have to pay fine for speaking your native language. So this is how they destroyed our language, destroyed our writing. So we have to write in English. Those who are colonized in French colonial territory were forced to speak French. The ones that are colonized by the Portuguese were forced to speak Portugal. The ones in a German territory like a Cameroon, the same thing. The one of Spain, the same thing. And they were going village to village, community to community, destroying any evidence to show that they have a form of education.
Yeah.
But after 500 years, now we settle. We agree. Like the other brother who was here saying that I was watching, I was in my bathroom, I was relaxing in my bath, in my hot bath. I was watching the whole
You hear
thing.
this, right? It's crazy.
I've been watching you guys for over 4 hours, brother. Trust me. I was in my bathtub watching, listening to her thing. The other brother is, listen, if you educate that brother, trust me, with the way he's curious to know, he will understand. The problem is that he has been brainwashed and he believes in what he sees on the book. Me, I don't read European books. I grew up with people that are above 100 years old. Even when I came to America, I work with elderly citizens. They are all 105, 102, 103. I grew up with these old people, and they teach me how America used to be in the 50s, in the 40s. I don't hang out with the young people. What are you going to tell me? Tell me about Jay-Z, Beyonce, Cardi B. I don't have time for that because I know these guys are puppets. They don't have no power. You telling me that physical money is power? No. The power is me and you. This Melanie, that's the power. That's what they're scared of. Brother, I saw you in Egypt. I was so happy. Imagine if people like you in Africa, America here started going, brother, on my show, I've had, if not 15 to 20 people, African Americans, because of me. They testify. If you don't believe me, come to my show. I will listen to what people talk about me. I convince people. I tell them, don't be scared. My co-workers, people work in my company, I have a company here. They go and whatever I say is what they saw. They'll find a husband, men, find wife. I've been doing it. Nobody sponsoring me. I do it myself. But I'm proud of you.
I
Very,
appreciate
very
it.
proud. I was so mad. I was so angry when that guy was talking. I said, no, I need to calm down because he don't know. He don't know. If you say that you are indigenous America, I agree with you. I agree. No problem with that. But don't say you are not from Africa. Don't say that because the evidence in America here, there is no evidence to back it up that you are from here. You said that they destroyed the bone. How can they destroy bone? Even 3,000 years old bone in Africa, they still dig it up.
Yeah, and that's part of what we do here. You know what I'm saying? We look for evidence and facts, and you know, we just try to make sense out of it all. And there's, I don't know what's going on, but there's a lot of rhetoric, like a lot of anti-African rhetoric that's been going on. I don't know if it's the algorithm or whatever, but
brother,
you know, it's crazy.
that is a propaganda. I know they do it in
Yeah, oh
Africa
yeah.
too. Do you know what they told us about you guys? Me, at my age, somebody tried to brainwash me that I shouldn't hang out with Africa, America. They're gonna shoot me. They do drugs, this, that. Brother, I live with my people. Nobody shoot me. Nobody said, come on, let's go to sell drug. In fact, my company, I employ only African American and the immigrants come from either Africa or Caribbean. What are you talking about? It's propaganda. They make us so that because they know once we come here, right, we're gonna tell you the real truth. We're gonna tell you the evidence, because the evidence is already in us. Even though they destroy our history books, the way we write, we still have oral history our ancestors passed to us, which we don't forget, because they prohibit us from writing. They stop us from writing our own language, our own history. You understand? So what we do, our ancestors started passing it as a story in the night. When the moon is out, they will gather all the children and start telling us the story. I was part of it, brother. I'm not a millennial child. I'm old. When this guy was attacking this sister because this sister was telling him about South Africa, yes, it's true. Look, do you know, back in the ancient time, men don't have power. It was women that have power, not men.
Facts.
It was
That's
the
all
Romans
day
that
fact.
changed it. The moment the Romans get in contact with the Egypt, they are the one that use Egyptian power to change it, to put men on the throne, and started killing women that have power.
That's all day right there.
Women can have a baby without even men's sperm. Today, how many women know this? So many young ladies, when they come to my show, I talk about it. They say they get upset and get upset because you don't know that you can even have a baby without sleeping with a man. Every woman has 2 organs. But they don't talk about it because they brought religion. They use religion to make people feel like if you question some certain things, you are a sinner. You sin against God. Who is God? We are the God. Bro, you've been to Egypt. You saw it. Even Egyptians now, they try to manipulate, but they can't, because our ancestors were smarter than them. They bury themselves, they mummify themselves, because they know after many million years, they will deny they didn't do that. That it wasn't their people that did that. So what they did, now, after how many million years, I see now when they dig out a mummy, all those pharaoh, all those mummies, when they open it, is a black man sitting down there. These guys, they're smart. They know that in the future, you see how they break the nose? Because they know when they want to fix it after many generations, they're going to make it look like the current people living there. That's what Napoleon was doing when he went to Egypt. He was breaking the nose. It was Napoleon that broke others' nose. Because there was a time they tried to fix it. Now they started making it long, like when they find Nefertiti. You remember? They make her look like a white woman.
Right.
Boy, this is a lie.
Well, I mean, it's part of the system to change who we are. I mean, it's been a long fight ever since, we go back to the book that Indigo mentioned, The Destruction of Black Civilization. Chancellor Williams had mentioned the land, the so-called land of the blacks. Well, we didn't have to call ourselves that, but I mean, we occupied a large area. And then, eventually, I believe after King Namur unified Upper and Lower Kemet, that's when we had a lot of the invasions and stuff kind of come into Kemet, where you see other outside groups and stuff. Because according to Stoughton Legacy and what Destruction says, it was prohibited to go into Kemet for a long time. And then you
Brother,
had several agents,
just like when they give us 10 commandments. Okay, you give us 10 commandments. What happened to the rest 34? This is a confessional law. Confessional law. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
so
I hear
they
you.
took only 10 because they cannot practice that law. 44 laws. It's not possible for them to keep it. We Africa, we keep it. We don't sleep with people's wives. We don't lie. We don't cheat. We don't kill. We don't deceive. We don't manipulate. We don't disrespect nature. Even before we cut a tree, we do sacrifice and ritual before we cut a tree. We talk to tree. We talk to river. Talk to rain. Talk to thunder. Talk to wind. Talk to the sun. We live in a harmony with the nature. Now, these are the things when you die, they have to scale your heart to see if you have go against these laws, these 44 laws. European cannot keep it because they are barbarians, scavengers. These guys, they don't have our DNA. It is our Homo sapiens that when we left Africa, even went there, sleep with them, and start to change their DNA to even try to even as they are today. But still, That's their nature of aggression, jealous, envy, greed, taking, is still there. But for many million years, we still remain who we are: loving, caring, hardworking, supportive, obedient. Because we are not going nowhere. Even when you die, your energy, your electromagnetic force is still in the universe, still in the air. And when your person call your name, that energy will possess that person again. That's what we call incarnation. But they use religion to change all this. Like this, my son was telling him about the story of the queens, of all the queens that was, how they were doing in South Africa. And he interrupted her and they started abusing each other. I was listening. Brother, the Wakanda movie you are watching is a lie. The movie just to mislead people from the reality. Okay? Black Panther was a woman in South Africa who was defending that land. And when she was captured by the French, she said, give me time to talk to my ancestor. It's a law, it's a practice. Before I die, I have to talk to my ancestor. She was giving time to talk to her ancestor. By the time they couldn't wait, they opened the door. She already do shape-shifting to Black Panther and kill all those soldiers and ran into the bush. Simple
Yes, her
story.
name was Saronia.
Oh, you see? Did I lie?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm telling the truth, right?
Yes.
Thank you, God bless you, brother. I rest my case.
So that story is based on that woman, right? Her name.
Yes,
Spell that
it's,
Yes,
again.
it's based off
it's
of the
not about
Bantu
the science
peoples.
fiction, the
Yeah, the
movie. No,
Saronia. She
it's
was
not
a
about the science
woman.
fiction, the movie. The movie is just to make money. In
Mm-hmm.
Oh
fact,
yeah, of course.
Wakanda
Yeah,
is not even Africa. Wakanda is here in the Dakota.
yeah.
Wakanda
We
is
all
the
know that.
Dakota name, a tribe, a community in the
Yeah,
Dakota.
yeah. I just want to know the lady's name because I want to know that. I'm
Saronia.
learning. We
Her
all
name was
learning, so I want to know.
her name was
Brother,
This is
you are the reason why I'm
Saronia.
here. It's because of you I came here. I don't go to people's life
respect.
because when
Respect.
I go to people's life, I see arguments, people having fun. People are dying. Our people are dying every day. You go to social media to have fun. This is a
Yeah.
platform to educate our people, bring their spirit back. Our
Right.
people are lost. When I see what you are doing, I say, this is my brother right there. This is the type of people I want to bring to my platform. Let us educate our people. People wearing jeans, putting tattoo on their body. Many people don't even know the meaning of tattoo. If you ask somebody what is the meaning of tattoo, they don't know. They don't even know what they are wearing on their body. The tattoo started a long way back when they were trying to enslave us, the Arabs. Okay, what our people
Yes, it
do.
was a survival tactic. Yes.
Thank you. It's a symbol to know where you came from, the communication. Look at it here, brother. Look, I was just trying to download it, to post it on my page to educate people about it.
It was literally people trying to protect themselves from being enslaved by the Arabs.
Yes, because look,
And that's a
look,
side of history that
look,
we forget about.
look, brother.
Yeah.
All this is
Uh,
is our symbol, is our communication, is the way we write, is the way we talk. So when the Arab were slaving people, they tie your mouth, right? They close your mouth, you cannot talk. So because they're gonna catch you one day, you just put that symbol, your name, your father, where you from, whatever, so that when they kidnap you, in that group where they put you guys can use it to talk. When you see that, okay, you are from this tribe because you're not talking, you see your mouth. But today, people put tattoo for communicate. For people are destroying their body with the chemical. What the Africans were doing, there's a fruit in our language, they call it uri. The Hausa people have it, Yoruba have it, even Ghana, all Africa will have it, even Ethiopia. Is a fruit. Some of them are leaf. You grind it, you take the liquid, you use to write your body. When it dry, it shows. It can stay for 6 months, it can stay for 1 year, it can stay 3 months, depending how thick the liquid is. So many people do things they don't know.
right.
We are demoralizing ourselves. Look,
Yeah.
brother, do you know that Bill Gates is buying all the land, empty land all over the world? Why? Because he wants to create his own food. any space, anywhere he see empty land, he want to buy everything because he want to start creating GMO food, genetically modified food, to feed the whole world. That means those food, they don't regenerate. After you harvest, you cannot replant it again. So you have to go back to biggest company to buy another seed for the next season. You see? So that means if the whole world depends on biggest supply, any day the biggest shut down, that means famine will kill everybody, hunger will kill everybody. And even though the food you're about to start to produce is not even genetically food, it's not organic, it's a genetically modified. So with all this ignorance going on, how do we fight back? How? By arguing with each other, Yeah. You look like me. You say you are not from Africa. Is something not wrong with you? When Chinese people are going to Africa claiming their ancestors from Africa, the Lebanese all over Africa, India all over Africa claiming their ancestors from Africa. Have you seen the Jawara people in India?
Yes.
They look darker than me and you, brother.
Yes.
The same way they behave. Go to Amazon in America.
Yeah.
The same way they behave.
A lot of our people up there too. Yeah.
Who taught them? Did they have a communication? No. It's because they have teleporting mind. Before telephone, my grandfather used teleporting to message his friends, anybody from his family. No telephone, just mind. Through meditation, he will send a message. And the person will come back after 7 days, say, yeah, I got your message. That's teleporting. They do shape-shifting, teleporting, and astral traveling. My grandfather never entered motor till he died. He never entered motor. I can tell you how he did it. It's just a fire stone. The stone you crack together and fire will spark. That's it. That's all you need. That's their own technology that time. Okay. Now, if African person do something in Africa today, people travel with a basket. People travel with a banana leaf. They say it's a witchcraft. It's a witchcraft, right? Okay. But when you buy ticket, go to airport to enter plane. What are you entering? Is it not a craft? Is craft not there? Brother. They call it voodoo and a witchcraft. But you enter plane. Plane is a craft. Is craft not there? Flying is, what is the difference? The difference is you are sitting down, air-conditioned television. But Africa use a basket and fly to anywhere you want to go. You say it's a witchcraft.
Bingo.
So think about it.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Aircraft, witchcraft.
So they use the religion to destroy our spirituality. Religion is a business. Spirituality is the way of man. That's the way of life. You don't lie. In where I come from. Okay, now let me give you one example again, because that brother, he annoyed me for 4 hours. I couldn't eat my food. I couldn't go live. I was waiting for just let me see one person go down. I will come in. 4 hours I've been waiting. Let me tell you something. Do you know if you go to Cuba, Brazil, Argentina, Puerto Rico, Honduras, Costa Rica, Brazil, Argentina, yes, they still practice Ifa.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much.
Straight up, West African culture. It's all in Brazil.
Ifa, Shongo,
right?
Where did that came from?
No
from
Hebrew,
Yoruba,
right?
From Yoruba land. Yoruba.
No, look, brother. No Hebrew, right?
That's our power.
Yoruba, Igbo.
Brother, it worked for them.
No, I feel you. In Haiti.
Brother, 1804. Haiti used the same voodoo, that power, to defeat French.
Yeah. I've read about.
Why are they afraid of us? Because they know when we go spiritual, we are powerful. So they have to create religion. Now, even the Bible we are reading, King James, you know that King James sleep with a man that wrote the same Bible. You are killing yourself for religion. Me, if I want to read Bible, I read Old Testament. I don't read New Testament, because New Testament was European
We
perspective
chop up the
how to
Bible over here,
colonize and
bro.
slave people.
We chop up the Bible over here. So like, yeah,
I read Old Testament because Old
tear it
Testament
up.
is our story. It's our story. Old Testament is our story. What our ancestors did, the great things they did. New Testament is a fabrication. Is a way to enslave you. Imagine during slave time, African Americans are not allowed to only 3 pages they're allowed to read. Obey your master. Obey your master. Slaves should respect their master. If somebody slap you, you should give them the second cheek. Can you imagine? So that means don't rebel.
That's in that book, yeah. And that's the book that they handed all of the enslaved Africans when they got on the shore of America.
Only three pages, brother. The meaning of Jesus, I keep telling people, there is nothing like Jesus. Jesus was the first. Jesus the Lubbock is the first boat that took Africans in the 15th century to America. Not even to America, to Europe, from Europe to America. Jesus the Lubbock. You can check it up. The Lubbock. You can look it up. Jesus is the boat. Before you enter the boat, they will take water and baptize you in the name of the boat. Because Africans, they have spiritual power. They scare the boat will capsize in the high sea or in the Red Sea. So they will make you to denounce your power before you enter the boat. Who bought the boat? It was King James' father. He's the one that bought the boat. Who made the boat? It's the Jewish. With collaboration with the Moor. Come on, man. Brother, please, I don't want to take over your show. I'm sorry. This is how I talk on my show because sometimes people come, they make me upset, and I'll just give it to them the way they like it, and they will be all completely uncomfortable. You were saying there's no water in Africa. If you go to Africa, water will drown you. You would drown. There's so much water. When the lady was talking about you guys talking about the tree that store water, yes, that tree is existing in Madagascar today. That tree, there's a reason why that tree was there. There was a time, there was a pollution. These evil people, they use atomic bomb to create what they call tsunami, that they call flood that destroyed the world. That tree was able to save water for people to drink. I understand. When you guys were arguing about that, I was laughing. So a lot of people don't know that. But the problem is that Europeans, they use they use the negative story about Africa to target Africa as a warfare. They weaponize it. They don't talk about the good side, how we saved them many, many times. Mm-hmm. When the Europeans were in the war, they were killing each other anytime for more than 2,000 years. They always run to Africa. Even from the Persian time, Greek time, Roman time, even when the Arabs were killing them, even when the Mongolians were killing them, the Vikings, they always run to Africa and they will be safe. But they don't talk about all that. Even if the Third World War start again, Africa will still save millions of people. Brother, if you don't believe me, go to Google. Google the ship the ship during Second World or First World War, Second World War, the ship that took Europeans to Africa. You will see how they were jumping into ship to migrate to Africa. Mm-hmm. It's on Google. The picture is there. I didn't take the picture. It was them that took the picture and posted it. The ship is bigger than Titanic. They never take anything good about Africa. The reason why they do this because they don't want to give us the glory. They're scared because if they allow us to compete again, to go back the way we were before, they fear that we will do to them what they did to us. That's why they're scared. And we don't have time. We just want to live along. We just want to live. We don't have time for revenge. We're not that type of people. The African kings, they said that they were selling each other. They were African, were selling African. Let me tell you guys why that story came about. The moment African Americans started asking for reparation money, they create that story. If African Americans forget about reparation money, you see, nobody will talk about Africans selling Africans. It's because you guys were asking for money to pay you back for 400 years free labor. So now they know that if African leaders support that your cause, it's going to cost they have to do it because African leader will say, okay, if you don't pay our people reparation, you're not going to take our resources. They know. So that's why they have to divide us. because Africa have the resources they need for their civilization to keep going on. Those mineral resources have been there in Africa for a million years. We don't need it. I didn't know diamond until I came to America. In fact, when I was a baby, I used to play with we call it glass stone. Until I came to America, I know what I was playing when I was a baby was a diamond. We used to find it back in the days. When we dig ground, we find it. We go and wash it, shiny, brush it. When sun come out, we use it to, to glitter, to blind our friends, we do competition. Which one is more glittering? Until I came to America, I know it's a diamond. I said, God, I feel like going to the bush, clear everywhere right now. Because I didn't know. We know gold, we know brass, we know copper. But nobody in Africa said they used diamond. It was Charles Taylor. When America used Charles Taylor to destroy Liberia and Sierra Leone, that was where diamond became famous. Nobody knew diamond before. We see it, we play with it. In Africa, we have a goldsmith, we have a blacksmith. It's not European that taught us blacksmith.
Can I ask you a question? Are you saying that those the ones that sold the African Americans, our people from Africa to America?
No. What happened is, my sister, let me tell you what happened. Remember the Arabs, when they came back, right? When the Moor came back, they were capturing West Africans, selling them back to Europeans to help them farm and continue their building, whatever. Now, the Africans leaders, they said no. Because Africa, they have what they call apprenticeship. Like, for example, if I have a child, maybe because Africa, they used to marry a lot of white back in the days. If I have sons, 15 children, 15 sons, or 5 sons, 10 sons, whatever, and I don't have money, I don't have resources, we don't use money, we use cowries, and our way of money, like value, like gold, copper, brass, all those stuff, or animal, cow, goat, chicken, all those stuff, and farming, Now, if I have I need something more bigger and I cannot afford it, I will let my children to go and work for one king or whatever, one chief. After 7 years, you will serve them. You will give them wife, give them cow, give them land. You understand? So that's how we do it. But that was not called slavery because you are not chained. Nobody's beating you. It's just you are servant. But because these Europeans, they don't have gold. They don't have those resources that Africa requires to pay. They don't have them. And they need the laborers to go even dig it. And African leaders are not even allowing them. But
I was trying to understand because I heard you say that they made up that story when African Americans started asking for liberation.
They create that story because they don't want to pay reparation to African Americans.
But I know for a fact that they did not create that story, that African chiefs actually did sell our people from Africa.
But that is what I'm about to tell you, how Africans, let me tell you why. I'm not saying that African chief didn't sell. I'm trying to tell you how they were involved.
Son, you funny as shit right now.
Okay.
I'm trying to give you the story how they were involved.
Okay. Got you.
The reason why African kings involved was they did it under duress. How? When they refused to sell or to give them people, what Arab did was this. Mind you, Arabs already dealing with Europeans already. So, the Europeans already got to Chinese, get a powder gun and all that. They already have a cannon, all that stuff. Okay. It was the Moor that taught them all that. Remember, Alexander the Great created all that in Egypt. So the Moor, they already took that technology to Europe, teach them how to have a den gun, all that. So they were giving Africans gun, smaller community to fight bigger community over land dispute. And when they do that, when they conquer, because those Africans, they have a bow and arrow, just like Shaka Zulu back in the days, they have bow and arrow. And these guys were coming with a cannon gun. It happened in Ethiopia too. The Oromo region and the Amara people, when they were fighting back in the days, the Europeans were giving the Amara people cannon gun and den gun, while the Oromos, they were using arrow and bow. So who is going to win? These are native people, primitive to gun. So when they see that one shot, boom, 10 people fall down, cow fall, everything fall, their horses fall down.
Yeah, now real quick, that did happen in the Songhai Empire of West Africa. The Moroccans in Morocco got help from the Queen, and they got those
Yes,
cannons and they got those guns and they came into Songhai and they
brother.
took out the last West
Yes.
African empire.
Don't
So
worry.
yeah,
I will come
yeah,
there. Don't worry. Don't worry. Me. I'm a historian. I grew up in Africa. I didn't grow up in America. I
yeah.
will tell
I'm
you
just
all
talking
that.
for
I
the
will
family
address all that.
who don't know that history. I know you
Trust me,
know.
I
I'm
will
just saying
address
for the
all
family.
that in 2 minutes. Trust me. Me, I talk very fast. You just have to listen. Now, what they did is this. The Moors were creating problem. Mind you, there was no Arab nation before. Remember that it was the Britain that created Arab in 19th century just to distort and destruct Ottoman Empire. It was the fear of Ottoman Empire that was the lead, that the reason for Arab nation. There was nothing like Arab nation before. Those people in the Middle East, they look like me and you. Okay? Now, it was their involvement with the Europeans or the Moors that came back, because remember, when the Moors came back, they didn't come back like me and you anymore. When they came back after 781 years, their skin already changed.
Mm-hmm.
But they know where their ancestors came from. So that's why when they came back, they took Morocco, they took Egypt, they from Turkey, they came through Turkey, they kidnapped, they destroyed, they captured Egypt. Even when they captured Egypt, Christianity already existed in Egypt through Ethiopia. Ethiopia was Abyssinia, not Ethiopia. It was Abyssinia. Okay. Now, when they came, they have to distort Egypt kingdom and infiltrate them. From there, they started moving to Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Morocco. They captured 5 territories. So what they were doing, they will still go back to Africans who look darker, use them to build as a just the way you are doing today. If you go to Saudi Arabia, they still use our people as a slave. They still use them as a house boy, house girl, maid, and all that. That's what they were doing back in the days, because they see themselves as a nobility. They see themselves like as a class, because it was the more that created class. Our people didn't create class. Everybody was equal, except women. Women were considered as goddess. Men go to women for worship, for everything, for power, for energy, because women were spiritually powerful. So these people distorted the order. And when the African chiefs said, no, we're not going to sell nobody for slave, you know what they did? They will go and kidnap the kings, all those kings, their chief, their children. When they kidnap their children, they will now place them for ransom. So in order for those kings, because in Africa, a kingship, if you have a lineage, bloodline of a king, is very, very, very powerful. Like, it's very, very important. So a king will never allow his children to lust, except if they die. That's different. So what the king, they will give the king, if you want your children, you have to give us 100 able men for work. So this is how we started. Mind you, when the more we are doing this, Europeans, we are studying how they do it. They were watching. When we say European, I'm not talking about this European you see today. They are not the ones that were doing that with the more. It was the ones they call Kaiserite, the people that call themselves Zionists. They are the one enslaving us together with the Arab. It's not like the German or the British. No, people don't get it. Just because their skin look alike today, people believe it. No, white man is not your enemy. No, they are just playing along, because in 1835, when they said, okay, now they created what they call third class, first class, second class, and middle class, and third class. So they said, because the slaves are attacking and the indentured slaves are teaming up with the black African American slaves, fighting the slave owners. So what they have to do, why don't we make indentured slaves our class, part of our class, so that the African American will be left alone? Because indentured slaves are these prisoners in Europe, who the more also captured, make them a slave too. So slavery doesn't matter your skin color, whatever. Anybody is available, they will catch you. They were capturing white people too. The more we are capturing the Irish, the Scottish, the Japanese, the Asians. Chinese building railways. You understand? So now when indentured slave team up with our people of color attacking the slave masters for freedom. Okay, so they have to create that division, white and black, which was already introduced by the Moroccan man. I forgot his name. He's a Moroccan man that created white nobility, white and black. He's from Morocco, the man. You could look it up.
Yeah.
So that's what they said, okay, you know what? Let's bring these people and make them free and give them little land, give them small class so that there will be division among them. That's what they call divide and conquer. So now that was how it started. Black and white, black and white, black and white, black and white. There was nothing like black and white before. Nothing like black and white before. Europeans, light skin, were working as slaves with the Africans who came in America, South America, Caribbean. They are the same slaves. Slave is a slave. You're not free. So now, how Africa was involved in slavery was because our ancestors said no. So in order for them to participate, they have to capture their children. That is why Africa started having mark in their face. The kings, the chiefs started giving mark in their children, marking their face, so that if you see this, you know that this child belongs to bloodline of a certain chief or a certain king. You get it, point now?
Yeah, and I mean we can agree
So
that
it was out of
Islamic came in there and was, as far as religion, because you got Christianity on one side, right, and then you got Islam. They both did Africa in dirty, right, pretty much.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
But the Islam started it because Islam came to Africa for trade. You see what they do? They come as a trade.
Right.
For trade by battle.
Right. Yeah, you see that in
trading.
Yeah,
trading.
You see that in East Africa.
Introduce their religion.
Right. That's how it got in.
Yeah, that's how they got it.
Yeah.
So
with the Romans, right? Ethiopia, Axum, right? I'm tracking.
So
well, the Moors weren't necessarily just black, though. The Moors were also Arab.
Right. But we're talking. You know how, but you know how religion under the religion belt, like how Africa got infiltrated as far as religion goes with Christianity and Islam. Islam being first that impacted, North Africa.
Yes.
And then you had the Zanzi rebellion, right?
Because
that was in Iraq.
Yeah, because the Moor already, look, you see, the Moor, what they did is this. You see, these people, before they even came to North Africa, mind you, when you say North Africa is part of Mesopotamia too.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, yeah.
The Sumerians, today the British created River Nile and they call it Middle East. It's part of Africa before.
But the Africans that occupied Spain, some were black, but they were under that. But they were under the Islamic belt.
Yeah, they took it there. Yeah,
right.
I know what you're talking about.
And like you said, 800 years later, they weren't the same Africans that went in there. It was different.
Their skin already changed because they intermarried with Europe.
And they joined with Morocco that helped go against the Songhai Empire. Am I wrong?
Songhai Empire was ruling in Egypt. I think either 18th dynasty or 19.
The Songhai West Africa, right? That's what I'm talking about.
The Songhai Empire was in Egypt before. They kicked them out. They moved to Mali. Remember, there was Nubia. The Nubia Empire, they are the one that they are migrated to go. Look, brother, the Nubia Empire, nobody even talk about that. The Sudanese built in Egypt. They were also kicked out. They built Egypt. If you go to Sudan, there are more pyramids in Sudan more than in Egypt. When you've been to Egypt, you saw only 3 pyramids, right?
Yeah, Sudan got way more though. Sudan's got like
Sudan
200.
has more than 1 million pyramids everywhere. Even Nigeria. Go to Igbo land, there's what they call Udi. They have thousands of pyramids.
Yeah.
Pyramid was source of energy.
I've seen evidence of a West African, East African trade. Like I've seen Egyptian paintings with Dogon West African imagery on it in in Kemet. So yeah, there's always some type of ancient trade.
Look, I'm talking to you because I saw evidence on you. I don't talk to people who don't like that guy. He cannot come to my show. Once you come to my show, I give you 5 minutes. I know you don't have IQ. You're
Bro,
not
you've
ready to
been
listen.
talking
I
for 30
block you.
minutes, bro.
You've been
I
killing
don't
it.
have time. I'm here because you have traveled. Travel is the best education, brother. Education from school is a doctrination. It's a program. So you get a certificate. Now you become another professional slave to organizing industrialists. But when you travel, you feel it, you participate, you see the reality. Nobody can change what you saw. It becomes your own reality, brother. Belief is absence of doubt. You believe something you never saw. The reason why people say I believe because you were not there. You didn't see it. You are not part of it. That is belief. Belief is opposite of doubt. Without doubt, there will be no belief. There was doubt. That was why there is a belief. A lot of people don't know this English. When I say it, they say, what are you talking about? Yes. They teach you about Jesus Christ. You believe it because you are not there to know if it's true or not. You have no right, if you have no choice than to believe. If you know something, brother, you've been to Egypt, you saw Kemet, you touch it, you feel it. Is that a belief?
It's a fact. I touched it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
It's no longer belief for you no more. Anytime you talk, say, I know it. You're not gonna be saying, oh, I believe the pyramid is in Egypt. No. No, belief is something you never saw. Something you never participate. That is belief. Something you are not part of. Brother, do you believe in your mother? Huh?
yeah, I mean, I believe in my mom.
How do you believe in your mother? You
Like
don't know your mother?
He knows his mom.
I know my mom. Like I
So
have
how you say you
my
believe
mom.
in your mother?
What?
You see, that English, I told you that English always complicate people. Listen, believe. Okay, let me calm down.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah, we gotta
What do you,
everybody in the panel to talk.
Sonny, I wanted to ask you a question. How do you have any information of the Fulani people?
Yeah, Fulani people, they started from Shongai Empire. That's what we are talking about. Fulani people, they started from Shongai Empire.
Why
They
in
were
the
moved. They were kicked out from Egypt. They moved to Mali. From
The
Mali, they
girl,
settled in Guinea.
what's her
From
name again?
Guinea,
From the Black Panther girl?
from Guinea, they called them from
who?
Futajalo.
What's her
From
name?
The
Futajalo,
Okay.
they
Oh,
moved.
slow down, brother.
Shar-
Say
Sharania? What did you say her name was?
Wait. Nia?
So
Saronina.
didn't she
Sarania?
fight the Fulani because they wanted them to be Muslims?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
She
not
not only
necessarily
Fulani,
just the
she fight
Fulani.
everybody
All
that come to conquer Africa.
But
Anybody.
wait, wait, wait,
She
wait,
fight
wait.
the Arab, she
Sonny,
fight the
wait.
Portuguese,
Why?
she fight the
I wanted to
British,
ask
she
you,
fight the
Hold
Belgium,
on,
Sonny,
brother.
she
Let
fight
her
the
speak real
German
quick,
and the
brother.
French last.
Let her one at a time, brother.
I wanted to ask you, why does the rest of Africa, besides West Africa, say that the Fulani people are the red people?
They are red people.
Yes. Why do they call them red people?
We don't in Nigeria. We don't call them red people. We know them as Fulani. Fulanis. They settled after they kicked them out from Egypt. They went to Malian Empire. They were also kicked out. They went to Guinea and they settled in Guinea in Futajalo. So when the Arab conquered them, they accepted Islam. So they were the one helping Islam to conquer West Africa by Usman Danfodio.
You see,
Usman
nobody
Danfodio.
is divine is actually answering my question. Okay, it's okay.
Okay, nobody. We don't call them red. We don't. I don't answer you. We don't call
Maybe
them
you
red
don't,
people.
but a lot of people in outside of West Africa refer to the Fulani people as the red people. I just
I
wanted to.
don't know. This is my first time hearing it. I know Fulani in Nigeria, Togo, Benin Republic, Cameroon, Ghana, all the way to Guinea. And I work with them in my company. I have 3 Guinean people, Fulani, work with me. I never hear anybody call them red people. And we never even have that conversation before. I never. This is my first time hearing it. I'm surprised. I'm not disputing. I'm not disqualifying what you're saying. But for me, as a researcher, as a historian, I never heard that before. Never. So it's possible. Okay. So Gangawi, you are right, Mr. Prince. Yeah, you see, one Fulani guy is here. He's here. He's my fan. He's my brother. He's here. He just say I'm right because he know that's not that true. That story is not correct.
That story is definitely correct. It's definitely correct.
Yeah, some people look. People create a lot of things. It's all
It's
about
not
discrimination.
created.
It's all about discrimination.
It's very correct. It's very correct. I've dug into it and I can give you sources if you need to.
My
But
sister,
yes,
like
it's
I
very
said,
correct.
I'm not
You see, knowledge
disqualifying
is
you.
divine. Literally said the Fulani people mixed with the enemy, so there are more Arabs than Africans.
Yes,
Know about this,
that's what I'm saying.
as
That
well as
I'm not disqualifying you. I said I'm not disqualifying what you said because things can trigger people to create story. You understand? There are so many stories we know today that is not true. It was
that's not
just
story.
created for the fact
Not
that
true. It's
something
definitely
happened. You understand? Maybe that thing happened for the fact the way Fulani were viewed in that area. But in our own area in West Africa, we know that they are helping Islam. They were pushing Islam. They said that they will soak Quran into the deep sea. So we know them for that. But we don't call them red people. Because the Fulani, we have dark skin, we have the one that look like Arab, we have the one look like European.
obviously, yeah.
Yeah. So they have different type of
Obviously
color.
you're going to have a mix of different ones, but definitely they were known as the red people. There's a guy on here on TikTok who speaks about his family where they were taken by the red people. They look black but they painted them red, right? And it shows them being like, it tells his family history, his story as a Nigerian person during the transatlantic slave trade, but his family was taken to Europe, not to America. And he literally paints it out, and he speaks about himself as a little boy, and basically
Oh no, okay.
shows how
I
these
think
red
I
people.
see. I get what you are saying. There's a video somebody sent me from Niger and Chad, where they are these young boys. They're about to have a marriage, so they painted their face with red ink and red whatever.
Mm,
Oh, I see what you are
I don't
talking
know about
about.
that video, but this one is him. He's talking about how what happened to his family, how he lost all his family members, and that they were taken by these red people who used to invade their community, their village, and they would steal people one by one, and that there
Yeah,
were the red people. Suiton,
my
knowledge
sister,
is divine is in the box. I really want to know about this because he's
my
also.
sister, my sister. Let me tell you something. If you watch that video I'm talking about, it is their culture. The Fulani culture has transcended. It has changed over the time. Like the 2, 3 guys that work with me in my company, right? They're Fulani. If I show them video of Nigeria Fulani, or I tell them the history of Nigeria Fulani, how they used to marry a wife, how they used to beat, like if you're a man in Fulani culture in Nigeria, if you want to marry, the brother and the friends to the brother or clan, they'll have to beat the guy for 7 days. If he survived the beating, they will tie him up, his hand like this, they will flog him by the left and right. If he survives it, that means he's a man, they will give him the wife, right? So he told me now, no, they don't do that in Guinea. You see? Now, I asked that Fulani from Zambia, sorry, Gambia. He said they don't do it like that. I asked another Fulani from Senegal. He said they don't do it like that. You see? So Fulani has changed over the time. In Nigeria, the Fulani speak Fufude, right? Now, if you go to Gambia, they speak Fula. In Guinea, they speak I think Mandinka or something like that. There's another language they speak. So Fulani but that tribe called Fulani never die. They always connect with each other, even though their language or their culture, the way they do things is changed.
Yeah, Robertson, it wasn't about them painting. They were called the red people because they did not look black. That's it.
No,
Just like
the
the
thing is that the reason
Ethiopian, the
why look, that thing,
Eritrean,
it was a
the
painting, my sister. It was
no,
a
I'm not
painting.
talking about the painting. They were
No,
literally
I'm
called the
telling
red.
you, it was a
No, no, no.
painting
No,
because
it's not about what you're telling me. I've literally read into this. There's an entire
my
book.
sister.
There's a
Okay,
Nigerian guy who literally gave me all the information about it and actually pointed it out. That's why I'm like, Sutin, can you bring up knowledge is divine?
my
They
sister,
literally talking the
my
same
sister,
thing that I'm talking about.
my sister. I have a Fulani guy
Yes,
here.
I'm
He's here.
African. I'm literally from South Africa.
Look, a Fulani guy is here. He say, Indigo, are you Africa? Look, that
Oh,
guy brings him
But
son,
clout.
you probably
obviously, he's Fulani. He's gonna say that. One thing about me, I'm South African. I
My
can
sister,
acknowledge.
listen,
Uh,
listen, bro, my sister. I'm telling you, back in the days, people tell story based on their perspective, the way they see things. You understand?
Someone's real life
My
perspective
sister,
and real
hold
life
on now.
situation is the truth.
My
That to me
sister,
is the truth.
when you look at Fulani, is their body red? That's the question. Is their body red?
There, it's not literal about the color. That's what I'm
hey,
trying
hey,
to tell
son,
you.
Then,
They
but I'm
mean.
telling you why
son,
people call them red, because
son.
Can we
before
bring
they
up
go for
knowledge is
war,
divine,
Hey,
Sutin?
bring up
look,
Sutin,
knowledge,
can you
man,
bring
so
up
we can
knowledge
have
is
this
divine?
discussion.
my sister, you are not
Bro,
getting
I've
it.
been talking
Look,
for
when
40
before they
minutes.
go to war, they
Just
paint
want to
themselves. They
the
paint
same
themselves
stuff
in a
that
red
you
color.
Please bring up knowledge is divine. I want to hear this perspective because I've
And one
heard
at a
different
he
things.
time.
going and he gonna talk about the same stuff
Oh
that time
my
about
gosh,
for
you guys always bring this up about South African people being xenophobic. I know my people are
Hello,
xenophobic.
Indigo, Indigo,
I can actually acknowledge
Indigo.
that. I
Hello,
can
Indigo,
acknowledge that South African people are
Indigo.
xenophobic. Y'all
Hello,
like using
Indigo.
that. You see, this
My
is why
sister,
sometimes I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to unite with
my
Africa because
sister, my
everybody always
sister.
looks at South Africans as
Hello,
being
my
xenophobic
sister,
people.
my sister, my sister, my sister. Calm down, calm down. We are on
Child,
the same
son,
page.
funny as
Now,
shit,
the way you are sounding like we are against each other. Don't do that. That's not good. Don't do that. Because
No,
people are
but
listening.
that's your
Listen,
Fulani
look,
brother. You see your Fulani brother? He's acting
my
like an
sister, can you calm
Ethiopian right
down?
now.
My sister, relax. My fans are here. They know me for years, what I teach. I
Well,
don't
your
mislead
Fulani
Africa.
brother needs to stay in his place.
So
Don't
now you
come
have to
here talking
understand.
about
Don't
South
worry.
Africans as xenophobic.
My
Y'all know
sister, just
exactly what.
listen to me. Forget about the comment. Me, I don't read comment on my show. I don't read comment. Don't worry. Because it will divert your attention from what you are doing, the good job you are doing. I came here because of you and the party, not
This
because of the
person
host.
is not even Fulani. They Tuareg.
Okay, my sister is
You're an
okay.
Arab.
She talking about the
You're
comments, man.
an Arab.
My sister, can you just listen to me?
This man is a Tuareg. He's an Arab. He's not even African.
Brother, I have to go, please. I can't.
Shit.
She's not getting me. I have to go. Thank you, guys. Let me go start my own show, please.
All right,
Brother,
brother.
anytime you have time, please come to me. All right. Bless you. Thank you.
All right.
Port
man.
City got his shit pushing in. You was just sitting there taking it.
I ain't want to disrespect the brother, man. I am Nigerian too, so I was like,
Oh boy, oh
oh
boy said
man,
Portal. I said, let me go make this macaroni and cheese real quick.
yo. And Childless Son was funny as shit. I saw your comments, man. He had me rolling, yo.
Boy,
Oh
he said
man,
they teleported to the Amazon. I said, yeah. All right.
I just want to talk about Egypt and America. This DNA, we ain't African. Where y'all at? They gone. Where they go?
Yeah, they teleported to the Amazon, cuz.
Most said I'm about to cook some food. Fuck this shit. Child of the Sun, your comments was funny as shit, man. Okay, that was about to get crazy. Sound like
What happened?
I don't know. I guess we were talking about Fulani and their association with Arab. Am I right, Indigo? And I think it kind of went sideways because you got different families in Nigeria: the Fulani,
Mm-hmm. You.
Yoruba,
I think there's
Igbo. I'm
like
part of Igbo.
there's a
I'm
few.
Igbo. But go ahead.
No, no, no. It's just Fulani. Fulani. I've heard from Nigerians themselves. I've been taught by Nigerians, and they've given me sources. I can send you the book, and I think you would love it. But it speaks about the Fulani people, and this is a guy who literally has an entire TikTok that is dedicated to what happened to his family
Mm.
by the Fulani people before what happened to basically with the whole slave trade and stuff. He
That's not
speaks
my
about it.
first time kind of hearing about that. Like
That's why I wanted Knowledge is Divine to come up here, because he's literally saying the exact same thing I'm saying.
because you got the Yoruba, Igbo, Fulani, Yoruba, Igbo, Fulani.
And
These are
you know what I always realize is, like, other African nationals, and this is not nice. What I've always realized in general, that a lot of other Africans, the minute a South African knows the truth about the African history, they always bring up the fact that we're xenophobic. One thing I can acknowledge is that South Africans are unnecessarily xenophobic. I can actually acknowledge that. But y'all always use that as a fight. I don't know. I don't know what it helps in your argument. It doesn't help shit. Literally, it doesn't help anything to say South Africans are xenophobic, because I could say y'all are xenophobic too. I could literally say that. I could say y'all hate us. That's why y'all always bring it up. I'm not xenophobic. South Africa has 59 million people in South Africa. I'm one South African. So the minute I talk, oh yeah, by the way, the British and immigrants own your country. Well, your country is not owned by you either. Now what? It's weird. It's fucking weird.
Hausa. That's it. Hausa. Thank you,
The
y'all.
Hausa too. That's why they've got Arabic script.
Hausa and
Literally.
Fulani. Are you saying are this is not my first time hearing that. What book is that you talk about?
I'll
Indigo?
send you it. I don't know what the main title is. I read it like a year ago. So I'll send it to you. They've also got an
Yeah.
audio of it on YouTube. So I
Because
need
I
to go
got a
and find
few
it, and I'll
Igbo
send it
books.
to
I don't have any Hausa or Fulani type of literature.
you.
So, um,
Yeah. But that's why I always say Africa is compromised. There's a lot of African stuff happening back home that is
yeah.
just.
I mean, you got to look at the beneficiaries of the Holocaust too. I mean, you had some African communities that beneficiated from it. I mean, that's a discussion for another day, I'm sure. But it's good to know certain things like that. I mean, it's just a discussion. I think a lot of people. I don't know why you try to run, because it could have been a good discussion without going crazy about Fulani, Hausa, a lot of Nigerian culture and stuff like that. And I think I might do a live later about um, that, since we brought it up.
I don't attack other Africans. We spread truth. You're lying. The only Africans I don't agree with are the Hornets, and I stand on that. I don't unite with Hornets because they are still, just like Sunny said, since y'all will agree with Sunny, just like Sunny said, they have played a role in our enslavement. Even today, they are still enslaving our people. How are they able to tell the difference? Because they know that they are not black. They know that they are Indian, Arab people who happen to look black. That's what they know. North Africa, North Africa is not black. It's Arab. That's what it is. It's Arab. It's got nothing to do with being black African. They are not black Africans. They are African Americans who look more like us than people in North Africa. Come on. People like saying Africa is diverse. Africa is not diverse. The breeding farms created different kind of races, and now everybody claiming Africa as if Africa is a place where you find all kinds of races. No, you don't. They bred us out. Literally. Literally. And then y'all like bringing up South Africa. Do you think we got a choice? We don't have a choice. The fucking white folks own us. They do. I need to drop now because they're going to ban my account.
So don't do that. Oh man,
Yeah, you
Mo.
got to stick and move, stick and
Yeah,
move.
no, right?
Yeah.
You got to, yo. I'm learning too. Oh man, that'll be a good conversation to have. That like I think that's what's up. I'm interested. I'm Igbo.
So I'd like to know a little bit more about Hausa and Fulani, and just have a discussion about it. It don't have to be negative. It can be, the truth. Like I read about King Hafan in Nigeria, and his ass um sold a lot of Nigerians into slavery. 100% Igbo. Damn, I'm 55% Igbo. Shout out to the Igbos. But yeah, King Hafan in the kingdom of Wida. Um, you had a lot of bad people that look like our brothers and sisters, but they wasn't all Africa. But like you said, North Africa definitely got changed. Now I think the Africa a lot that we have, the golden era of Africa, like we like to talk about Africa before it came into contact of any foreigners. I think you know what I mean, like that part of Africa. But like now, you look at Africa, North Africa, yeah, of course, is really heavily Arab, Arab all over. Religion helped do that with trade and all of that mess. So I think the conversation was pretty interesting. Shout out to the Ebos.
Suiton.
Soon taking shots right now. You can tell he like, man, what the hell is
Can
going
you
on?
please bring up knowledge is divine,
I
please?
don't know if he gonna do it or not.
Who is that?
He's Igbo.
Okay. Shout out to the Ebos. I'm 55% Ebo. So I guess y'all talking about how's the Ebo Fulani.
Can
These
you
are
imagine how small your brain must be for you to say South Africa are mixed people from all over the world? Like your brain is that small? Your your brain is that small? The colored people are literally 9% of the entire population, while the black people are literally 80%. That's embarrassing. If I were you, I would probably just keep quiet.
50% Yoruba, 50% Ebo. I hear y'all, my Nigerian family in the house tonight. Yeah, that was interesting. I didn't want to speak on it because I didn't have a lot of knowledge about how's
I'm
the
black.
family
I'm
the
black.
change for that.
I'm black. I'm
Black,
black.
black, black, black. You in the comments?
I'm black. I'm not from all over the world. I literally have 90% African DNA from the Quaker and the Bantu people. That's it.
I'm black, 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 black.
And that's what they always do, group African Americans with South African people and say we all think the same. Oh my gosh, I'm not even gonna argue with you. Your brain is small.
Yeah, don't sweat the comment section, man.
Mundwako.
Don't sweat it. Shout out to the Ebos in the house tonight, though. And the Bantu mob. Shout out to the Zulus, South Africa, all y'all. You know, this is like,
Yeah, the Xhosas and the Swazis.
yeah, this is like, death row. We gonna talk about it, and you gonna get adjusted and stuff.
Let's do that. That's supposed to be coming up.
I think Susan hadn't.
He's in the box.
What's up? What's up, you guys?
What's
Hey,
his name?
His name
Divine.
is Knowledge is Divine.
Oh, you can break it up. You guys want
I
me to
don't
drop
even
down?
see. I scrolled forever. I don't even see a comment by this person.
is that? Are we talking about still the housing the Fulanis? That's where we're at.
He's the guy who said he was 100% Igbo.
He was
Let me see.
Big Bo in the house. Where y'all at?
Evo. Oh, we got 3 Evos here. We got
Oh
3 Evos
shit!
here. We got three.
Nigerian in the house.
Oh, you talking about Imhotep?
Peace, peace, fam.
There, well, you guys.
Peace, fam.
Oh,
Um,
well, Imhotep, you always changing your name.
Huh?
Yeah, I didn't even read his name.
This,
I just look at the picture and I already know who it is.
yeah, this account, someone helped me to set it up and get it to 1,000.
can you talk to us a little bit more about Hausa and the Fulani?
So, first of all, the Hausas are different from the Fulanese, but the brother made a mistake on something. The Fulanese he's talking about, the people he's talking about who were in control of the Songhai Empire are not the Fulanese of today.
Exactly.
The ones we have today are the political party. They act more like a political party. They are ready to swallow anything that comes their way. It doesn't matter who their brother is hurting, provided is one of them, they will protect him. So what they did was they are not indigenous actually to Nigerian space. In 1804, while the war of revolution against Napoleon was going on in Haiti, the world's attention was there. This man, Uthman Danfodio, took advantage of that fact and came to the northern Nigeria, where he was already a teacher, an Islamic scholar. So he began to tell the indigenous people there that their leaders were extremely corrupt and that he was going to bring to them a version of Islam that will sweep away the corruption. So what now happened was the people helped him to eliminate their leaders. Some of their leaders, when they were about to be unalived, they cursed the people and said, "You will remain in slavery in perpetuity." So what now happened was this dude took over and made the northern part of Nigeria, where they call Sokoto, his caliphate. So from there, he began to conquer down to, he got to the Kanum Borono Empire. And then there was the man known as Shehu of Borono, who recruited his own army and stopped him. So when he was stopped, the British, while they were fighting to stop him, the British now came also along and then made an agreement, secret deal with them. This deal was to later hand over power to them. And if you pay attention to the pattern also of governance, you will see that also the Lizard family now in charge of the UK are not from there. So what happens usually is when you give non-indigenous people who are also minority a power of monopoly over a people, they rule on two grounds. One is with the monopoly of violence, and then setting the other people apart or against each other or one another. And that has been their strategy from this time. So now the problem of Nigeria as of today is them, because one of them, who was the military leader in 1986, put his hand, you know how military dictators behave, they don't seek approval from anybody. So he dipped his hands into the Nigerian coffers and took away $21 billion, I think, at that time, to go and register Nigeria as a member of the OIC, Organization for Islamic Countries.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this now set the precedent for what is going on. The Saudi Arabians are now pushing more, using them to destroy Nigeria today. Because we officially, if you listen to any Westerner who is honest, he's going to tell you that Nigeria is an Islamic country because of this move.
Okay, let me
So
stop
now,
you real quick, brother. So going back, am I getting this straight? The Fulani the ancient Fulanis was a part of the Songhai, but
The,
they got
they are not.
corrupted around the 1800s. Is that right?
See, what he's trying to say is that the Songhai Empire that he's talking about is just as good as talking about North Africa today. They now mix with the enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So these are not our people. And guess what? They themselves do not see themselves as our people. It's only, you know, how black people behave, that we accommodate and accept everybody.
Mm-hmm.
They do not see themselves as one of us. They are ready to align with Saudi Arabia or the Arabs before any black person.
Okay.
That's true. They act really like a lot of like invaders most of the times.
What they do is they are more like a political party. They are so sophisticated in terms of planning. If you see the corruption going on in Nigeria, they steal the most, and yet they don't send their people to prison. What they do is they make sure, like the entire core northern state of Nigeria will have 19, and out of 12 or 13 of them, the emirs of those states are Fulanese, even though they are minority. That's why I'm
Exactly.
telling you that they're well organized. The governors of those states are Fulanese, even though they are minority. Every leader that is significant in anything you can think of in the north, the core northern states are the Fulanese.
Don't
What they
forget
now
our
did
current
was
president.
within the Nigerian,
So
yes,
a
even the
lot of
current
the
president.
political
So within,
power is coming from Islamic power, pretty much. That's
Mm-hmm.
empowering them
Yeah.
to be able to make these political moves.
right,
Right.
Exactly, because they enslave a lot of
right.
like the Hausa people, like like knowledge is divine. Remember, like our Hausa people and our people in the Middle Belt who are majority Muslim. It was through these Fuladis from that Usman Dan Fodio, what's it called, jihad, that many of these people now became Muslim, and they all serve under the Fulani. So most of, even like when we talk about the civil war that happened in Nigeria, it wasn't like the people that were attacking. Most of the attacks were Hausa people, but under the command of Fulani people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Right.
Okay.
So,
That's literally what I
Indigo,
was taught.
when
Hmm.
Indigo, when the brother was talking about xenophobia, don't mind them. These are, you get this distraction every now and then, every part of Africa. Don't talk about people who came from a different country of today to South Africa within the context of their own countries. Things like that are still going on.
exactly.
And
Hmm.
and I'm not sure you saw the video of the white guy who making rounds on TikTok. He said he was a military man in South Africa, and he
Yes.
talked about how the military at that time was using them to instigate violence within the
Yes.
community so that they would start fighting themselves.
Hmm.
And when it
Exactly.
happened, they turn around again and say, "Oh, look at them, black people, they can't live together."
Hmm.
That's what they say.
Yes, I know him. He said that they created tribalism. They literally manufactured it, and they put it.
Exactly.
Yep.
And Indigo,
It's
don't
just.
forget, like remember when we talked about the Umu parts, like how our language like that? People
Hmm.
forget that even a lot of like people like you said you're part Kwe, right?
I
Indigo,
mean,
right?
Kwe is Bantu. Bantu is Kwe. They're the same
E-
thing.
Exactly, right? People
Yeah.
don't forget that even a lot of Kwe migrated in our area. Like knowledge is divine. Remember in our area, a lot of the first people that even entered our Igbo land like this, it was the Kwe people. One of the very first people in our
Mm-hmm.
area. When that was it called Southeast and even parts of Cameroon, it was the Kwe people, the very first people.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when even we even do our DNS, it'll show that Southwestern Bantu, and it'll say
Mm-hmm.
Kwe like that.
Exactly. Exactly. It's just it is frustrating as a South African. Every time you try to bring out actual facts, then people will be like, "Y'all just xenophobic. Y'all have Britain's is running your country. This and that. Like as if your country is not ran by somebody else. Like, come on." So that like and I'm not trying to center myself right now because I know that South Africans can be very xenophobic because I will never take that away. South Africans are. They are. They are. I'm not gonna take that away. But I'm not them. I'm not the xenophobic South Africans. I'm not. I'm not those South Africans who were sitting with Tariq Nasheed saying that people should stay in their country. I'm not those South Africans.
Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah,
Sorry, I know.
literally,
I'm
South
just so
Africans
laughing.
is a panel with Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, African Americans and South Africans get each other. Shut
Yo,
the
you
hell
had a
up,
panel with him?
huh?
You had a panel with him?
No. It was on Twitter. It was on
Okay.
Twitter.
I'm sorry.
So when you talk about that, remember that we are continental people. In the past,
Exactly.
when something happened in South Africa, people from the east, from the north, from the west can just go to learn about it and come back and then to teach more people. But when you box these people into a corner, South Africans today do not even travel out of their out of their comfort zones. So you don't mix with other people. How do you now feel free with them? This is number one. And then the other side of it to look at also is this: when an European want to travel to Africa, he most of the times doesn't need a visa, or he get it at arrival on arrival rather. But for Africans, for me now, for instance, if I'm traveling to from Nigeria to South Africa, I need a visa, and sometimes it stays up to a month before it comes out. And and the European would have finished his business and gone back to where he's coming from before me in Africa would get a visa to go to South Africa,
Yep.
and it can be denied
I
as
see.
well. The same thing for someone coming from South Africa to Nigeria also. So these are the things to look into when you look beyond the the building, or go to the foundation and see the problems. And this is why people who are advocating for African, currency and stuff like that to unite in a way, not to have like one country. That is not going to happen. But at least to use one currency, being able to move from one place to the other without all those border lines and all that, you know. And guess who is against it? The same people who today have European Union.
Hmm.
Exactly. Exactly. That's the same reason they built the African Union in Addis Ababa, but people don't like
Right.
talking about that.
Hmm.
Because people think they got hope in the African Union, but it's not even built on the land of the people who actually believe in what you believe in.
Right. And 2 years ago, there was a video that leaked where the people who built it, the Chinese, bugged the entire building because they were the ones who built it for. And you know
Yes.
that African leaders are so irresponsible. They like free food. So the
Hmm.
Chinese built it for them and bugged the entire building so that they will be monitoring what they are saying. So for 2 years, they were listening to every meeting they were having there and all that.
Yes, until that one black man found out, like, stripped everything. He stripped everything and found out that the Chinese were listening to everything. Finally,
Hmm.
everything. So, but
And
at the end of the day, the Chinese are not. It's not the first time they're here. They're just coming back again to correct all the destruction that they created in the beginning. They're coming back to
hope,
rectify it.
hopefully.
Hmm.
And it's a pity. Did you see what happened to Dr. Arikana Chiwambori?
Yes.
And
Funny.
and when you say this, people do not understand. The leaders in Africa today are the same people who the colonizers recruited and left to continue from where they themselves stopped. But the
Exactly.
only advantage we have today is that they are getting old, and perhaps in the next 10 to 15 years, even if they are alive, they won't be active enough to continue with their neo-colonialist project. So this is the only thing I see. But anything short of that, they are still very much active and well and alive, recruiting more people as well.
That's why they send people to these schools a lot of times. People don't know, and because a lot of like, if you look at a lot of like African leaders, like their children and all of them, a lot of them they get like rights, like scholarship rights to come study here, and like maybe in like in England or in France or even in USA. A lot of times to indoctrinate. A lot of times.
But the only thing they know they do is actually they go to these Western schools and learn how to speak Queen's English.
Hmm.
But being able to fluently speak English doesn't make you intelligent.
Ingreza.
When they come back to Africa, they come back as an Europeans, just black
Exactly.
skins with European mindset.
Speaking that Kingreza.
Hey, I think
Yeah.
Susan wants to change the subject, so I'm gonna go and start this live on that other side.
Okay, definitely.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this because I understand you guys got some a
We
specific kind of
we a
topic.
wolf pack over here. We looking for some lunch. It ain't no lunch over here. Couldn't get it.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, I feel y'all. I
Ain't
feel
no meat
y'all.
on the
But yeah,
table.
Sorry, I got
as Africans, we do need to have these conversations in
No,
general.
for real
So
though.
I'm gonna go and have those conversations with the Africans on that side because it's they're crucial conversations.
I just followed y'all too though, for real though, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, cheers, y'all.
No problem.
Peace, sis. Peace, sis.
This is Kachifo, you guys.
Peace, fam. Peace,
Okay,
family.
one day, okay.
Yeah, guys, yeah.
So like, man, ain't enough meat on the table for me to eat right now. I'm a little bored right now.
Yeah, everybody just, like I said, we gonna talk about it, and then they just wanted to keep talking. That's why I wasn't trying to bring everybody up.
Yeah.
So I don't want to talk about that. And then
Whew.
a
Well,
cucumber guy was like, "Oh, I'm about to leave," and he just kept fucking talking. Like he started talking about the stuff we were talking about, then he just spiraled out of control, talking about other shit.
I really like. I think it went far left after we talking about spells. Remember that?
Man, when he stopped talking about what we were talking about, I stopped listening to him.
Yo, spells, and we don't believe in DNA
I
and
said some shit about that man said that he teleported.
teleporting, and I'm like,
I
yo,
didn't even hear it because I wasn't paying him no attention.
that shit got crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mo just went and started cooking some food and shit.
Could catch it laughing.
That nigga rolling out, cooking some fucking.
He said they teleported to the Amazon. I
I'm like,
said,
man, how you
damn.
believe that, but you don't believe in DNA, dog? That shit. I think we got to figure out a way to stay on topic. Um,
Yeah, we can stop letting everybody up. That's how we gonna stay on topic.
uh, it can get real left real quick.
Yeah, I
Time.
don't know what he talking about. When he talking about he teleported and shit. I
And
don't.
y'all niggas know about portals, and y'all on here got us radiating ourselves with these devices and shit, and y'all know where portals at and shit.
Y'all trying to be black, but we can pull it out of this joint.
Shit.
Yo, that shit is
We gonna
crazy.
be on that third eye magic.
Boy, my hey, look, my slide game gonna be nasty if I had a portal, nigga. just, just pop up and slide back through the portal, nigga. You ain't gonna know what happened.
Like we're
Now
shooting
you see me,
Stargate,
now you
Dad.
don't.
No,
Did he leave or did he get kicked out? Cause that
who
it was huh?
did who get kicked out?
Who godly?
The one that was talking about the spells and the motherfucking yeah, godly, right? That
Nah, he
was him.
had to drop him. He wouldn't let Suit talk.
Oh shit, okay. If he can just be
That
Yeah.
quiet,
man said we in the condition we in because we identified as being called black, and that's
man, that
why
shit kind
we
of
in.
pissed me off.
Well, then,
That's
yeah,
that
we
Moore
talking
shit.
stuff.
Yeah,
That's
see it
that
all.
Taj Tariq Bay shit.
Mm-hmm.
Crayons. Are you a crayon? Crayon. See, they got all people thinking that we crayons.
Like, come on, man, that ain't gonna like. I mean, I don't get that.
Bro, it
That's
don't matter what I call myself. You cannot fuck with me. Like, I don't care what I call myself, man. You're not about to play me. Well, you were calling yourself this. That's why I arrested you and gave you more time than I give other people
self as
because you
black.
picked that color. Wrong color. This is the fuck.
Like, what color
Hell
we
no.
need to pick for our shit to be together? You're like, come on, really?
And then even if I switch and say, all right, nah, I'm white,
Man, come
then I'm
on.
doing what you telling me to do. Who are you? How are you the authority? I'm whoever the fuck I say I am. And the only reason we hijacking the black word in the English language is because they stamped it on us. So we take it, hijack it, just like they took it and hijacked it when it meant one thing for like 2, 3 thousand years, and you hijacked it and changed it, and we hijacked it and changed it too. What's the problem?
Another thing, though, I honestly don't understand how people can have this idea of just organically being over here. Like just being, you know what I mean? Just being over here. I mean, to the point where he was like, well, y'all are African and we are who we are over here. And we've been over here.
Because
Like,
he didn't want to say
what the
human
fuck?
life started in America. So
Yeah,
now
see,
to
it
do
goes
that,
back to that 1800 shit, though.
because look, because we debunked that, so now they're like, we don't know where human life started.
Yeah, it could
Yeah,
be
it's a
anywhere.
dumb conversation.
Yeah,
I
it
know
can be
I
anywhere.
know I was here first,
But
but
right.
it's a dumb conversation.
Because they used to come up here and say human life started in America. We can't
See?
trust nothing that they say. But you want me to trust what you say? Yes, because I said it.
And I will throw you a bone. Like I threw a bone the other day. I'm like, look, we found tools over here that's like 50,000 years ago, but we don't got no hell human skeletons on.
I
Right.
ain't throwing you no bone.
Like
They
I
gotta
know, I
take
only
the,
like doing shit like that.
they gotta take the bone
You're gonna have to
out of
fucking
the
I
find
dog
out for
couch.
yourself, nigga.
But you gotta take it.
But it's like they really think they organically grew up here and just started here. And it's just like it just goes back to that pseudo archaeology. These guys back then planted
That's what I'm
the
saying, bro.
seeds,
They
man.
on that plungion shit.
Damn.
They just don't say it. I'll be
Mm-hmm.
watching. Listen, I'll be watching it,
Mm-hmm.
and half the time, look, half the time I don't even go to the G14 classified account. I
Don't it
just
sound
scroll
like
through
it?
TikTok, and they all pop up. I just watch from the outside, and they all say the same shit.
Damn.
They on that Mayanism type shit.
Yeah. Especially
They
Earth.
just don't.
Earth.
They don't say it. Human
Mhm.
life started here, and there were the Mayans and the
Or
Olmecs.
the hybrid diffusionists.
So
That's what it
it's
is.
either gonna be Mayanism or Olmecism.
They're hybrid
They don't
diffusionists.
even go back. They don't even go back to the Coral people. They just go to the Mayans and the Olmecs. They want to stick with them.
Hyper diffusionism.
I don't even hear them talk. I don't even know like them. I don't even hear them talk about the oldest people in North America. They just go back
I,
to the Mayans and the Olmecs, and then they talk about the five civilized tribes. Like them is the only native tribes in the Americas. Give me a name of a tribe that don't nobody know about. Can we know about them?
and those are two basic 2+2 type of questions. Where are the oldest human remains found in America? And where is the civilization, the King's List in America?
They ain't gonna be
Because
able to say.
if we can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt in Africa we had black civilizations, right? Why can't we prove that shit here? It would be a no brainer. Well, we here. Well, you can look at this A, B, and C. Don't not speculation,
Because they hid it.
right?
And then even still, show me where you got that information from.
Where they hit it
Look,
at?
what does William Klecker ain't got nothing to do with hiding no damn bones?
He changed everything. Like now, it's starting not to make sense.
He wasn't even focused on that. He was focused on purity and stuff. He was worried about no damn bones.
So I repeat, for everybody forgot who we were. We the Death Row Squad. Y'all come up here, and y'all more than free to ask questions pertaining to the origin of man being in America, and that's what we debating at. That's kind of the main topic. We always get off topic a lot with a lot of these conversations, but I don't understand how people can consider the origin of us as a people, as a species over here when we don't even got no evidence. And you heard what he was saying. He was like, "Man, how you gonna believe in the white man's science and all this other stuff?" And I don't care what they say. Look, I don't even believe in science. Well, I mean, what shit? Why did you even come up here
Stop.
talking to
He
us?
said,
Because we gonna use science and facts, bro. Shit.
he don't believe
And I
in
tell them the
science.
same thing,
Damn,
bro.
man.
When you come up here, you gotta prove your case. No, we're just gonna believe everything the white man
Like,
said.
come on, man.
I
That's
don't believe it. Okay, bro, you can keep your personal beliefs to yourself,
hey,
but you
hey,
come up here and you gotta prove your case. You never
yeah.
do that. You wanna say it so we believe you.
They all do
Don't
that.
you do that.
And it's like, look, at least look, y'all, look, at least with the Hebrews, they got a Bible, and then we can go all day in the Bible, and they got a book that we can reference to. But these
Common
motherfuckers
sense
come
ain't
up
no
with all types of shit. It's random. We,
very random.
you know what I mean? The Grand Canyon, the Yucatan,
They
Utah.
destroyed the evidence, bro. That's why we can't find it.
You know what I mean?
He said he don't believe in science, right? And then right after that, he said, let's forget about science. Let's talk about logic.
Right. Like what? Like
That's the
what?
science.
That's science.
This shit
And the
be
white man
crazy.
science. The white man ain't invent science. Science goes back into Africa. What are you talking about? That's why I say the Hebrews, at least they can be like, look, man, we can go with the Bible and we can, it's like it's more structured. I
Right?
miss
And they
that.
can't move.
Right.
They strapped in. They cannot move nowhere.
Right.
There's nowhere to go.
We can tie you down with that. But this shit right here is like you can just be in some different space. Like it just, all right, I'm warping into this universe. All right, I'm in this universe. You got to catch up. But damn, I'm still trying to break down this reality that you didn't start it. Well, no, I'm in this reality now. That was last week.
Right?
Look,
What?
this should say logic, a science that deals with the principles and criteria of validity of inference and demonstration, the science of the formal principles of reasoning.
Hey,
The second, a science.
a science.
Exactly.
Straight
What you
up.
thought logic was?
And then we get
See, man,
emotional
I told
sometimes
you.
when we back them up in the corner, they get all emotional with it and start, man, I'm a grown ass man or some random shit like that. I'm like, bro, well, calm down. I know
Right.
it's hurting right now, but we just go walk. Well, I can't talk with you if you believe in science. Well, I mean, whoa,
Let me make my point. Let me make my point.
right,
Well, you've been
right.
at the pencil sharpener for 2 hours. Boy, get back to the desk and take
He
that
said,
damn test. You over there sharpening the hell out
sharp
that
and
damn pencil.
real sharp. That shit like a little nub by now.
Sharpen it down to the damn eraser. You ain't make the point yet? God damn. You probably missed it, Sungar.
So we're
That
gonna
was
ask y'all
early.
again. Y'all are more than welcome to come up here, but please don't change the subject matter, man.
Bro, ain't nobody coming up.
We talking about y'all
It's
being over here before everybody and all that.
all those black indigenous people out to stop kicking it or they getting drunk somewhere.
They got their shit pushed in already. They trying to figure out what they gonna do next. They need some. They probably gonna go to the lost continent of Mu.
Right now, look, we broke that shit down again. Right? He saw these Egyptian artifacts that was predating all this Mayan stuff, but he's like, well, Earth Speak still got some. I don't know. I still like what he got to say, nigga. What?
Because he didn't go back and study nothing that Earthspeak said. He just believed
Right?
the shit that came out of his mouth.
That's crazy.
Thanks, Child of the Sun. Child of the Sun, it only be like 4 people that be gifting y'all. And we gotta beg people to get the likes up. We had over 200 people on here. We was at like 9,000 likes. I'm like, whoa.
It
Right,
is like that.
begging for them likes. Can you please tap the screen so you get your shit pushed in, please? Thank you.
Brought to you by the fellas at Death Row Records.
Yeah, because I was gonna just like wing it today. Just act like them for once. But I was like, oh, that made me mad. I was gonna text mom like, no matter what I say, just agree with it.
Y'all would have had me fucked up because I'd have been like, what the hell is going on?
No, I would have hit you up too.
Okay.
I was gonna say, bro, I found some Egyptian artifacts, man. They not lying. I was gonna all the way left with that shit.
Okay, we still need to do that one day.
I wasn't gonna put no sources up or none of that. I was gonna say I found them, yo.
Just know I got them. Don't worry about it. Like that dude said about my book. Don't worry about whatever you talk about. Just know I got your book. Like nigga ain't even out yet. What is you talking about? Just know I got it.
He ain't been back since.
Somebody on
These
page
people
30 and
be
shit.
wilding, yo.
Yeah, I'm the source.
This shit working though, cause niggas ain't trying to step up.
They scared of y'all.
Dude came in here and tried to say he was what, asking questions and shit. I'm just asking, what's the hostility about? You sound a little hostile. Because
He's
I ain't dumb. I
stupid.
know where this going.
You
Yeah,
take little jabs, and then when you jab back, what? Why? I didn't do anything.
Like we sparring or some shit. This is the fight. You in the ring talking about something. So when I swing the jab, I'm about to knock you out. We not practicing right now.
it went from that.
Like so,
Went from
jab,
that to
jab,
like
punch.
y'all ain't had no
We
civilization, and
about
we
to
be
put
feeding
your
y'all
shit in.
Africans and shit. You know what I mean? Like it went way crazy. That's funny, man. It's an anti-African movement, yo. You can't tell me
No,
something ain't going on. Somebody getting like
he
talking about
kept
getting paid.
he kept doing jabs at Indigo. He kept doing jabs at Jetson. Like, bro, she was just sitting there not even talking.
Mm-hmm.
And matter of fact, she dropped and came back, and she put herself on mute. And the moment she came back, he started taking jabs.
She was
I
about to tear
don't
that
get it,
ass up.
bro. That's why I can't unite with them.
Yeah,
Because no matter what, they can't stop talking about.
yeah.
And then you got some people that like they be like, yeah, I'm cool with Africans, and but you be letting your homies talk about Africans. If
Hmm.
I'm cool with you, you can't talk about me. Like you can't do that.
See, the
But
difference is we like all right. We know we African descent, right? And we see them right as like African descent too. So we don't really have no. You know what I mean? It's all about the knowledge, right? It's like we see them as that we see them as like they lost their African mind, but on their end, it's like they don't fuck with Africans,
right at
and you
all.
at all you are African, you part of that whole. You know what I mean? And like we don't even think like that. It's like we still identify with your ass, even though you might have lost your African mind. We fucks with you like that, but it's like we don't fuck with Africans. Y'all some monkeys. Y'all this. Y'all we feed y'all. Y'all don't got shit over there. And, you know, it's just this
And he
anti-African. I don't
keeps saying
understand that
that,
shit.
bro.
We
Every
don't
time
never
he
do that
come up
shit to
and
the
he say
indigenous
that,
people.
I'm like, why you keep saying that, bro? We keep telling you go read the documentation that he put up. All he got to do is when he went during the debate, just keep playing it, stopping it, play stop, because if he starts moving, you can read a little bit of it. It says modern fruits of America traveled into Africa. It don't say nothing about no ancient shit. And now he has to show me this documentation that says that the African population was dying off, and what saved them from going extinct was the fruit coming from America.
That shit don't even sound right.
It's the
The
pseudo
fuck?
shit they be on.
The African population was dying off where?
We needed them.
I think he said like the 15 or the 1400s.
It's
Like
like, bro,
That's cap.
major cat.
I said, okay, well, I said, I need the exact time period. Show me the exact time period of when the African population was dying off, and then the fruits from America saved their population. He didn't put it on the screen. He just look. It says here that they were dying from malaria and all this other stuff. They were dying off because they had a pandemic that was knocking people back. I don't mean that the whole continent of Africa was being knocked off. You got places here in America where the pandemic we had was knocking people back, but it didn't take out the whole population of every state. What is this man talking about?
Right.
The world to them be small. Like in their head, it sound good because like the world to them is just a small place. And we came over there with all of the oranges and apples, and we brought y'all back.
Damn.
And
Ain't that
get
bitch?
this. It said when I was reading the article, I might have to pull it back up. It said that in Africa they had a certain type of maize. It was not indigenous to the Americas. So what they talking about? Look, now I'm gonna be real honest. Out of all of the African plants that originate in Africa, why would the African people, let's say we was on our deathbed, you gonna bring me corn? You're gonna bring me corn. Why would I want to eat some stale corn, bro? I got a plethora of fruit that I'm used to in Africa. You're gonna bring me some damn corn. Come on, y'all gotta stop. We can save your whole population with this corn. Nah, bro, I'm gonna stick with my fruit. Hmm. You look like it. Look at Madison.
Yeah, man. It's unbelievable. Oh.
You want a toothpick or you want a plastic? I don't know, bro. I know what's gonna happen one of these days.
It's
One of them.
ugali. It's called ugali.
What is?
They're maize, the African maize.
I don't know. I was reading shit. That was what day was that? Monday. It was either Monday or Tuesday. I was reading it because I was looking at the 45 fruits, and it said that they got a certain type of maize over there, and then it said that they also have a plant that's similar to tobacco. I didn't know that. Yeah, but they got to show the correlation. If Earth Speaks is gonna keep saying that they brought over 600 fruits from the Americas into Africa, you got to put that on the screen and move your head out of the way so we can actually read the or shit or just make a TikTok video putting that up because I don't think he got one. I don't think he ever made a TikTok video saying, "Look, here's here's my receipt," and then he moves out of the way and people can read it.
Yeah, he never done that.
Because if y'all
He
go
was
back
just
and
like,
y'all watch the debate, if you look at the lower part of the screen on the left where he's at, it says modern fruit. It didn't say ancient fruit from the 14 and 1500s. Matter, yeah, it would have to be 1500 something because the European people didn't come up here till the 1400s, 1492. So, and it would have to be between the 15 and the 1600s. I'll go back and look at the debate and see where he talking about what the time period was.
Mm.
as you
Oh,
can
I
see,
guess that is a topic. There, I guess somebody, one of the scholars are saying that the topic, the consensus of all the corn in Africa being from the Americas,
Yeah,
from I guess the Portuguese. He said that's new to him. He said that would go against everything he's ever studied
yep.
and his knowledge on the
What was
archaeology
that?
and
Is that? Are you on the African Origin website?
humanities and social sciences.
I will have to look at my
what it say again?
It says the current topic among Afrocentric scholars affirms that corn was introduced to the Americas from Africa. This goes against everything I know from archaeology and my own oral history and research in West Africa. I would be very interested in hearing from scholars on this topic. So he's trying to open up a panel so that they can discuss it with him.
That's it.
He said oral traditions. Now you got somebody telling you about corn and ain't even part of the slave trade. That's that's different. Unless somebody, yeah, that'll mess everything up. But I'm gonna see if anybody responded to him.
That's just gonna fuck them up even worse, bro. That's why they don't fuck with us. Because every time they post some shit, we go through the information.
Dissect that shit.
That's why they wasn't talking about leaving this app until they start fucking with us. Then we just start pushing that shit in. It's like, no, we're getting
Start
off
getting
this stuff. Everybody go to Bigo.
start getting canceled out, yo, and they be wanting to run. They can't handle the pressure, and a lot of our followers be going over there fucking with them. I'm sure.
No, they probably got everybody blocked now.
I don't know why, man. That's the whole thing. We supposed to be debating right about now, going back
Yeah,
and
I don't
forth with
even
the
follow
information.
none of them on the
Bam,
Bigo.
bam, bam, bam.
They on Bigo
You know
and
what I'm saying?
another app. I forgot the name of that.
Dumbass shit, pseudo.
Yeah, on that one, you can have like 30 to 40 people in your whole thing. With the one, then it's not Bigo. Let me see if I got it in my phone.
It's too many motherfucking people on the panel. Fan base. I got fan base. I just don't never use it.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, bro. I think it's fan base.
Yeah, I haven't been on fan base in like a hot minute. But yeah, the
Yeah,
books and stuff that
I
they be
think it's
putting out
fan
there,
base.
man, is pseudo garbage. They're debunkable.
Not all 40 of them ain't talking though. They just in your room.
Oh well.
Yeah, I think you can have like 8 people talking at once. So, but the person that's the person that's the host, I think he can mute everybody, and I don't think you can unmute yourself. I think they have to unmute you if they mute you. Because
Who's
I
more
kept hitting
control?
mute. I kept hitting mute, and Godly kept unmuting himself. So it don't work over here.
That a bitch.
Like that's what I'm saying. If you're gonna give a host control of a mute button, why would you make it so the people that come up, the guests can unmute themselves? What was the point of giving the host a mute button if the guests can just unmute themselves?
That's facts.
You need a master mute. The host should have a
Yeah, I need
master
to be
mute
master mute or a timer on the mute if they want to be petty like that.
for them in timeout. But like, yeah, I'm gonna drop you
Put your
until
ass on a mute, time out on
you
that shit.
calm
You know,
down. Or do them like I do my son. Get on the wall. I'm gonna keep
that's why
telling
we need
you.
to go ahead and do the zoomity zooms and the
No,
lives
Turn
on.
the
yeah, I
camera
did.
on. Turn the camera on and get on the wall. We need to see you on the wall.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can do a test run tomorrow.
yeah, yo.
On what?
I
The
guess
Zoom,
trying to do the
whatever,
Zoom and
go off the streaming or whatever,
All right.
YouTube.
I'm gonna be occupied though. I got my son's birthday and shit tomorrow, so
Well, just let us
I
know
got
when you're free.
yeah, I got I'll take care of it probably later that afternoon.
It don't matter. We gonna be pushing shit in.
But yeah, man,
I
we
got a
need to
bag of all this stuff in my room.
do it on the joint so you can we can share the screens and we can mute the hell out of motherfuckers then.
My wife said she gonna give me a mean ass laptop.
And look, you get kicked out the Zoom, you can't come back. Just letting y'all know. I did it to myself because I was trying to figure out. Um, I was trying to do something for some reason. I just like I hit remove this person or something like that, and I didn't even hit report or ban or none of that type of shit. I just said remove this person, and I couldn't get back in. It says you were removed from the meeting, so you cannot join. It's like damn.
Damn. Like 8 weeks worth of snow.
Yeah, man, we can share screens, all types of shit.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm gonna be real honest. We're not gonna let everybody in the chat come into the Zoom. That's not.
Oh no, that's got to be extra security on that jump. Yeah. You know, we can bet them up in this jump though.
That shit
We
gonna
got to
get out
bet
of
them up
hand.
in here.
I think I was watching Garfield. I think he had like 10 people in there, and they all was arguing. It's when he didn't do the debate because he had an emergency with his daughter. He had like 10 or 12 people up there, bro. They was arguing. Well, yeah, I can't
As
do
long as
that.
we just got the facts and just kind of putting facts out there, you know.
That's it, bro. They don't have the facts.
You know what I mean? I know, and that's why it's gonna be like that, though. You know what I mean? So we gotta like bet them out here, and then they graduate to the Zoom jump.
That's
You
what
dig
I
what I'm
think.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Like
if you can
put it on
flex out
screen.
here on some respectful shit, all right, we'll have you on the jump, and you know we'll do a nice little debate jump there too.
Yeah, without American
Without
help with the
being
government,
emotional.
they wouldn't exist. Put that document on the screen now.
Yeah,
They
right.
ain't gonna do it.
You know, pull your shit up right there, source it up, bam. You know, and we all just talk about the shit. We can all get on that jump and bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, bro. They don't like to share sources. You
Yeah,
ask them where you can find it out. They say it's on my TikTok page.
Yeah, it's
Got it
on
on
my
they
my
taking
TikTok.
laptop.
advantage
I'm on my
of it.
phone. My laptop is in the other dimension. I don't know how to bring it through the portal. You can't do that in a Zoom. Look, you be in a Zoom talking about something. It's on my laptop, nigga. You on your laptop? Pull it up. Pull that
Oh,
shit up.
it's like you take the fun out of it. You know what I mean? Like when you don't want to like do that. You know, put the work in and debate your shit. Because it's not like we just find this shit. It's just we got to research it too.
Yeah, man, we on it.
You know, might have to get a couple of books or something, or you
Y'all
know,
boy don't like
potentially go
that.
to
He's
a
like,
class sometime.
I'm blocking all of you. I'm putting cases on all you.
Oh, you what? Word up.
He was like, he came up there, thought he was about to do something like, oh, who are these scholars that debunked the book? Bro, if you don't get the fuck out of here with that shit. He debunked himself in his own book, and you using it, knowing that this man is a Mormon. You using the book. You know how what Mormons portray black people as. Why you still reading the book, bro?
He tricked you. You just
Yeah.
didn't. He knew. That's why he worded like that. It was encased. It was in a vein, in the rock, in the sediment, and you gonna think it's bones that he dating.
He drunk the
That's
Kool
why.
Aid,
That's
y'all.
why they typed it that way, so that you could think. You got to read that shit carefully. He's not talking about no damn bones.
He drunk the motherfucking Kool Aid, y'all.
Got him.
Tell me. He drunk the damn Kool Aid, y'all.
Y'all see that don't pop up ever since that the debacle over there with no jobs. They ain't show up.
Yeah. That shit was wild.
Any other time his wife show up, can't show up.
It was wild. I'm
Shit,
Talk
like,
about him.
the
Earth Tweets is
original
on all that
Pueblos
bullshit.
was Romans. Like,
That
what
motherfucker
is this?
Earth disappeared as soon as I showed up in the box. I'm like, what's up, man? Let's talk about this
I'm
book.
trying
Let's
to
talk
take up.
about you.
I'm taking up for the queen. And you didn't have that same energy for Kenya though. When you told Kenya shut the f up before you put the screenshots of her breast on social media.
Queen. Respectfully. The fuck? That's a good angle. It was a good angle though. That's how they do it. They fishing.
Yeah, that
I'm
was
gonna come in. I'm gonna talk like this. I'm gonna talk like that. I'm gonna boost their head up. I'm gonna say we the gods. Then I'm gonna give them the Kool-Aid.
Drink
all all little Kool-Aid cups on a tray, handing them shit out.
has a funny aftertaste. It doesn't matter if it has a funny aftertaste. Just drink it.
It
Drink it,
says
man.
three. It says 369 on the bottle. You sure we should drink this?
Drink it, nigga. Drink it. Drink this shit.
It's that's
Nah, don't
9,
drink it.
12,
Chug it.
15.
Telling you, man. Next thing you know, you're gonna be on Mars, and we ain't from Africa. We from Pluto type shit. We was a
Yeah, they don't like
giants and
it,
midgets
bro. They
and
like,
fucking hobbits and shit like
stop
that.
making videos about us. I'm like, bro, they just jokes. That's all it is.
Yeah, like y'all started. Don't think we gonna now finish that shit.
Right?
My shit got like 1 million views.
I am not even close to none of that shit.
Shit is funny, yo.
Eh,
That soul glow hair, yo.
Push that shit way in.
That's
I'm
some
saying,
troll.
Mandula oblongata.
Nigga got up and said, but mama said,
Yo.
fuck what your mama
It's
said.
like no condescending, still
Dude,
wrong.
sound just like that though.
Right.
I was like, yo.
That shit was
Man, my mama
spot
told
on.
me I was a motherfucking Indian. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Like my grandma used to say that shit too. I found out that no, nigga, we Nigerians like shit. Like damn, I didn't know grandma was fucking lying like shit. That's what everybody wanted. That was a cool thing to say. Shit.
And it don't mean they lying on purpose. Shit, they
Yeah,
probably believe it.
they probably made it
No, but
too.
they probably they got a percentage. That's what a lot of people, these black indigenous people, don't know. A
I got
lot
a
of the
1%
ancestors
too.
have a percentage. So they're claiming they will go in to file paperwork. Oh, well, we were slaves from the transatlantic slave trade. They were going to file paperwork so they don't have to identify as being African coming from the transatlantic. They can now identify with a tribe because somebody in a family has a certain percentage. And that's what they were talking about. Bronco was talking about a tribe has to accept you. So they would fill this paperwork, just like now you can fill this paperwork. If you got a certain percentage of that blood, then you can identify as that tribe as long as the tribe accepts you. It's still going on. So when they go back and they're looking at the census list, they're like, "Oh, look, the people in my family are identifying as natives. That's because they got accepted by the tribes, and that's what they not. If y'all think I'm lying, go to King Justice's page because he know more about the information than I do, but he talks about it. Like you have like a half breed, and the half breed file the paperwork to be part of the tribe, or they might be like a watered down. Like you might be like 2 or 3 generations removed from being a native. You just your family just they were black. Okay, so now you file the paperwork, and the tribe like, oh well, we see it in your blood. You got like 1/4. So okay, we'll accept you, especially if you
But
was one of those black people with deep pockets. Oh, they'll love you then.
I got 0.5% indigenous, yo. This how they be, yo.
Damn.
I'm a full-blooded native. Look at this shit.
You
This
got to
is
move the
natural.
decimal. You got to move the decimal over one and then flip it around. It's 50%.
Yeah. I'm gonna
It's
rock
sacred
all of this
geometry.
and get all of my African. This is sacred geometry.
It's sacred. It's sacred numerology. You know what I'm saying? You got to move the decimal over and then flip it. You actually 50%
Look
indigenous.
at that. Look at that, fam. I can do the same thing. They forget about everything else. These are how these jokers be. They forget all about this shit right here. They funny, man. They a
Yeah, you,
bunch of
you look at it like, look, man, I don't like that. That's
right.
fake. I don't like it.
Look, look,
It
look.
say Ni-
They go.
that say Nigeria. Nah, I don't like that.
They're like,
Yeah, I
"Ooh,
don't
what's
like that
this?"
shit right there.
Like,
Where your
look, look, look.
banana at? Where your banana at? Like, I don't like that shit. Mm-hmm.
Like, they're like, "Yo, oh shit, I'm." And look, this motherfucker natural Yahweh was like, I was like, "What's your DNA results in Native American?" It's one less than 1%. Oh, what?
But you ain't even worried about that though. You worried about the
Yeah, you
African
ain't worried
part, right?
about that. You ain't worried about this shit right here. Right. Look at that. Come on, man.
That
That's
that
exactly what
that
70%
man
of
told
my
us that he got this information from his grandma, his great grandma. I think we gonna go back 3 years ago. Naturalism of Yahweh. I'm pretty sure I wasn't claiming to be indigenous because if y'all go on his YouTube page, he got things on there that saying he was Hebrew Israelite and they are from the land of Israel. That Israel has nothing to do with America. He wasn't even saying that that Israel was in America at the time with that fake map. He was trying to prove the Bible locations were in Africa. He was trying to prove the real Bible locations are in Africa 2 years ago. It's on his page. He ain't deleted it.
Mm.
Facts.
So that
I
means
seen
two
it with my
years
own
ago,
eyes.
he wasn't buying that he was an indigenous person native to this land, especially because he never let go of the book. That's some new age shit he got on with some Dane Calloway. Matter of fact, I think I got the video downloaded to my phone just in case he try to delete it.
Pseudo New Age.
Let me see if I got the picture so I can put it up here.
Bunch of job ass turkeys, y'all.
No, I don't see it. Let me see if it's in my new phone.
What was it again?
His YouTube video. When did y'all have a debate?
Shit, I
The
can't even.
second week of January, right?
I think so. Something like that. Because I had just got back from St. Lucia at some point.
I'm gonna find it. It's way before that shit. It's just not in my photos.
Who said he was 38% Nigerian?
I need to go to picture pull up.
Yeah, I think he took it down. I don't see it no more.
Started to take some of them shits down.
Yeah, I'm about to go look. I thought I put it in my phone. No, it's still here.
Which one is it? What's the title?
I'm about to send it to you. All right, I sent it.
Okay, true location of Jerusalem. Okay, I see. Oh, I was trying to go back before. He's already deep. He's debunking the Bible, and then he
Yeah,
posted that
but
after.
this is he's trying to say that the Bible locations are in South Africa and now
That's that Jesus and Yahweh and shit in South Africa and all that.
look, this is for so everybody can go watch it. That's what it is. The true location of Jerusalem and other biblical places. He's trying to say that now look, y'all see what you see what it says, Port?
What it say?
2 years ago.
Let me see that again.
So 2 years ago, he didn't believe that the biblical locations were actually talking about America. He
Is this the
believed that
land
that
of
shit
Weeda
was
shit?
South Africa.
That's some garbage. That's the same map that says land of Weeda up there too. Or the kingdom of Weeda, and they be like, it's the kingdom of Judah on the west coast.
Yeah, I gotta see if I got the.
They look like the same damn map.
What you want? Huh? That's all the sauce we got. I'm trying to see if I downloaded
Like
it, bro.
Africa was okay when Jerusalem was there, right?
Right. Oh, yeah. That's my God.
Jokers don't want to stand on nothing. They freaking preach to the freaking
Cool.
family. Don't want to come. Don't want to debate.
Yeah.
Art and not talk about the references or the facts or the evidence of lack of evidence. In this case, is lack of evidence. Because these jokers don't be having to look at evidence. And the evidence that they have, we use it against them every time. It's a sad truth. That looks like the kingdom of Weta map. I swear to God.
Well, I don't see it now.
Huh?
Before I downloaded it.
The map?
No, the whole video.
Oh, okay. I'm telling you, he's talking about that damn map. Let me see. See, this is that shit he's talking about. These niggas think they slick.
Mm. Oh, okay. I didn't download the whole thing. I just got a minute and 37 seconds. I thought I had the whole thing. Oh, I do got it. I got the whole thing.
Is that an African map? Or am I tripping?
Information real quick. I don't understand how these people would rather listen to Gentiles and their
Hold on. I'm just going to send it to
than
you
their own
for
brother.
I just send it to you so you can have it.
What map is that behind you though? Is that like a
I have no idea, bro.
uh it look like it said States. United States.
Okay.
It don't say nothing about where that map's from. Or
That's what I'm looking for right now. It's like Gallica. This is website gallica.bnf.fr.
the map?
Yeah.
Is it like a map of America? Landmass?
He's I think in that video he's saying that it's in Africa.
Okay, bam. So that brings me to this map right here then. Cause it looked like the same writing. Let me see if that's the only kind though. This is just West Coast.
Oh,
This ain't the map.
no, I can't send it. It's too big. I'll just send the small one. Hold on. Get back out of that. Then get the
The
small.
nigga in the comments asked him, so where would the promised land be? He said South Africa.
Yep.
Is that South Africa map? Is that what that map is? What?
I think I think so.
Where can we find the map at?
I'm about to get it in a second. I just gotta. They always stick their head in the way. He got his head right where I need to get the damn source at. So I gotta try
Damn.
to figure out. They know how to keep their head in the way.
Been down here,
Yeah, it says GALLICA.BNF.
Say that again. Well,
GALLIGALL.
say that in. Okay. GGALL. Mm-hmm.
ICA.BNF.
where is that? Where is this? But I just showed you. Oh no.
It says original map of South Africa. I can't see the rest of that. Containing all South African colonies in native territories by the Rev. A. Monsky.
Okay, this is it. I think right about here. Damn it. I can't zoom up no more. Yeah. It's like right up in here. I can't zoom in no further than that, dog. Oh, yeah, I can.
He said, Shalom, fam.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see a Bethlehem in there. Is that what he's trying to say? This is shit that they. This was after the Berlin Purchase.
Is that the same map?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the
because
same map.
this is it. Because you see the free sign right here, which is cut off where your image is at. So I thought this says United States for some reason. That's where my mental went, but it's actually AGE Angie Free State or something like that. And then this right
What's the
here is
title of that one? I got the wrong one because mine don't say Free State on it.
what's the title of the whole thing? The map?
Yeah, because I
I don't
just
know.
typed in
I
Gallica, I
just
typed
typed
in
in.
South African map.
Where did I? Shit. It's under the Wikipedia.org. Is where I got it from.
Oh, you're not on Gallica?
I typed Gallica, but um, a lot of stuff came
Yeah,
up, and
I'm trying to get a clear depiction of.
this is one of the maps that came up when I typed it. But it says upload.wikipedia. I'm sorry, upload.wikimedia.org. Wikimedia. Upload.wikimedia. I don't know how I
All
got
that.
here, man.
Hey, all he did was push his own shit in.
That's supposed to say Bethlehem. So whenever this shit was put together, it was already under British occupation, I'm
Yep,
sure.
it sure was.
And they named this shit. When they came in there and invaded and shit with the Boers and stuff. Come on, man. I
And
don't
it
know
don't
when
matter
this
if he delete the video because I got it saved to my phone.
because this shit right here,
He had a fade and everything, bro. He got a fresh cut. Now he indigenous and want to grow his hair out.
What's the year on it? 1700s?
I'm trying to see. It's not freaking 18 1887. Ain't that a bitch? So yeah, heavily colonized. So
So
look,
we
here it
so
goes. Original map of South Africa containing all South African colonies and native territories.
so basically the Europeans from 200 years ago, 200 and 300 years ago, we can trust them, but we can't trust the ones today.
Right?
Yeah, this place was heavily colonized. So I don't know what he was trying to say. Well, I mean, was he referencing biblical ties to this area? Is that what that was from?
Yeah. He
Yeah,
said if
no.
the location changes, then the people change too. So I get, but then what happened? What led him away from Africa? If he, what happened?
Yeah, what happened?
The was the
This
map
way he need to
fake
be.
or
See, he
what?
found out it was some
Mo,
fugazi.
did you find it, Mo, on the
What
YouTube?
the video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I want.
Yeah, you know you done fucked up, right?
For all those that follow us, go ahead and go to the Naturalism of Yahweh's page and find that video.
Yeah, it says Bethlehem right here that they done made up. You know they done made that shit up because there wasn't no Africans calling no damn Bethlehem in South Africa. These are British and French and Belgium motherfuckers that was in there occupying shit, tearing up shit, doing awful shit. The shit the Indigo be talking about, and they named it that. It's
This
crazy.
is not accurate at all, man. I don't know what they be thinking. I'm still just baffled as to how he got escaped from this. So his logic is we gotta. He said the Most High says we need to go seek ancient sources and stuff like that. So was the ancient source wrong? And you not from Africa? Did he find out that the map was fake? That it was around colonization? Did he find out something about those Europeans at the time? Like, because this ain't our hand. That's not our hands. That's not our
Telling
in
you
our languages or
this is
nothing.
what happened, Mo. One of them black indigenous people got to him. Because remember, this stuff was supposed to be coming from their people. It's hand me down information. So if it's hand me down information and you knew you were indigenous before 3 years ago, why is it that you're looking for biblical places in South Africa to try to prove that the motherland of the Bible is in South Africa? You should have been placing it in America because that's what he teaches now. He
Right.
teaches that the biblical locations are in the Americas. So that means he wasn't on that shit no more. Somebody got him to switch 2 years ago.
Well, how? I'm trying to figure out what was it that made him throw this map in the trash and
And
pick up
California,
a different map. And where you get that
Totally
map from?
different.
Is that an ancient map you using?
The map that got him to America?
Because I know that ain't ancient. Didn't we talk to the dude that made it?
I'm talking about this map right here.
I could have sworn somebody got on the live and he said, I made that map.
you're talking about the map that I showed from
That got
Life.
Babylon and all that shit on it.
yeah, Patano the site.
Oh.
Let me see if I got that in. I got it all the way up. I'm looking for that map right now. Hold on, y'all. Give me a minute. Let me see what's in here, 'cause I don't see it on this phone. I gotta switch this up. Hold on. That's you. That's where you get it from.
Hmm. Old Testament map of biblical sites in the Americas, right?
Yeah, yeah. What is that? UB News.
More pseudo shit.
Undocumented bullshit news.
Jeez. Fellas, we're in a whole nother dimension. This shit
That
won't stop.
core, the core, when it stopped, it probably fucked their head up. They probably couldn't handle the shit.
No.
The shit said, get ready, we about to shift to the other side. Nigga left his whole mind. He was almost there too. That boy was right. He was standing in Africa.
Yeah, he was there. Yeah, he had his feet in Africa at least.
Oh, it's a indigenous site. I'm looking for this damn map.
I don't know, maybe it was like
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know. It's like you religious. You like, all right, I'm African because the whole Christ
And when you
black
guys go to
Jesus
the
thing.
UB News, they're tying South America and North America.
Huh? But it's like once you get over the black Jesus, he's like, man, shoot, I ain't African. Fuck Africa. You know what I mean? Getting you on some new shit. Well, fuck Egypt. We got Egypt in the Grand Canyon.
Look on the map on here though. It says our mission is to elaborate ignorance and usher in the age of eternal wisdom, honor our Creator by introducing generations to the knowledge of our ancient ancestors, intelligently decipher deceptive information, spread the wealth of the Torah amongst our nation. I gotta stop. Reprogramming, let me get that out my screen. Reprogramming the mind of the indoctrinated. We strive to be a forum for discussing literary biblical context.
Called.
Donate to the movement. It's in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm just trying to find the map. So I hit learn more. The
They
founder.
need to redo that shit. They need to change that to we specialize in getting our shit pushed in. If you want your shit pushed in, please join us so we can spread the bruises across all the nations of the world. Cause they ain't doing nothing else but getting their shit pushed in.
Run into slave.
Oh no. They who is speaking truth? They evolved. They got upgrades. The ships are fake now.
Oh, the ships are fake.
Bro, this is the key to the game. Mo, do you got your laptop open, bro?
Yeah.
No, we're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it tonight. We ain't gonna do it tonight because we running out of time. We're gonna do it sometime
Yeah,
this later on this
I'm
week.
gonna have to dip anyway in a minute.
Because this Mo just
Which
go
one
Mo just
though?
go to that website, and when it says research, hit research. You're gonna see exactly what I'm talking about, bro. This is the
Wait, what is
entire
the you?
playbook.
You said UB what? News?
UB News with a Z.
It's .com.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. News.com research.
And then on where the little bar, the 3 bars is, just go to research and you're gonna see exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh shit. Well, how do you do? What else y'all got?
We got the entire playbook.
Damn.
I told you.
Where we at? Is this like the dark side? Is this the dark web?
Some black dudes made this.
Goodness gracious.
All the shit they get they shit from.
Yep. You got the dark skinned people putting the lighter skinned people on the t-shirt. But
All right, send
when
me
you
that
look
link.
at okay, when you look at the dark skinned person, he got like a wig on that's white.
on images.
Hold on, I just sent Tim the thing, so I gotta go back there. Yeah, but just when you hit gallery, image gallery, when you just go down, you're gonna see it. It's
Oh,
right.
okay, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's underneath the chick on the horse.
And that's supposed to be them.
Yes, and remember they because Rashad and them keep saying that the native people were cannibals, right? Now, if you look at the bottom, what is that person doing? The lighter skinned person is eating
Right.
part of the other person. And he got like a sword or something through it. A bone. No, that's a bone,
Yeah. But who? I mean, the dark skinned person putting in the work.
right? I guess they left that out. You get it?
Man,
Oh, Ford. Ford, did you get it?
Hold on, I didn't see that.
I sent it to you.
What you sent it to me on
Text. So you can look at it later.
damn boy, you know how many presentations I can make off of this shit?
Right?
Oh, just run through the whole playbook.
Yeah, we got him with this, bro. All I'm seeing is the European. They give the contact information. They got the email. They got the phone number. Oh, shit.
They got the sacred text
The
and everything.
following gallery offers a selection of historical images that range from paintings, portraits, maps, and statues. But it don't have that map, the one that I want. I don't see that Tamerica map. No, I don't see no books. I hit comp. Well, I don't want that. That's what's taking me. Let's see what it's about.
Yeah, there's some books in here. I'm looking at this colonization of Africa book. I don't. This ain't going to agree with them though. It's going to go against what the hell they say.
Well, I don't see no books. Where you see that at?
Sacred books.
It's in the research.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I see it. I'm gonna hit maps and
Or
see if that
sacred
map.
text. My bad. Sacred text.
Mhm.
Is the map broken on yours too?
I can't pull it up.
Right. Yeah. That link is broke.
Yeah, it just says select account. They got videos. Oh, they got a whole YouTube channel, bro. UBTV,
That's what I was looking at earlier. As I say, I could make a whole bunch of shit off of that.
bro. He got 67,000 subscribers. Yeah, I ain't touching this dude on this shit. One video got 164,000 views.
America is Egypt.
Yep. He did that 5 days ago.
Shit, this don't say 2 years.
Mine say 5 days ago.
He probably did it again.
Then you got America's Egypt, Mississippi River versus the Nile. That's one of their talking points. We just got the blueprint to the whole. Bro, they done fucked up.
Yeah. About to
Oh,
run
my
through. It's about
G14.
to be so much cap in these videos, bro.
Oh, the G14 account about to be bumping.
Right? Yo, did you see my shit?
Uh-uh.
You ain't
The
see
new one?
go. Yo, go look at my shit.
Yeah, I saw the new one.
Which the one with the one in red with the red profile with the book on the front.
Let me go look.
The new one I got is like it say Queen Moo on it.
Let
I
me go
just
look
started
for
that
you.
one. They in there trying to cut up. Yeah, and they messing it up for the YouTube scholars. There's some fire ass scholars on YouTube, but hey, even when I look at them, I be checking they shit because I'm scarred for life because of people like this. So I don't care what it is. You on YouTube, I'm about to check your shit because they can have a little fancy background, put up a banner, make it seem like they're at a university and shit. Next thing you know, this dude was just in his damn basement, just talking. UB News with a Z.com.
No, I don't see it, bro.
Um, Let me show. I gotta. I'm gonna have to text you because I can't say it, man.
I didn't even know he left.
Yeah, you see that?
This-
Shit is wild, man.
What happened?
No, y'all still talking about the
Oh yeah,
this little treasure chest of bullshit we just came across?
yeah,
Yeah, I ain't see this one.
yeah. I just did that one.
I can't
Yeah,
find
I went on a little joint, checked that shit out a little bit. Interesting. Very interesting.
You see, I flooded that. Dude. I flooded. I opened the floodgates on that bitch. I've been telling them, yeah, wait till I go live. I'm gonna show you what's up. Wait till I go live. I'm in there talking cash shit. They gonna be like, man, that's a mo. What? I can't be indigenous? I probably just get it accounts away too when we done trolling.